Has come through with a decoy. Bomb is in fact down, but the shot onto Nico, they can get on the defuse, and it's not planted for Kicksand at this range. It's going to be a full stick, a full 10 seconds, and Slime will defend it.
Let's go.
Ivy push coming in for Tess's.
Yeah, he's under pressure, but he's got that first headshot. Second's even better. Oh my god, it's clean!
Yes. Let's go!
Oh, knife, that's huge. PR looking to step up the first, knocks down the second, and Magis just goes into the side. Defuse stuck, it's the full stick. Magis holds him, Pillar protects him.
Jumping, goes for the peak. There we go, nicely done. Nade cleans out CTR. Now, oh, baby, Towson makes it look awesome.
Now Slang comes around with a double clean. That is filthy. Rez trying to lock up two in the donut. The rotation's already here. Rez just fired off another one. And just so damn clinical from Rez. Tess is peeking out. Towson to go down, and Slang needed an absolutely ungodly shot. Rez has to come right back into this. Tess has locked him in. That is a huge recovery from Falcon. Let's see if it lives up to it. Dexter, yes he can! Double kill!
trying to readjust elsewhere on the map towards Red Room, right at Degster.
Yeah, Nico's coming around the back as well. Degster has another chance. Rez is going to go down with the bomb. They have to turn back. Degster with another kill. And the hero AWP sends Falcons soaring into the semifinals.
Seven wins out. Now Frozen's got to do it again. Double kill. They line up. Surely he's got it.
Oh, he's got even more than that.
Frozen with the first and the second.
Maka is the danger man, and the Legion's going to take him off the top of Rugs. Eyes on this eventually from Brokey. Brain's gonna be winning CT vent. He might have an opportunity to go for a multi, but it's just a single kill.
15 seconds.
You need to grab the bomb, otherwise it's over. You're out. You're out of the tournament if you can't get this bomb back. Missed shot again for Brokey. Gotta run in. Shot for Brokey. Lands. Bomb down. And the job is done. FaZe getting into fighting form. Only dropped 5 rounds in the quarterfinals.
They're going to walk this in quietly. Joda's still here and still ready to deliver, as he has since the get-go. This shot from Halter, but another chance.
What?
Snaps the AK over, can't hit them both. Jig is up. They know what's going down. Grim double, though. Peeks into E-Box. Still stands. There's another player just shot. Xantares missed the first one. Halzerk, he may be low, but it's an open hand versus Xantares. And the white swing off the mark. This is way too easy. He should never have a chance. Sixy gonna try his damnedest to be the hero yet again, but that gets shut out by Woxic. Aurora's T-side too good. It's gotta be the Joda clutch. He's already made it out of top. Halzerk, locked into the corner now. And now he's gonna try to come at this side.
What?
Down goes Halzerk. Got a pistol in hand, he gets popped, and the bomb's not planted for JT. This is gonna cause a bit of panic. Joda's just gonna stick this. JT with the double. Player up above can't kill him. He's still hanging on. Triple.
Really fun, scary.
MP9 from above. Grim doubles down. And now is the Tech9 response. Xantares back into the hut. Returns with a MAC-10. Quad kill. Xantares trying to get the last one.
He got it!
He will from start to finish. Stomps on Cole.
They get that first kill.
Oh no.
And the ramp rotate goes back.
Madger's nade is money, but so's JT's hold, and he goes back to the other doorway. Eventually the single door will strike. Xantares gets his next one. It is Halzerk into another clutch. Oh, what? The headshot! Another pick! No! Ridiculous!
He points at his jersey. He knows. He did that by himself.
Hunter gets pelted by utility. Third one's the charm. You play with the clock, you pay the cost. Flash in. Perfect! Stacks controls. and just lays down lead for the double. Easy. Heavy God, they try to walk through smoke. They give him a bomb. But what then? Burn Heavy God alive. He says, thanks for the hold, bud.
For all the crimes he's getting banned.
Guys, I wanted the best for you.
Holmes finds it. Heavy God connects his over towards Ticket. Heavy God still yet to activate from backside. Bomb right here in front of him. Electronic's gonna defuse for a few seconds, gets executed. Heavy God wins it. Heavy God, ooh, the fire doesn't find him. And his MP9 collects the first one, just enough of a distraction. He even gets a second. How is Heavy God still alive? Thriving! An MP9 to close it.
It's semi-final Saturday here in Bucharest as we get ready to watch some of the best teams in the world face off and see who is going to make the finals of PGL Bucharest. My name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company for the first game. And joining me, I have Prof and Yanko. Boys, you know what excites me the most about all these teams that have made the semi-finals is that there are various timelines in the Bucharest multiverse that exist where we could see a complexity FaZe final or like a G2 Falcons final. That there's so many cool stories and cool matchups that could end up happening based on the teams that made it through.
Yeah, absolutely so. And another way you know it's Saturday is that on that shot to Bucharest, the cars are actually moving. So I think, yeah, a lot of exciting games. Obviously, FaZe and Falcons, two teams that really enjoy PGL events, right? They faced off in the semifinals at Cluj as well. So hoping for another exciting matchup today. And on the other side, the surprise package of this tournament, Complexity, taking down Aurora yesterday, one of the main favorites to win the whole thing, have a rematch booked against G2 Esports in the second semi.
Yeah, we had some good games yesterday. We had some bad games yesterday. That 3D Max FaZe Clan game was kind of a no-show from the French side completely. Virtus.pro went back to like the most boring Counter-Strike anyone is playing for some reason, and at least they got eliminated, I guess, for the viewers. That's a W there. But yeah, the Complexity win, and then Falcons against GamerLegion was also, that was a banger game. Falcons kind of coming to life in this tournament after a very, very slow start.
Yeah, I think we saw in those first two quarterfinal games the experience shine through for the likes of Falcons and FaZe Clan, and for teams like 3D Max and GamerLegion, despite, you know, especially 3D Max steady progress in the last couple of months, getting some good results. But still, when it comes to the playoffs and going up against some of these veteran teams and veteran players, still a lot of ground to be made up.
Fair to say that Complexity is the surprise of PGL Bucharest. I don't think many of us had them on our bingo cards to be in the playoffs, never mind a semi-final after beating Aurora.
Yeah, I don't think anyone did. I don't think they themselves had themselves coming through the semi-final, like potentially going to the grand final. At least they're playing the third place match, right? Going so deep into this tournament, the prize money that's going to be coming in for them, definitely significant for an org like Complexity that's been struggling a bit since they kind of became independent from FaZe and the big investment group. That the whole backing of them is a story in itself, right? And we see these new kids, young kids coming in, showing up, and also Grim and Halzerk like an MVP potential form, pushing them to the semifinals.
They passed Liquid as the #1 team in the Americas right now. Unfortunately, a couple of days too late when it comes to the major cutoff point. But yeah, I also like that they have a distinct style, playing a little bit in your face, and absolutely they wouldn't be this deep in the tournament if not for the individual performances of Halzerk and Grin, which is like, I'm sure there's Complexity fans out there and they're saying, where was this when Elige was on the team, right? But I think it's probably the change in atmosphere, getting some young blood, you know. Also someone like Floppy gets replaced, and then you're Grim and Halzerk, you sort of know that, well, no one is safe really unless we perform, and that 1v3 was just unbelievable from Halzerk yesterday, and yeah, it was awesome to see them sort of perform on such a high level.
We were a bit disappointed with 3D Max. That had such a good run through the group stages. They were looking so strong, and then FaZe just speed ran over them.
Yeah, I mean, Janko mentioned the maybe lack of experience from FaZe coming through, but I also think it's like the play style that 3D Max has, that they just want to force all of these fights, especially on the CT side. And FaZe was just ready. They kind of put down a blueprint of how to deal with the French side in this match, and like 3D Max was insanely stubborn about it. Like there's no ending it. We can just see in these highlights, like where are these fights even happening? This is not the bomb site, you know. None of these kills are near the bomb site.
I mean, to be honest, it looked silly from the side of 3D Max. You know, at some point there needs to be a limit to just sending bodies at the same place on the map time and time again, and obviously FaZe was ready for it. We heard from Rain in the post-game interview, it's like very easy to prepare for them, and just the lack of depth. And it felt almost that because it was against FaZe and it was a playoff game, that they wanted to prove it to themselves that they're not going to play any differently than usual. But what they ended up doing is turned it up to 11, and then FaZe didn't really have to do much in that series outside of play default on T side and punish them. And for FaZe, their individuals were on point, they were sharp, you know, Elige, Brokey, Frozen, so it was just an easy day in the office for FaZe Clan.
You mentioned there that it is a playoff game, right? We are in a studio, but there is something that changes when you hit playoffs. And it's a concern maybe for Aurora fans when we talk about something changing, because it feels like the moment we hit playoffs, Aurora can't get wins on the board. What's going on there?
Yeah, seems like the do or die nature of playoffs is just doing something to them. I mean, they even spoke about this in some interviews, saying like, you know, the team speak becomes a bit chaotic. You know, the stress comes to them in ways that, you know, maybe the aim is not shaky, but the team play isn't there, and they're not playing off each other as they normally would. So it's really concerning, especially because this was not an arena playoff. You know, you're thinking, okay, it's when it's on the big stage, then it's making a difference. But now it's just been, you know, the same setup they had in the group stage. They went 3-0, and you know, they showed up okay. It wasn't like the complexity game was a complete whitewash, but it wasn't also what we expect from Aurora. Realistically, #1 favorite based on the ranking and everything going into this tournament. Not even close again to lifting the trophy.
I'm willing to give them, you know, because now they're skipping Melbourne, so they have some extra time, 3 or 4 weeks really before their next event. So I'm willing to give them that time and see how they look on the other side of that, right? Also, they are a little bit one-dimensional in their T side. It does work for them, and Anubis is such a staple. They're probably the world's best team on the map, really, in a way. So I want to see how they look after they have time to practice and sort of widen their playbook a little bit. But similar to MongolZ, right? Very concerning, missing playoffs 2 events in a row, right? We were expecting them to see if they can take that next step. Well, they seem to be regressing. So for a lot of these teams, 3D Max sort of in that conversation, you know, can they get into that next tier, or is this just where they'll remain?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of final point on this. It's interesting to look at the 4 teams that we have in the semifinals. Are all international teams once again. Like there's so many, you know, there's a Turkish lineup, a Mongolian lineup, French lineup, all of these Brazilian lineups that could have maybe done something, but it seems to be like the continuation of the trend of international is king.
2 teams that seem to completely change during playoffs are, of course, FaZe and Falcons. They will be our first semi-final today, but they're not the only best of 3 that you get to watch. Of course, straight after them, we'll get to see G2 face off against Complexity. Let's focus in on those 2 teams. FaZe, Falcons, not a good showing in the group stages. Lots of memes online about how they were performing. Then they both come in yesterday, and it's just that big match. It's the big match temperaments. I suppose it's also the fact that for both of them, they got major winners in those lineups. They understand how to work under pressure, and it's almost like they just know exactly how to transition into the next gear when the time is right.
I think for me, you know, when I was on FaZe Clan or MIBR, it's not that these players play much better on stages, that everyone else is worse relative to them, right? Like in group stages, everyone, you know, goes for information plays, everyone goes for pushes, all guys, you know, are gonna walk through smokes and do all these crazy things. All of a sudden playoffs come around and, oh, I don't want to make a mistake, I don't want to be the reason my team loses this round. Meanwhile, the veteran players, they play the same pretty much, right? If anything on stage, if they get some momentum, they're going to play with even more confidence and dominate in that way even more. So I think that's the big difference maker. No better example than Falcons versus GamerLegion. I mean, we had the group stage game. It was an absolute stomp. Then in the quarterfinal, despite Falcons losing the first map, their own mapping, once they got warmed up into the game, it was very, very convincing, and they took care of GamerLegion yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, a game that means a lot to both teams. We highlighted it, like both of them started so poorly, and this tournament, you know, with everything going around Falcons, maybe not that important for them to win it or go as deep, but they are here now, so might as well, you know. But for FaZe, what a huge necessary result, even getting to semifinals, at least. Anything like going 0-3, which was like a reality, not 0-3, but going out in the group stage was like would be a complete disappointment, right? Kerrigan putting this lineup together, bringing in Elige and all of the expectations from the roster that has been, you know, slowly but surely kind of dwindling in terms of a championship ambition, right?
And both of these teams have been struggling this season, right? Outside of Cluj. That's the one where they played in the semi-final. Falcons lost in the final to MongolZ. FaZe even lost the third place decider to Astralis. But outside of that, they failed to make playoffs. You know, and despite all the changes, you want to give some leeway to FaZe. It is a big change, despite it being just one player. But, you know, some of the teams that you also end up losing to in these tournaments, right? Like, that's not what you're used to seeing from FaZe Clan, really. There's no shame in losing to a Vitality, Spirit, MongolZ, you know, that's okay, but they've been losing to some sort of mid-tier teams. You know, they lost
13-0 to VP, right?
Losing to VP, losing to Astralis, right? Complexity. I think for Falcons, similar story, right? They had that close game against Virtus.pro at Blast Lisbon, a couple of close series here and there, but also just failing to get any results. So that's why it's important here, more so for FaZe Clan, because we know Falcons are going to undergo a roster change probably right after the tournament. But I think for FaZe Clan, I said before the tournament started, they need a grand final at the very least, probably to lift the trophy, because if that doesn't happen, you're sort of starting to question this lineup. Can this iteration of FaZe Clan be a contender at all?
I mean, an interesting thing for me and is like how FaZe kind of put us under this amnesia almost about like how bad some of their results were overall over the last year. And I was looking back to it, like tomorrow will be 364 days since their last trophy, and that's IM Chengdu, right? And you think about FaZe, you're like, oh yeah, they win an event every now and then, right? But realistically, it's those major grand finals that they couldn't capitalize on that I think gave us the aura of like FaZe can always do it. But you know, realistically, they haven't been doing it.
Well, that's also the thing. It's almost like they did their best work up until the or the hardest work, right? They beat the biggest opposition in the way up to the grand final, and then in the grand final where they're sort of, you feel like they have the upper hand, is where they again floundered, right? In reality, FaZe should have had 2 major trophies from last year. You would expect them to do so, considering the experience that they had compared to their opponents in the grand final, or the caliber of players that they have. So always 2 ways to look about it.
Really nice trophy shot there that you get a chance to see. So even though it's in studio, one of the teams will be picking that up. We've spoken a lot about how FaZe got you. We've spoken a lot about how Falcons have got you. We've spoken a lot about the problems in both of these 2 teams. I want to know from you, what does this look like on the server? We're going to see the veto in a little bit. What are we expecting?
Well, here's the thing. These are the 2 teams that they played the most maps so far in this tournament. They were both 3-2 in the groups, right? Plus the quarterfinals, and all FaZe's wins have been 2-0 actually. And they're floating a 7-map pool. Funnily enough, the one map that they haven't played so far in the tournament isn't Train, it's Mirage. And on the other side for Falcons, they've also played all 6 maps that they play outside of their Anubis, which is their permaban. So I think this is where Kerrigan is going to try and, you know,
pull some tricks again.
Be tricky again. Yes, I think here he is probably going to veto Ancient. I think that would be the best veto for them. That or Mirage. They just don't want to play it at this point in time. I don't think he's going to veto Dust, because we talk about Dust 2 for Falcons. You can see 7-7. It's actually 3-7 in the last 10 games, right? Like they had a winning streak at the start on Dust 2. Lately, it hasn't been amazing, and I think FaZe would be more than willing to play Falcons on Dust 2 despite the loss last time around. And perhaps in terms of picks, for Kerrigan. Something like a nuke, which we saw against 3D Max yesterday. It has weirdly enough been a struggle for Falcons. On paper, they should be a good nuke team. You have Nico Yard, you have Magus, Tessus as your anchors, Kixan. I mean, Heroic was a good nuke team with that core, but they've struggled to sort of unlock that map for themselves.
Yeah, I'm also really excited to see it. This is one of those vetoes that's like very hard to predict where it's going to go. We saw yesterday how 3D Max kind of got a little portion of Kerrigan's veto over there. I think he definitely didn't expect to get Anubis the way they did. Ultimately backfired, right? So I also agree with you. I think Nuke for FaZe seems like their most stable map. It's a map also where Kerrigan individually is doing quite well. Like it's his best map, you know, so that raises the floor of the team. And but the Ben will be trained. I think I agree with this one, to be honest. I think Falcons have been trying to flex into it and trying to make it their map, even though they weren't really successful. But I think, you know, FaZe has shown some struggles even against like Astralis on train.
The question now is, do Falcons pick Mirage, or do they stick with something like Cation? But they had two really good wins against GamerLegion and against MongolZ, right? T-side, winning a lot of gun rounds, despite in the MongolZ game losing pistol and all of that, winning in OT in the end. So yeah, they do go for that ancient pick. We see the nuke coming in from FaZe, and then Falcons themselves vetoing out Dust 2, right? Coming down between Inferno and Mirage. I think FaZe gets rid of. All right. So they're willing to play Mirage for the first time in this tournament as the decider.
I think this is a really good veto once again for FaZe. I think like Nuke, Ancient, Mirage, all three maps they really like. So looking pretty hot, I think, overall.
I think there's some big brain Kerrigan moves that we're going to see in this matchup.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think it's going to be more of a game of the who's going to show up in terms of the individuals. Like Magisk is one of the guys. We see him here on screen. He recently spoke once again about his form. Like his form has been actually also pretty bad. He's one of the players that is, you know, 5-time major winner. That gives you a bit of credit, a bit of protection from the community, I think. But you know, he was saying once again, going into this project, the focus hasn't been on me. Talking a bit about, you know, other players are being set up more. But I find this quote kind of weird. Like, you are pretty much playing the same roles for the last 5 years. We know what Magisk is good for, and that's anchoring and like playing these solo spots. I don't think much has changed for him, but he's also a player that has spoken about, you know, I need some form of consistency in the team. I need to know what my teammates are doing to find my best form. And, you know, with everything going around Falcons and the big changes that they did at the start of the season and potentially now again, I can see how that puts him a bit off of his game, but they'll need him to be good.
It's definitely one of those games where preparation doesn't come into it all too much, right? I think both teams know what to expect from each other. They play similar styles, right? It's more who shows up on the day and about the fundamentals. Falcons are the worst team in converting the second round after winning pistol, right? And actually, in the semifinal in Cluj, that's what they did to FaZe. Even a couple of pistols that they lost, they ended up winning the second round force and sort of having good starts to the half, where they were able to come back in the gun rounds if they had a poor start to the half. And just individually, FaZe wasn't really there in that semifinal, right? And that's why you're feeling more confident about them in this one, right? You have guys like Brokey, who's had a great tournament, Frozen, Elige, the big three for FaZe has been playing really well.
Just wanted to highlight this because we spoke about Brokey also yesterday, you know, comparing him to Maka, who is like outperforming him this year. Also, one thing that's kind of flying under the radar is like Brokey's last actually good tournament was 6 months ago. 6 months ago since his last in the green, like 105 or higher rated tournament, and that is IEM Rio. So he's been just existing kind of on the server, and this is, you know, op is hard in CS2, but he was one of the very good oppers early on. So it's not like something suddenly changed for him in terms of the game. Like, he was good in CS2, and the last 6 months he hasn't been until today and Bucharest.
So that's what's going to make it exciting, right? Nico had a good semi-final. He was the MVP of Cluj the whole tournament, despite losing in the grand final. Funnily enough, Kixan had a really good performance, especially on Ancient. So one of those games where really your individuals will need to step up, right? Rain, we've seen, especially on Nuke, having to move positions a little bit. Has been awkward, right? When it comes to that CT side, him, Elige, Frozen moved to ramp. So a lot of different movements, and this is going to be a big test for them.
One thing about Nuke, I was looking into it a bit, and for Falcons, they essentially live and die by Nico. This is not something like super unexpected for Falcons in general, but this map, I think it highlights that even more. He averages like a 1.40 rating on Nuke, the rest of his team below 105. So it's kind of a one-man army. And we even see, like, it's not even just him performing is enough. Against Pain, he had over 110 ADR. They still lost 13-6, I think. He even wasn't even close, right? So his positions are super important, but he'll also need other people to be somewhat consistent. I think like Dexter, obviously on the rotation with the op, will be a key point, and I feel like he's not that good on Nuke. I don't think this map suits him that well.
Yeah, I think for Nico as well, yesterday he had an average series. I think he was actually the lowest rated player in that quarterfinal against GamerLegion, but luckily no more early games, right? Got the late afternoon start now, you know, so can take your time getting out of bed and everything, be ready for the game. And yeah, I know he loves these games, right? Going up the likes of FaZe Clan, G2, you know, some of these best teams in the world. We even heard it after that quarterfinal in the game against MongolZ. Actually, they made them qualify. It's like, it's an awesome game, awesome to be a part of such a close series. And I think he's gone up against FaZe Clan so many times in G2 that you know what to expect from them on an individual basis and on a team basis. I mean, he's so familiar with Kerrigan, where I think that can be of really big help to his team in terms of the preparation and some of the stuff about how to maybe approach rounds in the mid-round.
I do believe HLCV, they actually do rank wins. They list whether it was in the morning, afternoon, and evening now. Is that correct? Are you doing times, Prof?
Oh, what? I don't know.
Maybe I'm wrong. I was just thinking about this because I was like, there's lots of people that love to dive into the stats.
Oh.
Maybe we need to start doing like a statistical breakdown of how many map wins someone like Nico gets depending on the time of day.
Yeah, Electronic said he doesn't like those 10 a.m. starts either, so him and Stewie 2K definitely shouldn't team up ever. That would be a horrible morning
Would be
game.
a banging team, though.
Team talk?
Yeah, would be like awesome seeing them react if something goes wrong in a round. Like, what would the reactions be?
Great comms all around. Janko, you mentioned that this comes down to individuals stepping up. Would you say that because of the current reported situation in Falcons, with a lot of players knowing that maybe their time is running out, it puts FaZe into a better position because there's maybe a little bit more confidence there? Could be a little bit of uncomfortable comms happening in the Falcons camp? Or does it go the other way where there's a lot of Falcons players now going, well, I better step up so that people see that I'm still great?
I don't think so. I think for Falcons, you can see, I mean, Dexter is the one guy, right? And his heart is definitely in it. I mean, you can see on the player cams, you know, when they're in games, and he's just giving it all he's got, right? And the rest of the team as well. I think there's so much focus on this, you know, upcoming roster change and the rumors around the team that, you know, people forget these guys were 0-2 in this tournament. Couple of really embarrassing wins, and they still managed to rally and are now in the semifinals, taking down the Mongols, by the way, on the road to get here. A team that is dead and doesn't care about winning and just wants the event to be over with cannot do that. Like, so I think that's a little bit of a lazy narrative that's being discussed instead of being focused on, you know, what a great turnaround they've had in this tournament. We've heard from Nico giving a lot of credit to Zonic, sort of with the talks and with the conversations, just trying to instill some confidence in the players and have them to keep believing, right? It's MR12. Things can go wrong really quick, and things can look much worse than they actually are.
We obviously have a little bit of a delay, so there is a Steam network issue, I believe. So we're going to keep on yapping over here.
Let's go.
Let's talk about the mention there that you said with Falcons with the comeback. I'd like to know from both of you, what is it that you've liked when you've looked at this team and how they're playing here at PGL Bucharest? We know that this probably won't be the team we talk about at the end of the tournament, but right now, what do we like about these 5 players?
I just have to say, I just saw Keserato, and I can't stop thinking about the fact that FURIA signed a Kazakh 20-year-old opper with about like 1 year of experience. And funny enough, his name is pretty much like means young, which is kind of similar to Junior, who was their last international opera that they picked up. What a crazy story, and honestly, kind of deserved after their embarrassing exit here from Bucharest. But that aside, what was the question about talking about Falcons?
What do we like about this particular team when we see them in the server? What are we taking away that we like?
I think, I mean, obviously the first 2 games, nothing. But then after that, honestly, when Dexter is on point and finding some openings, I think Kixan comes in with some decent calls. I think those are the 2 kind of factors that can go up and down, because we don't need to talk about Nico that much. We know he's a known quantity. We know what he brings. Even if he has some like offish games, he'll bounce back and have like a big one sooner or later. But yeah, I think those 2 parts were very interesting to me this tournament.
I think unlike teams like Complexity or 3D Max, who need to play in a specific way to sort of make up for maybe some of the deficiencies at the moment, you know, teams like Falcons and obviously FaZe Clan can play pretty much vanilla Counter-Strike. What that means is majority of T-side rounds are defaults, right? You're spread out, you're trying to get some information, you're taking map control. Also because the meta is so much activity from the CTs, like for example 3D Max, and then you can just take map control, take zones on the map, and just wait for a reaction. And that's your whole plan for the round or for the T side. It's like, you know, something is going to happen, and then you will just play off of that. They have the luxury of doing so because they have experienced players, veteran players with good game sense and good reactions. They're not afraid of taking initiative, and they know based on what's going on how to make the best move for their team, right? And then you sprinkle in a couple of set calls just to change the pace, just to catch your opponent off guard. You've been setting that up throughout the half with some utility, you know, with nade combination, nade sets and whatnot. And I think that's what you like about Falcons. They play that way. Now, you dislike when they end up losing second rounds all the time, and then their economy for the first 6 rounds of the half is non-existent. They don't have nades, and Dexter doesn't have an op, or when they go out and lose 5v3s, right, in rounds that should be in the bag. And yesterday you saw the opposite, like them winning 3v5s, and how good they can be at manipulating rotations from their opponents, and how good they can be in the mid rounds, you know, the likes of Nico, Tessis, Magisk when they're alive, for example. So there's definitely a lot to like about them. It's just that the inconsistency has been hurting them, and the lack of results, right? I think Kixan is one of the reasons in a positive way, sort of like he can really pop off. I mean, for in-game leaders, he can really have games where he sort of almost stopped fragging, finding tons of impact. We saw it on Inferno against GamerLegion. It was in the ancient game in Cluj against FaZe Clan. So, and that's why on the other side sometimes can go missing. So it's hard to sort of find consistency when you're having such volatility in individual performance.
We can talk about the lack of consistency on both sides from Falcons and FaZe, but the thing that's really exciting about this matchup is we get to see some of the best players of our generation face off. Inconsistent or not, it's always freaking cool. Carrigan, Nico, they're in the server, and if they're all having a good day, this should be a banger semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, Carrigan and Nico, it's been 6 years since they broke up their partnership in FaZe, right? But it's, I feel like still one of the hottest storylines, something that people always want to talk about, and how that ended. And then when you see them again on the server playing against each other, it still feel like there's a bit of fire, a bit of spark in that.
Maybe there's one more chapter to be written in that book of Nico and Carrigan, who knows. But I think for this one, my focus is on Elige, really. I want to see how he does. You know, he made this move to be in the contention for trophies, and this is probably his best opportunity yet.
This is it, gents. The semi-finals here at PGL Bucharest. I'm excited. I'm excited for Elige. I'm excited for Carrigan, Nico as well. I think that this is going to be a banger matchup. Scrawny, Launders, do you share my excitement?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like you guys are saying, these got legends in the server. I don't know if they all expected to be here and playing for a grand finals, but that's the head-to-head we get today. So they better seize the moment.
Without MongolZ or Aurora here in semifinals, I have a totally open mind as to who's going to make it. There are a number of storylines, though, that'll be exciting for the grand. So no idea who's going to win today, but I don't really care.
Let's find out. Falcons and FaZe, thank you for your extended analysis, by the way, folks. Appreciate you guys over there on the desk. A little delay there. The Steam server, how dare they slow us down. But the semis begins, Mohan. We no longer wait. And we've got Falcons kicking it off CT side. Not often we get to play Nuke out of the gate as a pick, but FaZe have gone ahead to send us there. So let's see what's up. We get Nico outside. a classic. Obviously the change-up in FaZe since Elise joined and Rain no longer playing this position, and you know, a Nico versus Rain outer performance would have been a fun head-to-head. Nico at bat first. Ooh, insta-gush, and then the clean shot from Frozen up above. And that's going to be 3 bodies to get down Secret. Kerrigan a little bit later, but Bomb is down there. And TeSS, easy pickup. Rain goes jumping over. Nobody actually looking over top of the stairs. So TeSS floats here for a second. We hit a minute, he opens doors. And his teammate upstairs still waiting to see if somebody from FaZe comes his way.
Man, he found a good timing where it looked like he might have disappeared. But now he actually might go forward with the push in Secret. Rough moment here for FaZe. It's going to be weird if they're ready for this. Kicksan's catching flanks. More FaZe players are dropping. That's free.
Well timed. Bullet to the back of the head of Frozen. So unfortunately here for FaZe, looks like Pistol stalls out. Unless Elige can pull off the masterclass. We've got 30 seconds to the clock. This would be the 2v4. Him and Brokey have both been performing better this week. It's why FaZe have the star power that they have at the moment. Elige gets another one to open up this site. Brokey's gonna turn his back. Nobody considering this vent play, but Magis, he's dropping his moment. A little bit of chip damage on both, but neither player dropped. 2v4 down to the final kill. TeSS, who got his clean downstairs, somehow has to get them out of this. They go for the double swing, and they don't get him in the open. Fast step out of TeSS. Burning a bit of time. Brokey also whittled down to 40. Now TeSS executes one. Brokey's low. Health advantage, TeSS on for the 4K in the pistol. Trying to chase it down. Brokey shuts him out.
Damn.
And it's a FaZe 2v4 to start off the semis.
That's a pretty good clutch there for Brokey. Got scary for sure. Had to take that swing. TeSS looked like he knew exactly how to handle that. Nice kill on Elige. Really, obviously, poor moment there for Magis on an individual level. In terms of his recent events, he's kind of tied for like a 0.92 across the last 3 events. We'll see how the rest of this one plays out, but it's weird because we've actually seen some maps where his aim looks incredibly sharp, but he's still not able to be better than, you know, like Mzinho when they played against MongolZ or other players who have countered his anchoring positions. So he's had a rough one. At least he's on a winning team, though. They're buying him some time.
Yeah, buying him some time by buying him some teammates.
Yeah. Connor, the other thing about this is you brought up Brokey and Elige.
Yeah.
The best rated players for FaZe at this event, which is huge and makes perfect sense. But Elige is actually, his worst map is Nuke by a huge margin. So he's got a great rating on average, but he's basically never had a very strong Nuke map so far with FaZe, which definitely makes sense. But it's also a map that they win pretty often. So
no successful ratings despite seeing him in different positions as well, right? They've been trying to give Elige a bit of a comfort zone in this iteration of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, like he's got a couple of good maps versus Saw and Astralis, but none of their top tier competition. He almost always struggles.
No takeovers. Single door swings, and we've got this layered defense. Smoke in front of them. M4 on the field. Okay. No way they just clean it up like that. FaZe Clan win pistol, walk down into this very healthy buy. That armored M4 of Nico just sweeps them away on single. And FaZe Clan walk into their deaths by walking into the Falcons trap.
That's a pretty fantastic setup. That position always calls Antares where Nico was, and if you think someone's there, you really don't even consider coming decon side. Like, that's just such a great spot to take a swing. So the double lower setup works out extremely well. Frozen will have to save this MP9. Kerrigan no nades with his Galil, but that's good enough. Very good setup here from Falcons, preemptive to lower.
One step ahead of it, and I mean, they make that one look easy. Read them like a book. Obviously no swing out from the double doors either, so it's just an all-in move from FaZe Clan. They move into the wrong part of the map. Any part that's got Nico on it at the moment feels a little too tough to handle. At one point, top 3 rated player at the event. That one got kind of muted with his poor performance in map 1 of the last series.
Nico kind of intimated that him and Kerrigan maybe one day will play again, and they've got the same view models, so Is that foreshadowing?
What does he know that we don't? Was that Yanko's way of telling us Falcons are going to buy Kerrigan next?
Yeah, I feel like it was.
Cover your ears, Kixan.
Oh, man. This is a huge... Whoa! Nice. Nice from Tessus. I mean, he knows his teammates outside of heaven, but he still approaches that carefully.
It's a nice P250 kill from Brokey with the bomb on his back. And P9 out of Frozen finds one. We are in a 3 versus 3, so that stacked up B bomb site that got Falcons on the board early no longer looking as cemented. Dexter, though, great positioning just over top of smoke. Frozen gets hit by a truck, never sees it coming.
The trick smoke.
And now Brokey's got that flashbang thrown out just to try to get the bomb back site. Elige looks to create a little more space with the kill, and that will guarantee the bomb plant. Now, we've already got the clean P250 kill from Brokey. This would be a huge ask to win this duel against Dexter, but he digs him.
Oh.
And he comes back into Kickset. There's a world where that P250 finishes it off, but this timeline has Falcons with 2 players standing and converting like FaZe couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, Prof brought up Brokey's return to form, and it is stark for this event. And it kind of validates a lot of the conversations around FaZe and Brokey, where people have basically said he's obviously a critical player. He always puts himself in important spots. And because he's missing, FaZe are also just not going deep in tournaments. It almost feels like it reduces to Brokey because of basically how good he is. And we're seeing them really reap the benefits of him being on point. That's everything from the clutching to the opping, by the way.
Okay. Oh no. Nico recovers that, shoots his teammates. He's got bloodlust. Jump scare moment there for Nico. He handles it well. Very swift on the reposition. And the chase is still on, though. He's kind of fumbling the nades, but still they'll try to charge down on him. He's into the cover with support now from Ramp. Tessus quick to come down.
Oh my goodness.
The P250 vent wallbang. Don't see that every day. Serves up a little distraction here. Tessus slips down into dark. Now that Dexter's got that layered defense and the kill to Elige. Looks like the pace of all this, the electricity to the FaZe sprint down into B comes to an end. Kixan hangs on to top control, and there they are, stuffed on the approach. 3-1 start to the CT side of Falcons.
Easily done. I mean, this is such a good start here for the Falcons. We got all the right pieces firing off. You know, Kixan's going to have 1 pop-off map out of 3, and it might be right here on Nuke that we see that. Great start to the day here. You know, FaZe at this point, I think all the fatigue's worn off, all the doubts worn off. They're literally thinking now we can win this event. Like, no one thought we would even get the semis. There were so many teams here that were favored above us. But if Falcons are going to play like as well as they have in the last 2 days, this will not be a free route to finals. Crazy that we've got 2 lineups with supposed roster moves. Alleged roster moves taking place after the event, both in semifinals.
Can't believe everything you read on the internet.
And the other 2 teams have, you know, players that used to play for the other orgs. Oof. It's been an incestuous revolving door of talent among these rosters.
Time for some new blood. Such as a 20-year-old Kazakh opera named Molodoy.
Such as 4 Academy Spirit teams.
Yeah, just get...
They need to put tariffs on those.
Yeah. Just hogging all the young guys. Tessus trying to make something happen in the 3 versus 5. Goes for the lobby flank. Gets a kill, but does come at a cost. He'll be down to 29 health. Can Dexter snap this upwards?
Oh!
Not quite. And his head just over top of the box, so he gets wrecked.
Ooh.
Magisk's gonna go down on A empty-handed.
Lovely from Elige.
And that's gonna be an A bomb site wrapped up. Now, there was that quote that the desk brought up with Magisk saying, you know, it's not about me, it's about these players, X, Y, Z, giving them more space. Giving those players space makes absolute sense. But just because they get the space doesn't mean you can drop the ball mechanically. That USP kill from behind the vent could allude to a slow day in the office for Magisk.
He was given space to TeSeS for that clutch.
Yeah, okay. I don't think TeSeS wants that much space.
You need to exercise some gratitude, Connor. You can't see a gift
Okay.
from a mile away.
You know? I think TeSeS would appreciate it. Maybe just a 1v1.
I mean, go back, watch the MongolZ game. You see how important Magisk was just to be able to get his kills because they came to him so often. Yeah, that's definitely an excuse. As an anchor, absolutely. You know, if you have a 1.09 rating on the year as an anchor, you're a damn good anchor, right? You know, you're not going to be getting numbers like Monesi Zaiwu or Simple or whoever, Simple, or, you know, Donk. But he's still below, way below, you know, 8-star anchor or a player that's is overachieving in his role. Definitely not.
Sitting at a 0.96 in 2025. And under pressure on this A site, as FaZe will target him to collect their second. Up to the ramp real quick. Brokey, you've got TeSeS coming at you. Oh, he checks it intermittently. And TeSeS finds just the right amount of timing, just enough space to slip away 5v4.
Crazy.
So TeSeS off to the races again today. A 7-3 start here on Nuke CT side. Looks good on him. And this is a TeSeS who, you know, again, if we're to believe the rumor mill, is also out there.
He's tidying up the place, right? He's trying to make himself look good here before he maybe has to find a new lineup. And he's doing a damn good job, him and Dexter for that matter.
There it is. They didn't see anything on the first, but they'll break it open twice, and Dexter collects. Not to mention damage onto Rain here. Nico sensing that pack of players crossing outer behind the wall. All you need to find is the one. You get an inkling as to the likelihood of FaZe Clan's movements. And while Kixan sits over towards Single, MP9 in hand.
So impressive the way that Falcons have been playing so far. And even though FaZe have picked up a couple of rounds here, I actually feel like Falcons' rotations have been even stronger. They've looked like they've been in control of rounds. More timings.
No plants.
Yeah, that's it. Nothing. No plant. A fourth round here for the Falcons. That's actually really easy for them. I mean, you look at that. There's barely even a duel where FaZe shoot back.
And they scamper away on the cross spam. It all starts with TeSeS feeling ballsy.
That was a little awkward, you know. I mean, it was like Brokey was watching most of that push, but he did have clearly a blind spot on the right side of the smoke.
So wall of smokes outside with nothing behind it, so a sudden pop into upper by the looks of it. FaZe 5 strong in lobby. Flash for Kerrigan. Out it goes. Kixan, he's got to try to chase the guy sprinting down beneath him. Magisk's gonna let him have that bomb site. Plant attempts going down. Rain almost gets away with it, but Dexter quick to scoop him up. And that's 5 to Falcons early.
Another good round where, like, even though Kixan dies instantly after the one kill, there's just so many players there. They don't even get the plant off. Like, there's very, very, very good cover and support from everybody here rotating. They're running a tight unit right now.
I think Falcons are very hot to the trot in some of these rounds. You know, whether that's making opening moves like TeSeS, just getting into trophy without wasting time, but also just reacting to the little pieces of map control FaZe are getting away with. Very fluid-looking Falcons.
Very aerodynamic.
Ooh, Magisk's turn to make a play. And wastes no time. A lot of disrespect coming out of the Falcons in terms of these smoke pushes.
Oh, that bounce is crazy.
Dexter's been having some crazy bounces. It giveth, it taketh. That Eno defuse back on Ancient.
The way Alicia's comfortable dueling it up.
Headshot starting to return this round back into the realm of possibility. Kerrigan's gonna walk outdoors. Oh, he recovers that. Magis catches him by surprise. And Kerrigan still gets the kill. 18 health, walks away towards lobby. Kixan's gonna go for the chase, but as he chases this, you've got more of FaZe Clan's members coming back.
It's a good push, though.
Doesn't look like Kixan will get out of here for free.
He doesn't need to. He's got Squeaky.
Okay. Even better. A kill on Kerrigan would have been one thing, but now if they let their guard down, he's got more to collect. Double kill, and that damage done early onto Kerrigan could serve up a triple here for Kixan. Molotov to burn him wide, he'll spray him down. 3 kills from the in-game leader of Falcons, getting active as his whole team has all map long.
It's excruciating. It's another moment where Brokey is like, he's checking it, but doesn't check it and clear it all the way. It's right after Kerrigan falls out of Squeaky, too. Oh boy, small moments of timing, small gaps, watching angles. And so you could say, you know, slightly unlucky moments for FaZe, but you also have to point out like how quick Falcons have been to recover space. I mean, even that early on, I think the first rifle, or the pistol round, in fact, it was TSS who found the right moment to come back up the secret stairs and flanked him outside. Very in tune with all of FaZe's decisions. Okay, well, what have we got here? Half buy coming in. FaZe need to get this together. There doesn't seem like a strong case for this round. We do have a lot of utility, though.
Goes around, comes around, TSS. Better be careful. You poke and prod that smoke one time too often, they're gonna come swinging at you. And that's the plan here for FaZe. But again, you know, Swift to help out. But it falls silent. It's fine. TSS seems comfortable. You know, there's nothing too bad going on outdoors. Just Nico leaning along main. Rain gets close. Tech9 is so clean. Nice shot out of Rain. Now he can put pressure on Degster, which opens the door for the ramp plays. But the fact Degster strikes down the outer player, you can have ramp. That's the concession Falcons are willing to make here in the 9th round.
They do have 2 smokes, so getting downstairs is viable without taking over control side, which is going to be hard with these pistols. The fight is given up, but oh, TSS, that's an AK.
Didn't see that one coming. Kerrigan just steamrolls in.
Express delivery.
Rifle given up. Alige, Desert Eagle. Can he join up with Kerrigan? Does he want to?
They're just playing separately.
Flash over towards the stairs. Kerrigan just waiting for them to step up. And as they do, Magisk just fast with it. Alige, Desert Eagle stuck in the corner. Magisk arrives on the scene. The double up out of the windowsill, and everything's going swimmingly here for the Falcons. Seems like they can do no wrong, you know? Even with FaZe Clan getting an opening here and there, seems fine. Protocols in place, and everybody picking up slack if anybody happens to go down. I mean, Nico gets blasted out of this one with a Tech9 bullet.
Yeah.
No problem, because the rest of this unit from Falcons is making up for the fact that you've got Nico sitting -5 and 6.
I mean, yeah, they've got like levels here, and I think they're not even playing scared. They've been lower when they need to be. They can multi-kill on multiple players, even if it's not Nico. And I don't know. Yeah, FaZe needs to go like that extra distance, like in that 2v3 situation, playing it 1-1. They didn't know that all the Falcons would be joined up on control side, but maybe there was a more creative decision they could have had to try to even the odds.
Dexter's been able to capitalize on opening these smokes, but that one goes a little too far, and he would have exposed the guy right in the open.
Big time.
Alige able to cross over, they pinch him. It's a targeted split that comes at the opera of Falcons.
Some noise made right here, but Alige going underneath, that's going to be a free kill, right?
Okay, he gets there. A little bit wild, especially for somebody like Alige.
Yeah, that was crazy. Clearly a decent decision, though.
Sprays away through the vent. Well, metal.
I just almost called the animal control. It's like, who's this wild animal running around outside? And Elige, yeah, he's scary because you never know he's going to take his next duel.
It's the bald eagle up in heaven now. Kixan decides to press out from Hut. He's worried about Squeaky, but it's Main that's the bigger issue. And Elige connects into Tesses as well. So here we go. This is a much better round out of FaZe Clan. Starts by pinching into Degster, isolating a duel outside, and then getting Elige to follow forward with the momentum.
Yeah, that's already, I mean, FaZe are down 7-2 at the moment, now 7-3, barring some kind of miracle. But, you know, 10 kills is pretty much on par for Elige maps on Nuke. So he's showing us something super strong. Hopefully, FaZe can capitalize on it more. Nuke's not a map you often see first picked. Kind of refreshing, though.
I don't know why. It feels like we're at the end of the series, starting off with Nuke.
Yeah. It's just a series ender, man. That in Inferno.
Here we are. Meanwhile, we've got Mirage as a decider if we need it. We haven't seen FaZe Clan on Mirage since February. So, a little mystery here sprinkled into the formula.
A little mystery Mirage? Nice. That sounds like a good ice cream flavor.
It actually does. Like a rocky road.
Yeah.
But, you know, not too many bumps for the Falcons so far. This one's been smooth sailing. Sonic's going to come through with his second tack. Excuse me. First tack pause of the game.
Is it? Is that how that works?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that means 2 remaining out of 3.
Oh, right. Okay. But it's not on their second.
I was confident. I'm always confident until you ask. But I feel like the game hasn't slowed down.
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking at the scoreboard. There wasn't a reason to pause.
Yep. You're right.
I am right. I am right.
But what would it say if it was their second? And
It'd say 1 out of 3.
Oh, and then it would be 0.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm like Littlefinger, just causing chaos for no reason.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure you want to stick around here, Frozen? Because you've got no support. And Falcons have been pretty adamant about poking these smokes. So he better keep his guard up in the lobby on his own. Kerrigan throwing all the grenades over the top. And Rain also, this is kind of mysterious, right? Because Dexter's been pretty adamant about playing inside of Garage. They don't see any contact. Deep smokes. Oh, Tesses lines it up. I think Elige was stomping, so easy lineup on the audio. What Falcons don't have out of the gate for Outer, they instead look to reclaim with the potential for that secret push. Oh, still just buying their time, 2 players down there, and they should be patient because Brokey's got an op trained on them from Redbox. This push could get held back by FaZe's Opper.
These are great mid-round moments, though.
Oh, perfect timing.
Yeah. Wow.
Perfect lineup. Nico comes swiftly to the top of the staircase.
So perfect with Kixan. He was already out there for so long.
Just nets them everything. Nice change up from the Falcons off of attack pause. It's a different look to their typical Outer setups that we've had all half long, and it's one that finds just the utmost perfect timing.
They're playing excellent CS today. They have in their last few series. I didn't think they would survive the MongolZ game, but you got to say they're really validating that. Very close win. You know, overtime on Ancient. Tesses 3K when it looked like that was the end of them. They're showing us that like there's even more to give.
Yeah.
And they fought MongolZ when MongolZ were actually powered up. Like that was the best CS they showed at this event after starting off extremely slow.
There was definitely mistakes from MongolZ and big individual moments out of Falcons, but what I feel today, the Falcons that I'm looking at right now, this is the Falcons I remember playing in Cluj-Napoca. This is the Falcons that went on to get to Grand Finals and push MOUZ. This feels like the communication, right? Look at the communication between players in this first map of the series.
Oh, you can just see
you can't say that that's what we've had all week long.
Agreed.
You know, with the rumor mill swirling, it felt like Falcons were just tense. and not on the same page. That has changed. Because no matter what comes next, you're seizing the opportunity that is in this moment. And that is a semifinals with a FaZe Clan that's getting mopped up on Nuke for the most part. Gunning for the 4th T round of the half. Nico tries to emerge out from a smoke. It's a double entry out of rain. And that's what they needed. A little multi-kill to put that bomb down. FaZe Clan looking for their 4th of the half. Non-consecutive round wins this entire T side. It's been very difficult to break through versus Falcons consecutively. But if you can just sprinkle in a few rounds, pick up that CT pistol, your map pick's still on. For now, retake attempt between TeSeS and Dexter. You've got a smoke for Dexter at some point that's gonna come out. He gets popped though. Nice rifle work out of the FaZe Clan. 4 rounds on the T side. They had to work for it versus a well-oiled war machine on Falcons.
I really enjoyed that half. Again, with the teams today, I don't know who makes it to tomorrow. Without MongolZ and Aurora, I just don't know who's guaranteed. But I'll say this half was maybe a little bit disappointing with the timings that happened early on for FaZe, but so well played from Falcons. Like you just have to appreciate that so much. I mean, the CS they showed here, the way that TeSeS has stepped up for this event as well. Him and Dexter, I think FaZe are hoping, all right, we start fast today. We show ourselves like we can see ourselves in the grand finals. You know, we're clicking now, but this will be a true test at this point. We can see that if they get by this. Now, numerically, they got a 4-round T half, a pistol, and they literally could forget about how some of those early round timings go. I actually don't think this is the end of the world with a CT side to look forward to. What we're trying to see here for the Falcons is simply that their T side is as good as their CT side, because their CT side was pristine. Second best pistoling team at the event, and Mango brought up Falcons are the #1 team to fumble second rounds after pistols.
It's a good stat line to remember coming into this. Haphazard smoke spam out of rain will not connect, and Falcons in a comfortable place. Just close out this pistol. You give yourself a golden ticket to an easy map 1 win. Nico drops vent, wraps back around main. Because that smoke was up, he was hoping to get into this in time. And there is still just enough time. Very quick to it. He finishes off rain. It's a just sea of headshots from the rest of the Falcons. Frozen, nothing he can do about it. Falcons will continue to win pistols, and this one they do damn near flawless. How comfortable you must be to go for that secret wraparound. You just know all the timings are playing into your hand, so long as they convert it.
Once you've gotten there, I mean, there's no sense in a FaZe player going lower at that moment. Fence open. So Nico knows that eventually he can be the one to clutch the round if things go wrong, but nothing does. Everybody hits their shots. Now FaZe have to do, have to try to eco them, which is entirely possible. Again, Falcons have been quite flimsy on these second round purchases.
Thing is, it's just so weak of a buy, right? 0 kills. When we saw the force for Falcons, which they managed to pull off in the first half, well, that was that Nico M4, supported by an MP9.
That's a good point, man. Like,
FaZe don't have that.
A kill is a smoke or a better gun, or
As far as forces in the second go, this one is peanuts. All shell.
I like sometimes chewing up. No, I'll save it. I don't need to.
You whatever that. What you keep that to yourself.
Life gives you peanuts. Make peanut butter.
Deep shots come out. Smoke is well timed at least. You're down to 40 seconds. I mean, there's one thing where the guns can win this round. There's another one where Falcons kind of trip over their own feet.
They are a little bit.
You know what I mean?
They're taking a lot of time to do nothing right now.
Yeah. I could try to highlight the fact that they don't have the best hardware, but maybe Falcons offer the rope over to FaZe. Magisk connects to Rain first. That's a hut push spotted. There's a second player along that wall. And as long as you play it down with just a little time to spare, that margin of error still exists here. Heaven player a bit late to the
still
party.
haven't planted.
Kixan now starts to punch in the digits. You've given the AK over. Galil picked up from the vent point. Kixan off onto the hut. Frag grenade with Elige's name on it. That's how he's going to get it over the line.
Woo!
But talk about close. Unnecessarily close.
They got scared. They got scared. They took a lot of time. They didn't, because FaZe didn't give him a kill. They didn't have much direction for what to do next. They went with their nearest option, which was upper. They tried to go lower. They definitely would have run out of time. So, okay, FaZe, that would have been a massive opportunity. You saw they were a little bit nervous, but they couldn't make it happen. And a similar buy without the nades comes through for FaZe. It was still around with only one alive. Ramp is wide open with the bomb going here.
Ooh. Yep. That's Nico. And this looks like Doom. Carrigan 5-7's bananas.
Oh, it's Doom.
It's not going to get anything going here. Brokey's MP9 still unspotted, so could catch him off guard, but nope. Dexter's plant goes uncontested. Single door yet to swing. Falcons keep this one on its hinges.
It's a bit better, right? They just picked ramp and decided to hit it. Of course, it helps that no one from FaZe was there for this round.
Yeah, that last round kind of felt like, you know, they didn't want to make the mistake of losing in the second round. And maybe because it's been happening often to them, that's why they're a little more cautious.
Great irony of not wanting to make a mistake.
Yeah. We have to be cautious. That caution is what almost costs you.
Maui said actually the other day that what is it?
Would you like to try that again?
Perfection is the enemy of good. And trying to aim for it will, ironically, keep you away from both.
Well, we could be staring at what may be the one and only gun round of FaZe Clan on the CT half. It's at least an op for Brokey, but he is looking like a shell of himself. The version that we've seen in Bucharest, that is. Elige stepped up to the plate. FaZe Clan just, you know, the irony. We just talked about how Elige has yet to have a good game of Nuke on this FaZe Clan. Finally starts to piece one together versus the better opposition, and where's his team? Looks like it'll have to be Elige to at least soften things up in the 16th. Gets a fight versus Magisk. That's the furthest back Falcon. As everybody else crosses the secret stairs, you'll see Rain go down the vent. Elige looking still for some kind of vision outer.
Oh man, these FaZe are broke right now. They've got like very low util, less than one full kit. Brokey's first time on an op in this half. It just, you know, he can have great impact, but he's not going to get many chances to do it. Needs to be now, Brokey.
Oh, there's just so many players holding for the pop-up. There's just a spread of Falcons.
Wow.
5 players wide, even if Brokey kills one, which he didn't, but even if.
That was Tarek peeking mid on Dust too.
Yeah, there is an entire unit of Falcons players ready to go, and that's all because Elige, you know, doesn't end up actually confirming anybody outer, barring Magisk, who is all the far back and has now been killed. The one casualty here for Falcons. This 12th round could not have come for more, or could not have been freer.
This is a decisive game from the Falcons, man, and even though FaZe clearly are not going to have many chances to prove themselves here on CT side, it's, you know, hard to argue they should have gotten more rounds. They had some chances in that first half, and this was actually a decent setup to at least get some kills. I mean, they just didn't even do that, so What can you say? 12-4, justified here. Falcons 1 away from stomping this first map.
FaZe Clan thinking this nuke pick was going to catch Falcons. We got some claw marks on the FaZe Clan after this one. This is a no mercy moment in a head-to-head. Four teams remain in this event. Two of these rosters with rumored roster changes to occur. And so you could find the out for the Falcons, especially when you had tuned in earlier this week and watched them kind of flail around the server looking disjointed. And that's putting it politely. Tapping into the potential we saw. FaZe Clan yesterday had the most dominant win of their year over 3D Max. 5 rounds between 2 maps. What happened?
They squeaked it. 3D Max, they squeaked it.
Squeaked it?
They squeaked it.
Shout out Squeaks one time.
Shout out Squeaks. 5 rounds max.
Four rounds max today.
All right, cue the dwarf core.
I've actually requested myself specifically that this is now the only soundtrack at PGL.
Yeah.
So if you are one of the critics, you can blame me. And I say you've got bad taste in music because dwarf core is all the rage.
Yeah. You should be going long on dwarf core. TeamSpeak issue right now, but talk is cheap. If that's the dance for dwarf core,
This is dwarf core dancing.
I'm not sure I'm a fan anymore.
I'm going to do it in front of the camera so production can see too. Show the world, production, I dare you.
Keep dancing.
Okay.
On the way to the mines. It's an honest day's work being a dwarf. I'm glad that these teams didn't see that. Might be distracting.
Motivational, in my opinion,
Be
but
hard to focus on the game again after that.
I think Falcons just want to get this one wrapped up. It's a TeamSpeak issue, so it should be fixed shortly.
Yeah, they definitely have been using their communication as their biggest advantage here on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean,
Crazy how good that they've played. I mean, they're obviously making this look like it's their map pick. What a showing from the Falcons today.
I mean, to hell with the rumors. Like, this is actually the version of Falcons that everybody tuned in to watch. Everybody anticipated, I thought, them to make playoffs, have a deep run. Like, they established those expectations after an awesome Cluj. And so it's nice to see it. You know, we talk about other rosters in the past. FaZe, in fact, as one that powers up as events go on. It just felt like the Falcons' communication breakdown was going to be an unfixable issue. Nice to see they can pull it out when it matters, because this is a $1.25 million event. And I think more than anything else, Falcons just looking for a trophy. The PGL circuit gave them their first grand finals. Dexter right back into the action here. That tech issue, nothing but a delayed outcome by the looks of things, because Elige is now down for the count, 4v5, and FaZe trying to get this going somehow, some way.
There was like a single point of failure outside, but Falcons are not even going to use it to cross. They're going to take their 5v4 and just turn it into an exec, it looks like. However, the lobby crunch coming in. Might be a little lack of space. Kerrigan spotting one. Frozen in a good spot.
The pinch looks good though. Frozen can't hang on, however. Kerrigan going down with nothing. Means man advantage for the Falcons. Dexter awaits Rain trying to get active. And this is just across the board a dominant performance out of Falcons on a FaZe map pick that they seem more than content to be playing out on.
They didn't hear this, it looks like.
3 players coming at him. Brokey will find TeSS at least. That was low health. Bomb drop, double kill here for Brokey. Maybe just a little more for FaZe to offer up. No soar. Dexter to the headshot. And that is the version of Falcons that we all want to see. Tapping back into potential, the communication has returned. And that is how they'll pave the road to this grand finals if they keep it up.
Soared in as a flock and just grasped FaZe's map pick away from them. Falcons is now 1 up in the semi-final. And to be fair, gents, when they came in, they just looked sharper from the get-go. The whole way through, it just looked like they were far more warmed up and ready than FaZe was.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe did win the pistol, but after that, you know, fumbling that second round put them in on a trajectory for what a disappointing map. And on the other hand, I really want to hype up Falcons. This was a really good showing, a really strong CT side in terms of just being proactive when needed, fighting outside together when needed, and, you know, some individual step-ups, you know, from the likes of TeSS and Dexter, and most importantly, Kixen. As the IGL, I think he won them a few crucial rounds that put them in cruise control on the CT side, and then, you know, the closeout was pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think Falcons just more sharp individually, not only in terms of their aim, but also in terms of their decision-making, the rotations. You know, in a couple of those mid-rounds, sometimes despite having a man disadvantage, they were still able to outmaneuver FaZe and win some rounds, and FaZe didn't win consecutive rounds in the first half. That was what made them sort of play the game on nightmare mode, right? And allowed for Falcons to build up a good economy that enables you to go for more plays, for more moves, and they just closed it out in the second half without too much trouble after winning the pistol and converting that second round.
That first half, exactly like you said, though, Yanko, Falcons was able to adapt. It felt to me, though, that FaZe, it was like they had nothing creative in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of disappointed with that second round. Like, your anti-eco going B, 5 people, 4 people through the small door. Like, I don't know, not a lot of pressure put on Falcons at all, and you run into Nico with an M4 doesn't really help, right? And I mean, this guy showing up quite well, TeSS for sure. Like, we were talking about the individuals on the FaZe side, like about how Brokey is stepping up. We're talking about Frozen. Honestly, the only guy that did something was Elige, fighting outside. You know, his opening duels didn't really work that well, but he was getting multi-kills, he was getting traded off, and he was fighting like impact in the rounds. Unfortunately, the closing part, which is usually the Frozen Brokey, weren't really on point this time around.
I mean, even Kixen in that first half was fragging out as the IGL. It just felt like, from a FaZe point of view, do you think that they didn't expect this from Falcons when they made this map pick?
I don't know. I think it was clear that Falcons had a game plan to be disruptive on the CT side. You saw that early on, even from TeSS in that push through the smoke. Then Magus did it in Squeaky Door the following round. So I think that threw a spanner in the works a little bit for Kerrigan, who I think wanted to establish sort of yard control. I think they wanted to target Nico and Dexter outside, right? And whether it's going through secret or whether it's, like we saw in one of the rounds, trying to wrap with the smoke window, smoke main, that was the focus of FaZe, but the problem is you want to do that. This is what happens, you know, in one of the early rounds, the reset rounds, right? Just the peak happens, then you have Magisk in round number 8, and even in a 2v3 later on, Kixan just pushes door on his own and finds all 3 players, right? This happened time and time again. Round 11, another reset round. If FaZe wins this one, might be 7-5, but again, we see the secret push in the mid round. Kixan is also trying to clear yard together, and every single time, you know, they were one step ahead of FaZe, and FaZe couldn't get to the late round, right? Even if a few times they would get an opening or something, they would get some control in the early round. Falcons was able to retake all of that control and more in the mid round.
Yeah, I think that outside round was just such a nice example of Falcons being on point, playing together, being sharp as well. Like, it wasn't like FaZe was completely caught off guard, but it simply had too many people outside in the right timing to shut that down and then, you know, close the round. So yeah, really, really impressive. Honestly, really impressed by Falcons and how they're playing. And, you know, going into this match, I'm thinking, I don't know really what to make of either teams. Obviously, both have great individuals. There's going to be some, like, you know, some highlight moments and stuff like that. But really, realistically, Falcons with the MongolZ win and then the GamerLegion win, they're really tested in both of these matches. And that was kind of giving me some more hope, maybe, versus a FaZe that, you know, defeated Apogee, you know, the upstarts, and then 3D Max in such a convincing and easy way, where they I don't know, didn't really get tested the way they are tested now against Falcons, like actively being pushed at the right timing, not only in the first 15 seconds, but also late in the round, and finding these little gaps that open up in the late round.
What's the conversation outside between FaZe right now? If they're looking back on their nuke, what is being said?
I think you...
Probably nothing.
No, I think it's just, you need to say, you know, like some of these, I think Kerrigan will definitely shoulder some of the blame, perhaps for a couple calls, and say, maybe we should have done it a little bit differently. But in the end, they lost key rounds and they were getting reset, right? And in the second half, you know, they couldn't get anything going. There wasn't a lot of room for them to try and mount a comeback. I think the silver lining for them is you're going to Ancient, which you still like to play if you're a FaZe Clan, right? It's not a punish from the side of Falcons. It's more Falcons picking to their own comfort. So you're just trying to sort of maybe get a little bit of extra energy going from some of the guys. Prof said outside of Elige, no one really, you know, was contributing. He was incredibly sharp and incredibly impactful. So you just want to get people going so that you can start having some momentum, and your individuals to perhaps, even with, you know, all these teams, FaZe, Falcons, G2, they're not winning games solely off of having rounds with advantages, right? Like, your players give you a couple of 3v4s, 2v3s, 2v4s, right? Like, you're able to steal some of those rounds away, and I think that's what FaZe is hoping for, right? That their players just step up a little bit more as well, because some of those outmaneuverings happen because maybe you're a little bit too quiet on TeamSpeak. People aren't updating the information. You know, this is open. They're maybe not reacting quickly enough to Kerrigan's call, and that's why they get caught in transition.
Tactically, how do you clip Falcons' wings when you're coming into Ancient, keeping in mind that they're also going to be feeling quite confident, soaring quite high after taking that win?
Yeah, I mean, the way they played yesterday against the GamerLegion, I feel like that's the same approach they'll try here, Falcons. That is, I mean, take mid control, maybe not instantly, but with a slight delay, and then work off of it, leave a lurker, and do like some hits, try to find openings. What happened yesterday was a lot of opening kills found for Falcons very easily, and I don't think FaZe will be giving them that. I think they'll be a bit more careful, and they'll fight mid, I think, more often, like with Frozen and Elige. That's what they love to do, and that's why they are playing where they're playing. So I think that's going to be a bit of a more exciting fight this time around.
Yes, I think FaZe is definitely going to be more proactive in the mid-round compared to GamerLegion. Last time in Cluj when they played Ancient, it was the strong CT side really from Falcons that propelled them to winning that map. Kixan he was the top performer on Ancient too, and the way Nuke has been going, can maybe expect him to continue that. I would expect for Falcons maybe the adjustment to be to their T side. Yesterday they didn't really go A all that much in terms of when they wanted to change the pace. It was mostly mid-round, we kill a guy, then we go donut and we just finish the round on A. But if they are going to change the pace from the default, taking mid control and whatnot, A might be, you know, that switch of doing it on A might be a good call also, because Elige, Frozen, they both would prefer to be mid than really to play on A.
Yeah, and then just finding timings there, even if it's not like a full execute, just having like a lurker kind of test out. Is there anyone A? And we know these teams like to just chill and leave it open for periods of time. So I think that's also going to be a part of the game plan. But as you said, like FaZe pick this map 50% of the time when it's open. Like, this is a map they play quite a bit. But I really, every time I see Kixan on Ancient, I just think back to the Paris Major, his amazing comeback against an IP when he called circles around Alexi B on Ancient. So, you know, I'm feeling pretty confident about their chances here for a 2-0.
He beat FaZe at the Major with Heroic too, right? Yeah. So I think he just also enjoys Ancient a lot, and that's why we see them in this tournament too, T-sides, just even when losing pistol and everything, having a slow start to the half, are still able to get it done in the gun round. So a very tall task for FaZe Clan. They absolutely need to step up or they'll be out 2-0.
This is probably an impossible question for both of you to answer, and I suppose if you could answer it,
it's impossible.
Here we go.
If you could answer it correctly, you'd end up being hired by FaZe, I'm sure. Why do they look...
I don't know if Janko wants that.
Yeah. Why do they look so uninspired at the moment?
Oh, I mean, I think anyone can have games where they look uninspired. Unfortunately for FaZe, this happens a bit too often for, you know, for their championship aspirations and stuff like this. But yeah, I think it's a mix of everything, you know, individuals and the game planning and other people just showing up.
It's the struggles, right? And perhaps people don't click as much outside of the game yet, right? That's why Robin is there, I believe. You know, he used to be the coach. He's just a great guy to have around the team. You know, obviously has known Carrigan and Rain for ages, even Brokey now. So I think they're aware they need to work on that, right? Like you're not going to play great Counter-Strike if the energy is low and people are sort of communicating, you know, it feels like an obligation to be there. Like everything needs to be flowing, it needs to be popping. You need to have high energy and update constantly, suggest things to your teammates, ask for things from your teammates, right? And then it's infectious both ways, right? Like then everyone is doing it. We're all sort of feeling it. You have the confidence that you're going to win, and the other way around, you're sort of sometimes feels like just going through the motions, like you are giving information, but it feels like things are happening to you instead of you actually playing the game.
Well, there you go. The gents have weighed in on what we saw on Nuke, and now we go to Ancient. Is a repeat of PGL Cluj in the cards? We'll have to find out after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Into the musty swamps of Ancient we go. Falcons showed no flaws whatsoever throughout that first map, Mohan. I am in firm belief that they are about to sail forward to another grand final, FaZe from their most dominant win of the year to a map that they just simply couldn't get into. What do you make of that?
I agree, unfortunately. I was really hoping this would be a closer series. I feel like this grand finals is actually up for grabs, and if FaZe wanted to play better today, they could have definitely made it more competitive. But the fact they picked Nuke and made it look like it was Falcons' pick with how well they played that map, it's hard to believe. You had me believe in the game versus Apogee, and then they really did. There was something there, man. FaZe were back for a second.
Yeah, they were.
So, I mean, the series isn't done yet. That's what they got to tell themselves.
And us tell the viewer.
Yeah. We've all got to think that we're going to get a third map here. Come on.
Just do something.
My caffeine hasn't even kicked in yet.
Do something. There we go. Frozen. Opening kill. Rain could go unnoticed, but he reveals his hand. That smoke grenade with a little gap on it. Everybody's still for Falcons behind it because they've got no control of anything else. Elige, nice angle. Uses the signpost to find Nico's melon. And so man advantage to the FaZe Clan. Game is on.
Interesting moment. So we'll go back around to B. There is no one pushed down the ramp. FaZe are really concerned about everything at the moment. Kerrigan's flicking around in case there's been a loose piece that's decided to lurk. But what do you do when you get this thinned out? Does Dexter go first? And if he doesn't, I mean, got to have these two entries. He's got to pick the perfect timing here, Dexter, depending on how these kills go. Right after first contact. Otherwise, how are you going to make it there in time?
Smoke could make this weird. Kicksand goal for the plant on the edge of it. Kerrigan doesn't line it up. Retakes on.
Yeah, still. Dexter got out.
Man advantage. Low Magisk. He hits a gush, though, on Elige and gives himself a chance for the safe reload. And that flank is slowly but surely getting into position. Dexter can't afford to rush this, but that tap on the bomb doesn't get bought. Rain now is actually defusing. Dexter comes through. They get him off the defuse. Magisk has managed another kill, and then Kerrigan, who was trying to get his hands on the bomb. For a second there, looked like Dexter wasn't going to be able to strike them all down, but it causes carnage, and Falcons win another pistol.
Well, what can you say? Another beautifully played round out of the Falcons. From a massive disadvantage, they used that Dexter lurk perfectly, and because they got that plant down without even having to take a fight, because of their smoke and no one pushing down Banana, well, he had lots of time to make sure that he could walk in. I mean, that was a delicate operation, and that a lot of things could have gone wrong and Falcons could have lost, but they pulled it off. Hard to be surprised when, again, they're playing their A game today. That's a very disheartening moment for FaZe.
Had a little confidence going their way when they were just looking down the ramp at players that looked desperate to get into fights, but Falcons knew what they were banking on, and Dexter delivers.
The Degster TSS show versus the Mongols on Ancient is what got them here. Mongols make a few mistakes and the Falcons capitalized, but I mean, as well-oiled as Falcons looked on Nuke, this is a whole new beast today. Much more impressive version of themselves. They're gonna find that vacant A bomb site now. Plant goes uncontested. Falcons, who have struggled, as Yanko pointed out, to convert pistols regularly. This one, no issue, as it is just USPs out there. Got to be careful to let Falcons build up that early money. See if any deaths happen, but not likely. All's good here for the Falcons camp. 2-0 immediately.
Right away. Dexter also high output on Ancient. There's no punish here. Obviously, both teams, good maps they're comfortable with. Awkward that FaZe lost their choice, but they'll be okay to play on Ancient, of course. But I understand it completely why Falcons wanted to play here. Let's see how much happens inside of middle. Desk yesterday was discussing Nico. Yanko brought up that Nico's kind of cramped on mid. It's not as nice as Nuke, where he can walk around freely and take his time isolating duels.
Good time flash here from Degster. Pops out onto Elige. Rain double kill put down. And Dexter's even going to find Frozen on that A main activity. Good opening here for Brokey to bring it back. It was looking like the Falcons were going to have an edge. Now it boils down to Kixan versus Kerrigan on B.
They actually must know Kixan's lurk. He often does this. So you can see that both players are over here. This is, I think, just a really smart read out of FaZe. I think Kixan half is aware that, you know, they're going to be prepared for this push too, but it is a 2v1 for a moment.
Oh my God, he turns!
Him.
And he just wins both duels on his own. No teammate even needed. It's one thing for Brokey to be caught crossing into the site like that, but for him to snap it onto the headshot towards the player on the right.
That kind of epitomizes this series,
okay.
Right?
It's the right call from FaZe. It's the right positioning. Looks like they're going to be interruptive in a good way.
You can see Kixan's even a little nervous about making the play because he knows that he's often trying to be that lurk. And yeah, that was at the very minimum FaZe. It had to be a 1v1, right? You're saving now.
Artillery down middle here for FaZe Clan. Frag grenades chucked out, and they do very little damage. FaZe Clan not getting their money's worth, I'll tell you that. Simply have to be better. A winnable position in round 3. Back to pistols here in the 4th. More utility to try to hold them back on elbow. They'll keep Elige alive by burning that last grenade for the FaZe Clan. And there's plenty more util where the Falcons kick this off with. They'll smoke off donut side. They know Elige is still in there. It's a matter of time. Nico will just spray him out. Screw waiting around, and more smoke spam connects ever so slightly. This round still has a little bit of life left in it for FaZe, but we're starting to see Falcons set their targets onto that B site, and at the moment FaZe still pulling back from A, but not fast enough to get ahead of what feels like this Falcons commitment bound to come in before they arrive, you'd think. But there's still a little hesitation here from Falcons, and FaZe keep this moving. Yeah. Here's the execute.
They take time to get organized sometimes versus these pistols. But they're in. No one in the site either, just in cave.
Ooh, that helps. Degster down first. We get the push out of Kerrigan. There's a second player here, though. Brokey tries to dive the bomb. And here comes Frozen up from short side. Back through smoke temporarily. 5-7's finding its damage, but it's covered by TSS. All's good. Majority alive for Falcons. And a 4-0 start that's just tearing up this semifinal.
They kicked it into gear right at the perfect moment. And ultimately, with FaZe playing from within cave, there wasn't too many opportunities to create some friction for the site exec. So good. I mean, for Falcons, they've survived the anti-eco tests in this series, even if a couple of rounds have been close or they've been slightly low on time.
just straight up loses the duel. Elige gets his head torn off. It's a sudden pop out of the Falcons, so playing with confidence. We saw that boiling over on Nuke. There's no reason not to be wielding it now.
This is rough. They know TeSS was over on B as well, I think.
There we go. Frozen finding Kixan. Exposed. Smoke open for a second.
Here's a lurk right there.
And now TeSS times it to perfection. Rain not given a chance to exit. Brokey's just going to have to leave here. They don't find anything inside of the site to convince themselves to retake with, and the costs too costly to let that all rack up.
That elbow timing is so important, but like at a certain, it's so hard to deal with from the CT side. You know you're going to be rotating over. You know someone's going to be waiting for you. They're waiting for the last second to peek, but they're the ones who are in the power position. The bomb is down. You have to eventually go, and you don't even know if he's going to lurk from elbow or as Rain was looking from caves or outside of B. So Raw duel 1 versus Elige here over on the A site. I don't know if he's a permanent fixture on A or if that's changed, but this was a rifle. That was a rifle, like, just out of spawn setup, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. Oh, the song of my people.
At least we're going to get the op back in play here for Brokey. But we are just waiting for this game to start for FaZe, man.
And that strong performance from Elige as the Nuke map was so swiftly robbed away by Falcons, but haven't had to talk about any kind of individual level from any of the other FaZe members. I think I speak for many when I said we were all happy for FaZe to find an improvement in form, and we were all signing up for what could have been an awesome back and forth between them and Falcons today, but the semifinal, I can't lie, it's been flat out of FaZe. Elige will find 2 though. Nice. That's what they needed. It is a fight offered over to them by Falcons, who decide to come swinging out through elbow. They knew what they signed up for. And Elige able to push them back. Maybe FaZe's first. Maybe.
Yeah, a bit weary based on some of the rounds that we've seen so far to call it too soon. Three v 5, still got some healthy players. The right amount of utility. Falcons know they're teaming with confidence, right? Like, it's one bad miss and this site gets run over. It's a double cave setup again, so FaZe are not aiming to push. And the smoke comes out quite early. They can definitely wait it out. Passive lines here from the A players. Not that they need more help in B.
There it is, the audio to confirm it. Rain's gonna stay tucked in. It draws Brokey back for a second, but Fire means he can't come out for a peek. Rain's still committed to this corner.
They have that smoke too. There's a flash, but
Crossfire looks good from Cave at least. Rain still just tucked in as tight as necessary. TeSS turns, and that is the moment. They'll swing out and strike them all down. FaZe off of the Elige double, felt like they were always gonna win this. And Magic's gonna remind them of what's in store as the headshots connect, but it's that opening double down from Jonathan Jablanowski that puts FaZe on the board. Their 5th round of this series.
Yeah, that was the firepower of Elige right there. Unfortunately, not even all the nades landed in the right spots there for FaZe. I don't think Elige was set up for success with the utility that came in, but he still reacted extremely well here. At least that second flash does its job.
Rain offers up that helping hand, and we'll go back to the mid plate. Pelt it with util, dive into the donut. Huge nade damage here for Kixan to have to handle, and Elige sees that opening in middle. They pop open elbow, though, catching him on the climb up. He thought he could escape. The pressure stays on. And Falcons 4 versus 2 in the 7th round. This will continue to be a series of non-consecutive round wins if FaZe don't pull off this 2v4.
No window smoke they've got Kixan and Dexter on one, but they want to keep this. Rain's going to push out, but if he goes too far, he's going to walk right into the op. But Dexter doesn't hit it.
Yeah, it was kind of made awkward by that Falcons player looking to leave. They burn out just to make sure he's not in there. Brokey just waiting in red room.
Spotted.
Nico saw it, so now Brokey's got to change positions. And of course, Falcons seeing that threat, gonna go for the total turnaround over towards the B site that Kixan's been carving a path towards.
Oh man, and again, like they're
outplayed.
Yeah, and also they're leaving Nico inside of middle. Like there's not even a way for the retake to take place here on B. Just one shoulder spot. You can see how important that can be. Nico not dying to Brokey, who wasn't smoked in window, simply ends the round. But make no mistake, there were some close duels that happened just now. Health bars are low here for Falcons, but unfortunately the firepower advantage has been on their side for a lot of these rounds.
You could see Elise trying to react fast enough when he heard that nade behind him pop open, right? He wanted the lane fight, knew he had to duel with elbow. It was forced on him by Falcons. Dangerous game for Falcons, but I mean, they change up their mid-timing 1 round after losing a double kill to Elige, and it works out perfectly. So shout out Magisk. He throws himself at middle this time. He's up to an 8-2 scoreline on the second map of the semis. And as I said, this is still FaZe unable to win 2 rounds in a row this entire series.
When Elige joined this new FaZe lineup, I think the #1 goal has to be Austin and the ramp up towards Austin and the end of the season, and winning an event along the way. Well, that's exactly how you build the confidence to create that tournament window, to make a deep run like that and believe through all the hard times. But despite the good efforts from FaZe so far this event, if this is the way that they go out, I mean, I think it'll harm them more than it helps.
What a gut-wrenching feeling it must be to be a FaZe Clan fan, to go from their most lopsided win of the year to what could be their heaviest loss 24 hours later. Dexter eats the flashbang, won't be able to punish that back lane jump up. That's Brokey over there with his op, as this early 3B lean from FaZe awaits any sort of contact. There's no cave pressure coming out towards Falcons. Bomb still floating towards spawn. And FaZe just kind of shelling up at the moment. That's a smoke down at 1:10. Still a couple more of them to go for FaZe. Kerrigan is locked into this corner, nowhere to run. TeSeS on the approach, clears him out. That's one of the smokes now dropped as well for FaZe. Things go from bad to worse, so they're gonna try to send Brokey maybe into the cave to stop this. He's supported, but they bait out his op shot. Now a little more uncomfortable. Flash to come at him. Dexter's looking to lock him in, but there's also that second defender on the pillar. Still just playing with Brokey.
Beautiful.
Kicks out with the wall bang, baits it into perfection, and it just ends up being completely flat defense. All 3 defenders here die empty-handed.
So it's an amazing round out of TeSeS, right? He gets 1 kill, but it's his movement that basically guarantees this. He comprehensively clears out cave, doesn't take a single risk. There's no room for Kerrigan to get a lucky kill. There's not even anyone to draw attention away from Kerrigan, unfortunately. That's one flaw of the setup. But TeSeS, even with the jump peek on Brokey, that was convincing. Like, that's sometimes a kill you give away because you've already got the kill on cave. Teammate can come up the ramp. No, they make this as bad as it possibly can be. 5 alive here for Falcons as they win, and are now just looking to get the final exit frags.
Ton of extra money to play with. Frozen barely alive. Dexter's gonna get a chance to clear him, and down goes one of these saved rifles. So Elige will hold on to his. That's it, that's all. 3 players on site. No kills for the defense.
That was a masterclass from Tessus. I mean,
so nice.
Even after the jump spot and he baits the shot, he's going in for the shoulder peaks as well.
Just putting the barrel of his gun around the corner. I mean, he had Brokey so fixated, and then also to just let Kicksan know, go for the wall bang.
Because Brokey's reaction time is remarkable. If you give him, you know, if he's not just peeking with his gun sticking out, eventually, you know, he will get a chance to shoot you. Oh man, but it's just like, he's magnetized to this spot. There's no other way for Brokey to play it.
Nice, boys. Let's go!
Such a sick round from Falcons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's a sight for sore eyes to see them back in this form.
Absolutely. I mean, getting the heroic core has done wonders for them. And people wondered sort of how much they'd be trying coming into this event, or, you know, the motivation on everybody on this team. But you can see they're taking it very seriously.
At 1 point, 0 and 2 in the Swiss groups at the beginning of this event. A best of 3 away from elimination, and now mere rounds from a grand finals. And in a form that will have, no matter their competition, a little nervous. It's a ton of damage on the spray, but still no kill. When you're working with less guns here, I saw it half bad. MP9 queued up to swing, but still the kills come out. There he is. Rain able to emerge, gets a dink onto Dexter, but he's dropped by the frag grenade to half health, and the util's just gonna keep the pressure up. All of that damage offered over by Frozen. One of the closer rounds of this map for FaZe. And it could still come up Falcons, because Tessus is working with 50 HP. He's going to be the player to scoop up that bomb while the smoke gives him temporary cover. It's going to be a slide into the boxes. Okay, for a second. Looked like Rain was maybe going to get away with some antics, but that gets denied. Bunch of spam connects, and Falcons still follow through like it's nothing.
Frozen's another name who, I think, like, when Elise joined, it felt like that was the only thing that was working well, was Def Frozen just improving his game so much and individually being extremely creative, hitting all his shots. But I think here in Bucharest, it's just been, you know, a slightly above average or average performance overall. And there is so much damage, but no kills. Finally, Falcons look to let loose.
Yeah, you know, you've created a comfortable margin of error to play with. At this point, with the way that Nuke was wrapped up and the way this one's going, why wouldn't you just start to take the gloves off? Get a little risky. It's very clear FaZe Clan are not stepping up to the plate today. Not yet.
Kicksan gets dropped the bomb. There's no more mollies here for the CT side.
Nothing you can do unless the op connects, and Brokey's gonna decide not to pull the trigger just yet. Here's a nice time flank from Elise, tries to soften up the players on site, and it does frazzle Kicksan back into the corner. Man advantage on the retake, and this time there is no Dexter flank to compromise that back line.
And there's no molly unless... No.
No nades, so nothing to pick up. Thought maybe a cache of utility could save them. Wallbangs. Oh,
he got it!
Him off. Nico double spray. Oh. He's gonna try again on the next tap. Just continuing to spam through this wall. Frozen's now gonna try to have his hands on it. He doesn't get the diffuser. 3 kills through this wallbang, but it's a round from FaZe. If that's what's keeping them in this game, then are they even truly in it?
I don't know. That's pretty great though from Nico in that spot, and he's smiling after a lost round. That's not something you often see from Nico, and that's just because of, well, how proud he's got to be of his team at the moment. Between Nuke and this is the closest that FaZe have got to scaring them. No way to deny that spam. Once the smoke came down on Banana, was like, okay, no mollies.
I mean,
no one in the smoke, no one in cave either.
Compare the reactions and then remind yourself who won and who lost that round.
Yeah, right. Right.
Finn with his hands on his head.
I mean, you can see the economic impact. There's you know, no one with a full kit of utility here on FaZe. reminder that ammo is the ultimate untapped resource of Counter-Strike. And it's free.
Yeah, he mollied this, Nico, so not going to check the corner, but Molotov never spread to Elysia's feet. Man advantage here for FaZe. Gap on that? Looks like Kicksan's watching it. Yeah, Kerrigan up along the box. MP9, it's actually just the distraction. Brokey's op from the top of the ramp connects. And Tesses returns the favor with one.
Looking to catch a rotation, but Brokey's still within smokes here on default.
And FaZe still cautious of the other parts of the map. So there's a world where Falcons just play this number advantage of a 3-2 split into the B site.
As long as Rain stays alive, Brokey can stay put.
Ah, but he doesn't. Brokey has to give up his position, drops another body at least, but, oh, that's the clean one. Elige bends a bullet into Degster. A Tesses clutch queued up. He's going to prioritize plant. Brokey emerges from the cave here, and Tesses inside of smoke. Tough exit for the first time in the series. 2 rounds in a row for FaZe Clan. But is it even worth getting excited about?
I think you got to.
I'd like to.
Yeah,
I would like to.
Yeah.
I would hope they would.
If you're FaZe, you have to. You got 2 rounds in a row. They're also good rounds here. They're like scary, but you know, get it together. Take shots like this, but that's, you know, some of the shots that Falcons are hitting. You've got to hit shots like that. Yeah, you got to treat every new day as a victory, Connor, no matter what.
Unless you lose.
No. You win or you learn.
Ah. Kicksan back to the cave play. A little more presence shown towards A main as well, so this will keep FaZe on their toes, I think. Falcons playing with a bit more option. I'll wait this smoke out, just making sure nobody plays down and climbs up to give Kicksan any issues. But it doesn't look like FaZe are looking to make moves. Hoping that this 4th CT round win comes to them. Down to the last smoke grenade. Degster chucks it out for the A execute. So at least FaZe are finally making their move, but it's down at the base of ramp. Kicksan locked in towards middle, so they're not going to find anything here.
Yeah, I mean, with middle clear, though, the CTs are quite a long rotation, so even though they got this info, okay, Rain gets his kill.
Frozen's gone unnoticed for the time being, so he'll find his headshots.
Oh, there he is!
All right! Better late than never, I suppose. 3 in a row for FaZe. Time to play the semifinals.
Damn.
Where's that been all map long?
I mean, you don't get that every day. What a round out of Frozen.
Just when you think it's over, they pull you back in.
They still, and you can see it in their eyes, obviously. They know they're still playing from behind. And they're happy to get their small victories here and there, but there's plenty of work to do, even for a chance to see this 3rd map.
If FaZe push this series to Mirage, haven't played it since February, just to repeat that. So there's an unknown quantity. They better have sharpened their sword for it.
Wow.
That is a rock-solid hold. Helps, of course, that Rain peels the first player off so that Frozen is allowed to catch them off guard with the quad kill. But you give him a chance to hold a bomb site. He'll remind you what he's capable of, the kind of most improved piece of FaZe since Elysia's arrival. The Frozen Renaissance is a welcome sight for FaZe Clan, and so is a chain of round wins. 3 in a row to close out the half. Falcons have been consistent in their pistols. And Magisk catches one in the back with a grenade in hand, but Elige is gonna just strike death down on 2. Magisk and Nico get their heads popped. That's what they're looking for. You get roped in because you thought you caught them off guard, but Elige saves his teammates and possibly FaZe Clan's hope on Mirage.
Looks like they're going to meet each other over at B, however. So 5v3 on the site. We'll see if Falcons decide to push. I think it's in FaZe's best interest to wait a little bit just so that they, you know, maybe will go and do something aggressive here. Kixan spotted one. He communicates it as well. No kill, though, as they move forward. Again, every CT is here.
Kixan waiting on it. Dexter's Berettas with a triple. Don't you dare.
3v5 again.
They've taken back a man advantage. They're going to try to chase down the last 2. But, I mean, they're signing up for a fight versus a multi-fragging Elige. Dexter decides that's enough. Peels back for a moment. 40 seconds on this clock. He has given back the health advantage to FaZe.
Man, I feel like that was a moment where Elige needed to fight and peel back so Brokey could take next contact. But at least it's still a 2v2. However, they've forgotten that the other side of the map exists. Falcons too smart, too shrewd to leave. And this next swing determines everything.
Oh my goodness, a bit more damage. Elige is on for an ace.
4 kills for Elige.
Right? Oh, he gets tapped out. Bomb planters pumped up. TeSeS trades out. Triple kill for Dexter, double down by TeSeS. The pistol wins just keep on coming up, Falcons.
And they're just smiling, man. It's like a birthday party over here. Oh, poor Elige put in so much that round. But to be honest, as a team, man, after these first 2 kills happened, I felt as though they could guarantee Falcons would get nervous about their stack if they waited a little bit longer. There was more time in the round. But fundamentally speaking, like, it was just having so much fun over here.
Hey, why not?
The joy's infectious, yeah. Another 3v5, dude. Yeah. I feel like FaZe played that a little bit lazy, man. I hate to say that.
One missed nade in the middle of all that. TeSeS wide swings. Tech9 hits the ground. Elige's AK right here for the taking, but he's going to fight for it. And Nico down towards elbows in a bit of a pinch, but he'll continue to keep them back with nades, and he's going to lock in the fight versus Brokey instead. It's a position that could catch Nico off. He's got Magisk to help him if needed. There it is. Beautiful stuff from Brokey. Shuts them both down. They have the numbers advantage. And Yanko brought up the stat, the amount of second rounds that Falcons loses after pistols. Is this another one for the bucket? Dexter's got other ideas. Bomb to be planted on the B site still. Good health here for FaZe.
He's actually just walking fully away from this with the amount of time left over. I'm hoping to find some sort of lurk, I suppose. Honestly, based on this game and how many unlikely positions they've overcome, I would have put it on Dexter to give this shot. 13 and 6 as he comes into this map. Second half. But Brokey with his 2 kills. Excellent spot. Read that there would be some more aggression coming in from mid. Every single player dies inside or outside cave.
Terrorists win.
Oh, there's the lifeline. You know, I'd love to just start pulling all the classic FaZe tropes out of my toolbox, talk about all the comebacks that they've pulled off in history just when you've written them off and you think the series is a shoe-in. But unfortunately, time has passed when the consistencies of those sorts of games have kind of fizzled out. You know, they've lost a bit of that FaZe Clan shine.
Honestly, if Brokey didn't miss that smoke on B site Dust 2 at the Shanghai Major in the final round and Shiro didn't 1v2, I think FaZe win the whole thing. And we get a whole different, like, aura and team right now, genuinely. They nearly staged that entire comeback. But that's why you have to actually win, even if you get very close. Like, unfortunately, a lot of Kerrigan's career has been setting up some of the best records for other teams.
People, yeah.
He's got, you know, gave Navi their win back in Copenhagen, the win at Shanghai to Spirit to cement their year, and Donk's year, and
you know, Kerrigan is like the grindstone of Counter-Strike. Makes everybody else look so sharp. Tragic at times, but that's competition. We're just lucky to have a player in the space that can create as exhilarating moments as they can.
Yeah, but on that, you know, like, Nuke was not exhilarating. That was the most unlike FaZe part about it. I mean, we never got the culminating rounds. So that's the thing. Kerrigan's calling, right? It reaches its zenith at the very end of the game, the round 23-24. But if they don't get there at all, I mean, you're never going to see a mastermind at work in that sense. So FaZe, this D-side comeback is real. Kerrigan can kind of take over at the end and show us what this team is really all about, but got to get there first.
Looks like Falcons are going to take a swing in cave. Trade's good from Nico. Rain going to keep an eye on the gun. That opens up the bomb to go and join the players towards Donut. A's feeling likely at this point, but we're down to 25 seconds. Magisk, this MP9, close proximity to the site. They're splitting up. FaZe chucking a grenade over towards the B site, but the Falcons aren't going to buy it. Nico's going to keep an eye on it just in case, but this stack gets into position at the right time. Kixan, he draws attention. MP9 on the exit. Oh, Magisk, he swings, but it's all about Dexter now, and he shaves off both.
He got off it.
Off bomb. No plant kills could be taken if not for Dexter on the run. And FaZe fizzle out in the 15th. Falcons with a robbery.
Oh, man, it looked like a solid position once all the kills came down, but the rotations early in for Falcons once again. I mean, that's been the series for them. Beautiful rotations, covering their teammates back on Nuke. Same thing right here on Ancient. Indomitable crossfire, and another fantastic spray down for Dexter, topping the board again.
So not only did FaZe have to fight this uphill battle, now they're the victim of rounds like that. Debilitating.
So many clutches, so many man advantage rounds lost here.
Backbreaking.
Yeah.
And yet they still have to continue to try to march on.
It feels like they've lost more 3v5s than 4v5s in this game.
This semifinals ends up being FaZe in pain. And Falcons sharp. Quality Counter-Strike worthy of a grand finals. And the chase of a trophy lift. MP9 at the top of the ramp, toppled here by Elige. He gets cut off by the rest of the pack. Still a couple guns out there for the FaZe Clan. Nico lets them just skate by inside smoke, comes in their turn, and now he gets dropped by Frozen. So FaZe have fought their way into this bomb site, regardless of the stack up from the Falcons. Nade on Brokey, that's gonna drop him to 38. Another one clears him off of the pillar.
No.
Retake will show no sign of slowing down as Dexter yet again comes through with impact on site. Frozen behind box, found out his spray off the mark, and Falcons just can't stop winning.
Immaculate utility here for the Falcons once again. There was a distinct change of heart from Elige right there. They're going to respect the utility at the bottom of Banana. He decided to run through it. He got his kill. It gave FaZe a chance to get into the site. But what can you say about that? You cannot deny those two nades that land right on default when Brokey can't move. It's a beautiful retake from the perspective of protocols. Excellent use of all the resources they had, the time, the players. There just aren't many gaps. Their flash hit cave. The molly hit the guy in cave. The smoke smoked him out. The two nades landed on default and took out Brokey. Everything moved around forward for Falcons.
Trying to set up this A split to keep the hopes alive, but Magisk peels away from Donut just in case the numbers come at them strong. It's all about this Elige AK, and he gets the trade frag at the very least. That's the silver lining here. A main cut down by Degster. Bomb's looking to emerge soon enough, but they can pause because the red room push is coming around. Tesses, do you swing this? Kerrigan's Tech 9 dodges the flash, and he comes in with 2, but you've still got Degster on site. They know about him, and he tries to hold it, but he can't. Brokey finally getting out from A main with that bomb. Kerrigan scoops up an M4. He is the hero of the 17th, but Kixan arrives, takes a dink down to 30, and the smoke will give respite. FaZe to plant this bomb.
He's going to walk that flank over to Donut. It's planted so that they can fall back to him. He's faking it, though. Kixan's coming in with no smoke for this spot. This should be a fine position for FaZe. And he's assuming that they're playing towards him. And they are in some sense. But how's Kixan going to watch this lurk? Surely he's not going to find this, right?
Kerrigan rounds the corner and picks him up.
Took some damage for it, but...
Whew. Big one here from Finn. He was 5-13 at the start of that round. The double Tech 9 just really sucks the life out of the A defense for Falcons. It's another reason to believe in FaZe, if not for only a little longer.
It is the momentum that they're missing, the rounds in a row. Like, you can win the rush rounds like this, or even that previous round where they Tech 9'd into B. There was a chance they could have closed it, but, you know, it's all to make the money so you can win sustainably like you can here. Full utility, pretty damn good weapons. What's the idea?
They're on the brink of it now. M4 still in play. That's in Nico's hands. He's right here with this B defense. But first blood will cool off the Falcons' aggression. Leash wastes no time just getting to the perimeter of the red room. But Falcons are in the right position here, Mohan.
They are, man. They've been constantly doing this.
You said there was a round prior where FaZe looked a little lazy. This would not be the moment to do that again.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, a situation, if we want to mirror it to that, where if you wait long enough, CTs have no choice but to re-expand, either pushing towards you or going to check the other site. They're the ones who are limited on information.
Uh-oh, kills start to happen.
Oh, Tessa's...
Team kill in the middle of it. You actually lose that red room push. Brokey's bomb still sectioned off. Magisk looks over to the cave, and that's where he's going to get toppled. So Degster holding flank doesn't give them much. FaZe up to 7. Respectable scoreline starting to come through. There's a reason to believe in FaZe now. They've at least pieced that together with consecutive round wins.
Yeah, the game is very real for them, absolutely. And even though Falcons are putting themselves in a good spot, FaZe are surviving. It's great to be able to say that FaZe are playing well. I mean, I think that the thing is, Falcons didn't get lucky to get to 11 rounds. I mean, they've had a pretty detailed game plan. Their players are on form. Their rotations have been excellent. Their communication, you can see it from the outside, looks like it's solid. And
terrorists win.
FaZe got to open their third eye to figure out how to win this game. Let's see if Falcons are going to feel the pressure or not. That's the other weird part. We have seen Falcons feel pressured visibly, you know, and get to nervous positions. So
this was an 8-1 lead for Falcons. You take that into consideration. You got to value what FaZe has been able to put forward. You've got that one floating M4 in Degster's hands. Elige wastes no time getting into the action here on middle. And Degster's down with just one. So it falls on Nico's USP. He'll wrap back around to try to go grab that rifle, see if he can do anything more with it. Or not. He wants the long con all the way to elbow. By the time he gets there, this bomb's going to explode. FaZe up to an 8th.
See if he gets that perfect timing. Looks like not. Kerrigan will take him out 4 alive here for FaZe Clan. We might have a game. Oh, they're starting to smile too.
If only temporarily. 3-round difference, 11-8 score. Degster yet again, top performing player for Falcons on an ancient game. Scares me about Degster's form at the moment. It feels like if he's just in the right position when FaZe come at him, like he's been forced to save throughout these last few rounds that FaZe are picking up. And now we see him bolstering that B bomb site where Nico had been adding himself to the defense. Now it's the Opper instead. We saw it make a difference versus the Mongols. Could damn well do it here versus FaZe. But there's also been a consistency in winning mid, I think, here.
Yeah.
Starting to be added together by FaZe Clan.
Absolutely. If you're the winning team, you can't just be giving this away. It's up to FaZe to use it against them. We've seen Elige go forward with a couple of window lurks. Brokey watching from behind. The CTs are here.
It's Elige versus Nico. AK tries to tap those heads to rattle the CT defense. There's the dink back on Elige, now harder to handle. Nico steps up, Brokey doesn't get the trade. Kerrigan at least opens shop versus Tesses, and Frozen's gonna win his duel. So 2 separate engagements that both come up to FaZe. Rain along the wall collects his kill, and Degster still yet to be given a target to shoot at. And so 3 separate individual duels all come up FaZe's favor. And that is what could get them 1 round closer.
Okay, now we're talking. Absolutely. So even though they get that first kill as they walk out of the window, it's FaZe with full-on mid-control. There's more players that Falcons don't know about. And they find this refrag both on the extremity of the map and inside of middle. And you can see the depressed positions that the CTs are dying in. They're the ones who are trying to claw back space, even though it's very early into the round. This doesn't happen if Falcons start off trying to establish inside of mid. If they start to clam up and FaZe keep trying to hit them there, then they actually have a sustainable path to bringing this map to fruition. Alicia's 15 and 15, but you know what? Like, a lot of those kills have been like round winning.
And another moment here where Degster just doesn't even get a chance to get his hands on the game. 3 teammates dying in front of him, Nico included, taking over as the front runner inside that B site. But on a round like this, where his teammates have less to work with, surely Degster is maybe given a chance to unleash that op. He'll head over to the A site. Again, there's this constant shuffling of the positions from the Falcons. Op to try to hunt down Kixan, who's now locked in along the wall. And a smoke in front of them cools it off for the time being. Here's Degster, freed up through Donut. Because Nico has mid control, we're gonna get that op to jump up into the lane. And then Degster's gonna get a damn good chance to skewer this setup from FaZe. But they're already to the left side. He's gotta be careful about that. Stepping into it, beautiful headshot from Rain. Woo! And so the op hits the ground. It's all about trying to set up. Degster doesn't come through. MP9 denied on elbow, 5-7 deleted in sight. This is FaZe Clan, now 1 round out. If all they do is finish off Magisk and Tesses, this comeback is real.
There we go. They hit everything right there. And that one piece of aggression was assisted beautifully to get Degster up into heaven. But Rain, so careful, so aware. And didn't fight that like he was going at a rifle.
They never come at cave. It's all good. You send a Legion on the entry, he'll find little resistance barring Magisk. It's clean. He sits on 70 health after that first one. Rain in the front of cave. is able to catch Tesses. Now they'll know Magisk's still in here. Bit more chip damage there for Kerrigan to have to handle. You've got 3 very low players and a missed off shot. Don't you dare, Magisk! Wallbang out from Frozen. Puts it over the line. Round 22 coming at you. FaZe within touching distance of Falcons after looking dead in the water.
This is where Kerrigan's reputation comes into play. We finally got into those closing rounds of the game. We're on a T side here on a map that he understands deeply. Falcons have only now decided to play the game inside of middle. They do it on a lower buy. Are they willing to run this risk on a round where they have more to lose? A tie seemed impossible for a long time here on Ancient. But now FaZe know that they've got Falcons a little bit more scared. These shots are connecting a little too easily. The reads are in place. Multiple lurks are activating at the same time, and they're seeing success.
This was an 8-1 Falcons lead out of the gate. A 5-round streak for FaZe currently. Is it all to just set up a harder heartbreak?
I don't know if Dexter shot or not, but Brokey lucky to get out of there. Ate that flash and left.
He did shoot.
Good to see Falcons taking over mid-control, though. They've got the Rook on the file in this position. Dexter has to get flashed in order to fall back. And this will take resources or players if they want to swing into this, but shots missed.
NiKo picks it up, luckily for him, stays standing. Golden opportunity there for Dexter. NiKo also tough to get out of here with rain kind of breathing down his neck, but he'll drop a nade on top of it. And this is going to be Falcons to peel back. They're content enough with a single-man advantage to try to get that elusive 12th round to win here on Ancient.
And you can see FaZe just desperately wanted to win mid one way or another, and even if we've got Falcons turning it up a notch.
Tesses again, right? These just perfect jiggles on these corners.
Yeah, that's an underrated skill to have. Tesses very reliable in that spot.
This has opened a door for the Falcons' triple B stack. There's a question mark in the back of the Falcons' mind when it comes to mid-control, but because they established it, they're just willing to write off that FaZe won't go for it, and they're not wrong.
Well, it is 2.5 men here. NiKo so low.
Kixan looks to go down ramp. They're getting active as that utility comes sailing over the top. Kerrigan tries, but Tesses and Kixan lock in the ramp. More damage done. Rain somehow, some way, gonna have to pull off what's left of the 1v4. NiKo in the corner, distraction served up. It's a long time coming, but they'll take it.
Wow.
12.
Didn't think that that was going to happen based on this game, but they were brave enough to venture into middle. They were fortunate enough for Dexter to miss those 2 shots and for NiKo to still stay alive. He had to cover for himself right there. But at least they put themselves in a spot to win. They knew that this was FaZe's prerogative. They made sure to deny that first phase of their game plan. And they had man advantage coming into this situation. And NiKo, again, the guy who defended himself in middle, is the guy to end the round. Well, 1 round's nice, but it still wouldn't be much of a comeback at this point in the game for FaZe to take it to overtime. Falcons have to stay sharp.
Something different. Dexter to peek in. Frozen. Oh, pops him instantly. It's a daunting ask of Magisk now. You've got that Kerrigan stomp to the right side. Magisk tries to slide in. He is locked in with him. And so FaZe Clan find a 5 versus 3. It's a different look from Falcons, and it's one that comes up empty-handed.
The first time they've gone deep on A main, isn't it? And FaZe are ready for it. They've got surveillance everywhere at the moment. And this will finally be a position where Falcons are unwilling to gamble.
Dexter's attempts have been left, right, and center, but...
And finally, when NiKo starts to go over towards the B site, you've got Frozen going on an adventure all the way through tunnel behind him. I mean, you got to think that the money's in the back of their heads right now. They saw that smoke come down on Temple, but to be honest, from the CT perspective, they got to make sure they have money for next round. Oh, and they lose NiKo.
Now it's no longer majority.
Yeah, he was on $0 here.
He just heard that bomb site, that bomb plant. Kind of wrote off the possibility Frozen would be that deep on him. And there's no guarantee that these other two exit. I mean, this is a very bolstered attempt to clear out TeSeS and Kixan. And if they think they can cross for free, Brokey's gonna, supposed to stop them. Still to kill Kixan looks likely, but maybe not. Finally, TeSeS dropped here. He comes back to try to help out Kixan, I guess. Could have just ran off to the swamps. Instead, Kixan, the only survivor by the looks of things, FaZe to an 11th, a 24-round game, all things considered.
Ops just here making a lot of noise in these last few rounds, not actually connecting with anybody.
Dexters and Brokies.
Okay, man. Round 24. And even though Falcons won that last round, FaZe have won the majority of the previous. The tides have definitely shifted. Third timeout will be used.
It's not that bad of a buy, though.
Yeah, they've got guns. I mean, at least because they had that one save, it spares them from having 2 MP9s.
When the game got close versus MongolZ, it was just individual heroics from Falcons. That TeSeS triple kill, a Nico 1v3.
You can see they're just in place early enough now. Everything is falling into position.
Star power in their back pocket. And a final attempt to deny FaZe where they do their best work.
See if this will be another almost comeback for FaZe or if they'll grab it.
Okay, that could have been it. That could have been it. Rain wants action in on mid. Frozen just lines it up instead. Nico the first casualty. Very adamant about getting into the action bottom mid. And TeSeS trying to spam Rain out of this one. Nah. Comes up FaZe Clan 5 versus 3. Overtime looking likely as Frozen has taken over to a 20-13 scoreline. Magisk lucky to still be standing. Dexter could slip in with the M4 though at a moment's notice. Frozen right there looking to lock horns. Dexter thinks about it. Somebody's got to be the hero if Falcons are going to win this round. And Dexter takes a ton of damage in response for that, but at least it's a single kill back for Falcons.
Yeah, he might actually be more reliable on this rifle. Very clean scoreline, but that op hasn't been doing him many favors. Health bars are low, though, even with that kill.
We've already seen multiple 3 versus 5s this series out of the Falcons. This would be the most gut-wrenching of all. With the low health of Magisk and Dexter, you'd think this would be unbelievable, but Kixan's going to try to make a move again, getting active. Brokey holds this, but he gets tapped out.
Decapitated instantly. We've got Kixan falling back. They aren't chasing him fast enough.
To rotate slowly through the CT spawn, but it's also a slow decision.
A is no longer an option.
FaZe is not coming forward fast enough. Kerrigan, he'll find his inside of the cave. Now it's going to be a quick sprint over from Falcons. A 10th of his health to use here, Magisk. Rain, hands busy, plants, and no contest. Not going to get him off this, but you've got Dexter to attack the back line soon enough. Magisk continues to try to keep the pressure up, to serve up distractions. Kerrigan's got the safety of this corner, but he just runs into the open. Thank God he still comes up with it. He had a health advantage. Dexter, tough stuff. Magisk, this would be impossible. He tries to close the gap to the site. He knows the position still inside of the cave. They'll get denied. FaZe run this back.
Oh, they did it. The full comeback. Nothing cosmetic right here. FaZe have made it happen on this T side.
From 8-1 Falcons.
Yep. It's more than impressive. This T side, and they showed us why. They took out Nico, which was the prime target, the most important piece to take down. I can't help but feel like Dexter's getting a little bit nervous here. Some of his sprays are getting worse. His op shot has missed in critical moments. He entered like round 20, one of the cleanest score lines, less than 9 deaths. And to be honest, wasn't getting a lot of action on A, but now I think in these last few rounds, he's starting to feel the pressure.
Desk highlighted how Nico kind of gets choked up in the middle of Ancient, not as much space to work with. And I do think we saw that as well. Frozen getting his number a couple of times on elbow. How does TeSeS get away with this position?
Just got cast iron armor on.
Kerrigan on A solo operation outside the B site. Frozen simultaneous contact looked for here.
They're having their way with the map, though.
Yes, they are.
That's what's really important.
TeSeS, though, does more damage than what Kerrigan can output, and now it's feeling like the all-in. Utility lands in front of them. Good chip damage. Magis looks to just get a strong anchor highlight right here, right now. First round of overtime valuable. Nades come soaring over. Kills connect for Nico. And these rifles find their intended targets. Brokey, it's a heroic attempt, outnumbered on the site, trying to serve up enough of a distraction for Elige to somehow, some way, come through with impact. And the timing works out. TeSeS, no, he swings in. He gets enough damage. It is a single point of health here to make the difference for Elige.
Still 30 seconds.
But the difference is it draws the attention of the Donut players back. He gets another 2 kills with 1 health. Brokey in the middle of the site to the 1v2. He's been better here in Bucharest than 2025. It's become a dire norm for Brokey to let these rounds slip. Missed shot. And as that target gets behind this donut position, Nico swings out to close in on him. And that is Falcons following through from a solid hold to a finish. 13, theirs first.
Wow, Brokey nearly found the ultimate maneuver right there. Still getting a way to go forward, but the perfect shoulder spot from Nico. A total feint. Elige nearly brought this round back into fruition, but look at that. After the way that second half had gone, Falcons just pull one out of the hat. Eating a lot of utility here. It's a very confusing situation. Wasn't even sure who was blind or not coming out. Watching that from Magis' perspective, he was just eating every piece of utility. HE landed right on his feet. But they came out great on trades.
Again, it's mid. They're trying for the boost. Oh, interrupted by Kerrigan. Elige is going to set up the flashes. Falcons try to get elaborate in the middle of the map. And no grace period given because Kerrigan throws caution to the wind. Flames at his feet. He comes flying through. Another 3v5 attempt here for the Falcons. And they will start it off by finding Finn. And they've got time to rock this back to the B site. It's not an immediate follow through from Rain just yet. He's letting those Temple players, creep up.
This one has a more prototypical set of actions and reactions from the CT side. But because they're down to 3 players,
he's got to be worried about Elige. He's concerned about the possibility of that A flank, so he's just going to lock into the donut. The Falcons continue to try to press the issue. That ramp smoke soon to come up. Utility on Degster, but he can't help out from the other side of the map. He is just absent from the rest of this, and there's been far too many rounds where poor Degster is just sent into the save. He wants to be the star. He's got the stopping potential, but he's not here. It's got to be TeSeS and Kixan. And Kixan goes down with nothing further than the 1. TeSeS can't get the multi-kill either, and so Degster's a little too late to this party. FaZe Clan look to tie up yet again.
Yeah, we've definitely got a different team now. FaZe, excellent round here overall, especially with Kerrigan winning his 2 duels in mid with 1 spray down. They look like the stronger team from the T perspective inside of middle, but because they lost that first round to the Falcons, this overtime is still wide open. FaZe's quota may have been just a perfect overtime because, I mean, Falcons, again, they started off 8-1. Looked dynamic, comprehensive. Damn near showed no gaps at the start of this game. But clearly, FaZe are getting better by the round. How often do we cast teams and say, you know, you want to win this game over a certain amount of rounds, you gotta have mid. And you can see the Falcons just don't want to. They just hate that FaZe are taking it. They don't want to have to fight here, and they keep showing up. They're ready to go, no problems. Even when they had to make this entire comeback.
Elish has just been omnipresent in the middle of the map, always supported, and if he can't find entries, well, we get that Kerrigan double down.
This is the true strength of the roster move, right? He is a renegade. You want to send him out in front, and if he gets 2 kills and dies, that's certainly enough for the late round team that is FaZe.
American jackknife. TeSeS in the corner. Oh, he gets the better of Kerrigan. No way. Frozen's able to trade it at least. Kicksan drops fire on Frozen, who gets another headshot on the entry. And that's going to spend a bit of time from Dexter's point of view. They rotate over to deal with the red room. Tees have this site smoked out.
Wow, Elish didn't play that full commitment.
It is a powerful op that has not had all the opportunities it was looking for to hold this B site at bay. Frozen, a triple! Just walks through this smoke like it's nothing. The disrespect offered. Dexter to the M4 finds only the one, and the red room hold comes out. FaZe have a lead.
How was that even an option? Pushing through a short molly with a smoke with a molly behind it. Frozen with 3 frags on this round. Oh, there was so much pressure on the Falcons. They thought they had this one wrapped up in 2. And somehow FaZe have a lead in this game.
Nice! Good shit. Good shit.
It's been a series of miracles and magic and a great game plan out of FaZe Clan. They are pressuring this chessboard with middle control. And we've seen a couple of bouts with Nico and Dexter behind them that were solid positions to fight from. But those are the CT rounds. That chance is done with. Falcons will now have to show us again their extremely classy T side as they entered into this map. See if they can replicate it versus their newly leveled up opponent.
Pressure looks huge here. Kerrigan's gonna swing again. Oh, he continues the spray.
They don't care anymore.
No, this is it, the finality of FaZe. The first time they touch a lead and they swing for the fences.
They play to win every round, don't they?
Just when you had been led to believe that FaZe were gonna walk away from Bucharest.
This is why you see FaZe comebacks. Because the other team can be better than FaZe.
Stunning.
But are you going to be able to be more clutch in pressure moments? Are you going to be able to play the sustainable, risky rounds on round 23, round 24? Are you going to be more clutch when there's more pressure?
Well, it feels like a guaranteed 15th, a guaranteed second overtime. The FaZe Clan comeback guarantee. All you gotta do is deal with Dexter and Magisk. And they're fumbling this one. Flailing around here on the exit of the A site. Frozen just gonna take his time, hang on to a very critical portion of this defense. His teammates queued up, but they're along the wall, and they swing in time. Rain to close it out. Frozen double assist. Perfect pinch from FaZe. Perfect play out of the gate. Excellent call and conviction from Kerrigan because he led that charge through Cave.
It's uncanny.
And oh, how the mood has shifted. There was a time in this game where FaZe won a round after Nico sprayed through players through the wallbang. Falcons were laughing through their losses. FaZe distraught with a round win. Well, here we are. 2 chances to close, and Nico will say something about it out middle. Something that was done to him, an aggressive opening stance, but it is Kerrigan once more.
20 kills for Kerrigan.
Flies down that ramp right into the action.
Oh, this gap. Sometimes TeSeS finds it. Nico's going to catch it.
He turns.
No, timing was perfect, but he still gets the kill.
Then he goes into the bomb site to try to keep the pressure up on Rain. This close is no guarantee. Oh, he smokes himself off. That's going to give Rain a chance to exit. A second to catch his breath. Nico, do you come through smoke again? Rain is watching for it, but the utility flushes him off of the original position. Back into the lane instead.
He's prescient. He knows the reactions, knows exactly what he can get away with.
Frozen to try the flank as Kixan goes deep. Brokey a little late to the party here.
All praise to Nico on this. Winning mid. Again, one of his harder positions.
Frozen, though, unannounced so far. Now they think about it. Frozen's been so clean with these kills.
One rotation coming in from CT. The nade here as well.
It's going to flush them back. Frozen is simply not missing, so good thing Dexter shoots him while he's burned.
Oh my god.
Brokey could have, but that op shot off the mark. He'll chuck the gun to not be safe. Dexter on the chase.
Wow.
Dexter's going to close this out. He hits 25 in the same round as Frozen. That is all Nico with confidence through smokes. Kerrigan tries his damnedest to be the key yet again.
And that's where Nico is more than just kills. Even though he wins his duel versus Elysian mid, he finds the timing to get into cave. He's not afraid to transpose the smoke while blind to get into the site, knowing his team is about to join up with him. Full trust here. It's good from so many different perspectives. Even though Falcons are suddenly playing from behind, there's a real chance of a second overtime. Kixan, time for your clutch call.
Full exec, huh? That's how it's going to go down. This is how it either ends one way or the other. Rain steps up. Alicia's flashes continue to find them a slaughter.
What a win.
Excuse me, FaZe. Forgive me, for I had stopped believing. From an 8-1 lead with a first map in their back pocket, we go to the unknown. No FaZe on Mirage since February. Let's do it.
You know, every time we come into these tournaments in the group stages, there'll be a conversation about how Kerrigan and Rain are old. Kerrigan and Rain have to leave. FaZe is done. It's not working out. All of those things happen, and then we get to playoffs, and they do something like this. And as Scrawny said, they make us believe again. At one point, this was 8-1 to Falcons. Gents, how the hell did FaZe get this win?
Honestly, Frozen was a big part of that, but then also just tactically approaching it very well on the T side, like the mid fights that didn't really happen, and playing off of it. Kerrigan was just on point for FaZe in this comeback individually and calling wise.
Just FaZe magic, really. I mean, starting from that round and Nico spamming through wood and almost not getting the defuse in there, then they proceed to win the final 2 rounds, stepping up. That gives them a buffer, even though second half didn't start off too great with them getting reset early. It's Kerrigan stepping up. I mean, in the 3v4, right, it's a very tough situation for them. He goes through the smoke, finds 2 kills with the Tech 9, breaks the money of Falcons, and all of a sudden FaZe have some life in them from that point on. Really stepped up all the individuals. The calling was really strong. I don't think Falcons really were making mistakes. They tried their best, had a couple of good rounds. This was a big round that they were able to win, pushing down B. After this, you have the round where they push A main and Dexter unscopes, then scopes again, and it just looked really awkward. And in overtime, just FaZe being able with Frozen stepping up a little bit to eke out this win and stay alive in the tournament.
But the difference between like the God phase and the bot phase in the same game, like early on in the map in the first half, they had advantages, the 2v2s and situations, 3v3s, even I don't know, 3v5s that they would just lose. And it's like, what is going on? You put them towards the end of the game, the 20th, 23rd round. It's a completely different phase. It's the clutch phase coming out, and I have to highlight Frozen again. Like, he looked so sharp, and like until the end of the first half, they didn't have like 2 consecutive rounds in this whole series, and he got on the AK. Like, there was that 4K spray down, holding down A on his own, and he just continued from that point onward, being a key part of this comeback.
I just don't know how Kerrigan does it, because like you said, if you took these 2 halves and they were separate, you wouldn't even say it was the same team, right? Because in the first half, FaZe looks exactly like we were saying, uninspired. They come into the second half, Kerrigan stands up, starts doing like Yanko said, the FaZe magic, and all of a sudden all the players activate and suddenly Falcons has no answers for them. It's just mind-blowing that he can do that time and time again.
I mean, it was tough for Falcons, right? Because they did, let's say, in the second round, they tried to push K really quick and sort of do that B crunch. They got punished, right? Like when stuff like that happens, they lost a couple of those mid-control fights. So when that happens, you know, you don't just want to do the 3D max and keep doing the same thing if it's not working. So they try to change it up a little bit, give some space to FaZe early on or on mid, try to outmaneuver them elsewhere, and FaZe just with their patience and sort of knowledge were able to come out on top in some of those situations early on. And like we said in the pregame, it's going to come down to the players having to step up in big moments, and I think it happened for both teams really, but in this one it was the FaZe guys who sort of just managed to outlast, really to persevere, and this is what's been missing from FaZe all season long, right? It wouldn't look too great, but they wouldn't be able to win games, or players would just fizzle out, you know, and the game would just go on to lose it. This is more of the FaZe we see when they go on to win tournaments and go deep, right? Just still fight until the very last moment, individuals finally stepping up and delivering some key rounds for them.
Yeah, I think it was also just from a neutral perspective, a fun game to watch about the whole mid fights or not or lack thereof, right? The approach that FaZe had was like, let's go out there, let's put as many bodies there fighting from the start of the half pretty much till the end if they could. And then on the other hand, like Nico, Falcons, like I think he really likes to have his more set duels where it's not that big of a coin flip. Like you want to send a leash, he doesn't really care if he's going to be dying or getting traded, but for Nico, he wants to be alive for the late and mid and late rounds, right? So putting him into these fights is maybe not the best scenario for Falcons, so they're just like leaving it open and trying to like play off of it late round, you know, find timings and stuff like this, but Kerrigan just exploited it so well.
Impressive moments from both sides. So let's focus in on Falcons first. What did we like about what we saw?
I think they just were very determined, you know, and they had great resolve. They won the early mid fights. You know, they won a couple of gun rounds just based off of how the mid fight went. They would get 2 entries, and that was it. And they were poised. I mean, everything was going well for them. At some point, FaZe just stepped up, and once they got reset in the second half, you had the problem with the economy. A couple of rounds, maybe, you know, Dexter just in the wrong place, but that's also how the cookie crumbles sometimes, right? I mean, he played towards A a lot, FaZe was finishing B a lot, and just wasn't in the action maybe with the AWP as much as you would have liked.
Yeah, I think we have the round that started the comeback actually, which is also a pretty good situation for Falcons. Like I think round 10, essentially. Yeah, I mean they get an entry 5v4 and then head towards the B bomb site and get the plant down. And Yanko, you're trying to highlight something.
Yeah, and they were like playing around the lurk smoke. It didn't work out. Okay, let's just plant the bomb still in a 5v4. But they struggled to take control of anything else. They didn't have control of cave. They couldn't get control of deep CT. FaZe with some patience on the retake, and then they just started spamming away, right? And they killed the diffuser the first time. You know, now the other Falcons players are trying to push through the smoke, so it's a two-pronged sort of defense, but great composure here from Frozen, right, and Brokey, I believe, who just managed to stick the defuse, you know, at the very end. And we were like, wow, you know, imagine if Falcons won this one as well, right? But they didn't, and still think they're in a good spot. But FaZe managed to win the 2 following rounds. All of a sudden, it's 8-4, and that gives you hope that they were able to do something in the second half.
Easy enough, though, once you get into overtime, FaZe wins it just because from a confidence point of view as well.
And I think this was the round. This is where you think Falcons have it, right? Like, there's a very weak buy for FaZe, only 1 AK. They're 4v3. Kerrigan on the flank, they know he's there. I don't know how he killed, like, he insta-kills Tessus, who even jumped, like, through the smoke with an MP9, you know, and they know where the remaining 2 players are. Somehow FaZe manages to win this round, and, you know, for Falcons, I'm sure they didn't think, oh, whatever, you know, they still had faith they were going to win, but that's MR12 for you, right? You get reset early on. All of a sudden, it went from 11-6 to 11-5 to 11-10, with only losing like 1 real gun round almost for Falcons, right? You get up to 12, but still the economy for FaZe is really built up, and you're unable to sort of clinch it in regulation, and in overtime. Just it was really a game of details, and FaZe came out on top.
They came out on top. Now they've equalized the semi-final. We're going to Mirage. Scrawny and Launders actually called it Mystery Mirage. They want to name an ice cream flavor after it.
Nice.
In the case of FaZe, but it's not so much of a mystery. We just haven't seen them play it much this year.
Yeah, it is. Like, when you look at it, I don't know how it's possible that FaZe hasn't played Mirage for 2 months. Like, how did that even happen? And their last 2 games are wins. It's not like they had some losses, so then they strayed away from it. But I guess that's how the veto kind of came out. They don't really pick it, but other teams are also, I guess, avoiding it.
If I had to guess, one of the reasons is Elish didn't play it in complexity, so maybe just like an adjustment period for him, also getting more reps in practice, and also just the state of FaZe this year, right? A little bit lost searching for their map pool in a way, figuring out, because on paper they should absolutely be a good Barrage team, right? I mean, the experience they have on the map, Carrigan, in terms of calling and some of the chaos in the post-plan situations definitely suits a player like Brokey. So we'll have to see. I'm sure that Falcons, you know, they're comfortable on Mirage, but they're not loving the fact, especially Zonic, with how prep heavy he is and good at anti-stratting, that he doesn't have anything to go off for such a long time, right? You always know they're going to have some things that you just haven't seen yet. And I think also mentally for Falcons, it's important to reassure yourself, you know, you didn't throw the game, you didn't make any massive mistakes. I'm sure there were details that they would be unhappy about in terms of communication and some of those things, but you should still be very confident in this series and just try to sort of do more of the same, because I feel like this is the best we've seen Falcons maybe even ever.
I'd agree with you. I do think it's the best we've seen Falcons, but I think we're about to see the best of FaZe as well. It looks like they're rising up. It is a decider to find out who is going to the grand finals. FaZe up against Falcons. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll jump straight into game.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Here at PGL Bucharest, I've been going around and asking the players about what resolution they're currently using. Now, 4x3 stretch, 1280 by 960, that was known as the God Res. But CS2 has changed some things. People don't like getting 4x3'd as much. The game's different, it looks different as well. So maybe we're seeing some more players move to 16 by 9 or even 16 by 10. Now, some players, I feel, are stuck in their ways. It's what they're comfortable with, it's what they know. But others are making changes. So take a look at the results I found. We're taking a look at different players' resolutions. I've got the Turkish Terminator Zantares from Aurora. I've got to get used to saying that this whole time. You don't use maybe the normal resolution that a lot of players use. We see you on the same one here. It's 1024 by 768. Why do you like this one compared to going a little bit up, Zantares?
Yeah, like since beginning to CSGO, I just play all the time same resolution. Back then I try with 1280, like 1 month or something, and then I didn't adapt well and I didn't like so much, so that's why I just play all the time same resolution. I'm just happy to play with it all the time, like, you know, like it's very good.
What made you go for this one when you first chose this? Like, why was this the one you decided on?
Why? Because like models is like a little bit bigger than 1000. Yeah.
Oh wow.
1280. So I just feel myself very comfortable and all the time like confident. So that's why I just never change the resolution and anything.
I like it because it's a lot about mentality with you as well. And also your crosshair is quite big compared to players. Why have you always used a big crosshair? Kind of reminds me a bit like a 1.6 style.
I'm just a little bit different than every player, so I don't like to change a lot of things in the game all the time. Like I feel myself like more consistent like this because people are like the special new generation.
Yeah.
They like to change all the time crosshair or something. Like I'm never be like that guy. Like never change anything. I just feel all the time like myself comfortable in the game, so like no need to be change anything. Yeah.
That's maybe some good advice for the young players out there. Don't change things too much. Stick to what you know and what feels good for you. There you go. Consistency is key. I'm here with Astralis' Yabi. We're going to look at his resolution of what he's using in-game right now. Yabi, what are you using? Why have you chosen this?
Yeah, I mean, in CSGO I also played this resolution, and everyone is playing it.
Yeah.
So I think it's the best one. All the top players is using it, so I mean I have to as well try to become them. And
you are one of them. Don't do yourself dirty like that.
Okay, thank you. But,
Tell me, did you ever try a different resolution? Did you ever try 16:9 or something like that, especially when CS2 first came out?
I mean, once in Copenhagen Flames we had a player break. I tried it for like 2 games and then I couldn't play it. No, it didn't work out. So I just changed back and I played this for my whole career, I guess.
Okay, and you're not one of these players that changes too much on this setting, right?
I mean, only crosshairs.
Only crosshair?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a thing you can change easily, but not these kind of things. I don't like to work with it. No.
I like that. Staying stable, staying with it all as well. That's Yabi's resolution. I got Yuri with me here from FURIA. How you doing, man?
Good, and you?
I'm doing very good, thank you. So, you're going into CS2. Did you change resolution? Did you stick with what you know? What are you rocking with?
Okay. Since I started playing, I have been playing with this one, the 1280 by 960. Yeah. This one.
Okay, so you stayed with that?
Yeah. So since I start playing, I always play with by 4x3. Stretch, yeah. So and most of the players play with this one as well. Yeah. So yeah, I never changed it. Sometimes I change for 690 by 90. Okay. Yeah.
Not a fan?
No.
Good?
Yeah. So yeah, stretches 1280 by 960 is.
I have to ask you, what is it that you didn't like about 16:9 compared to 4x3?
Bro, I don't know. It's almost like what Donk said. Like the first games, like 4 to 5 games, it's good.
You're like,
but after, but it's it's more slowly the game. So I like more fast, you know. So yeah.
Fast and furious. That's how Yuri likes it in his game. We got his settings. We'll bring you some more as well.
It's a welcome step back to reality for the FaZe Clan. Belief is back on the menu, baby.
What is going to happen in this game? Now, if it's 12-0 start for Falcons, doesn't matter. After that, now, we have no idea.
Yep.
We're talking about FaZe who haven't played this map since Cluj, and their last map was 28-24 victory over Astralis. Remember that game? Device was sick on the stage match. It was cinema.
Just never ended.
It was. It never ended.
I mean, it eventually ended, but it didn't feel like it was ever going to come to a conclusion.
I mean, fact is, Mirage, this team, and
here we are.
You know, let's go, man. Falcons are doing everything right. They're playing extremely good Counter-Strike, but pressure got to them on the last map, and that's going to be something we talk about if things start to go wrong here as well. They won't even feel good about a lead, and I don't think FaZe are going to be scared if they get one. Doesn't mean that FaZe should still keep playing from behind and only getting their rounds later. That's eventually going to catch up with you, especially with players like Nico on the other side of the board. But a lot of confidence was won back just now by FaZe. And Falcons have had some devastating losses. And Dexter, man, he had such a good score line. He had so many impactful rounds, but I really feel he just lost focus towards the end of the game, and I think he could have closed out that map in a few different positions.
Nico caught off, but doesn't seem to be surprised, does he? Hell of a snapshot over. Frozen finds his second of the round. And so FaZe come up in a post plant with a man advantage. Tess has to crawl up sneakily from the connector. Kerrigan's gonna start pushing out. I mean, Tess thinking, what, he's gotta go clear this just to go check? Kerrigan gives up his position. Tess looking to lock in with him. No help here for Tess. Kixan's got to look for the other targets, and he finds his. So 2 separate 1v1s, both come up the favor of Falcons. Frozen, we've seen 2 clean P250 shots. There's 3 and 4. Woo! Gets a little scrambled, but recovers, and that's all that matters. FaZe take a pistol.
He was so focused on that. He knew the time was going down on that defuse, but he had to take out the first target. They read it a little wrong, thought he might have been up in Palace. And the clutch comes through. Opening and closing. And that's the loudest that we've seen FaZe so far this game.
Yeah, no denying that FaZe coming off of that comeback are going to be fired up for this one. It's not just us at home that can believe, but they themselves. And we started to see some really aggressive plays coming out of Kerrigan towards the tail end of Ancient to really just hammer that nail into the coffin. We could go ahead and see that out of the gate as well, but oh boy, force buyback from Falcons.
A really strong first kill. Not in a position to exact up A with the bomb here at the top of mid. Excellent use of the boost here for Nico. I think very smart that Falcons start surveying their opponents again, making use of the boost all the time. Great to do on ecos. And this is a pretty healthy buy up, honestly. Even though it's just the FAMAS, the half armor in play, and now the 5v4.
Still sit here waiting for it. Kerrigan finds first blood. And nobody else forward ahead of Dexter, so that flashbang, okay. Nico slides up along the bench. That's 2 kills back the way of FaZe, and it looks like they've found themselves in a better position. But this player coming up from ramp,
did he get hurt from
yeah,
Palace?
100%, right? You can see the other player scrambling, but they come back in and combine. Kerrigan would have heard that sprint. He would have warned his teammates. There was nothing he could do to stop this. He could still win with kills. Kixan's gonna pop up, and Falcons force buy back again.
I honestly didn't even realize Dexter hit that shot while he was partially blind.
Did he mean to? Could he, like...
Did he saw and then flicked afterwards? I'm not even sure exactly what happened.
My brain didn't process it entirely.
That was clutch.
My synapse is not firing as fast as his. It's the guy in the back, that's why.
Oh, that was on ramp?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's the ramp kill.
I thought he just missed really badly.
No, yeah, because the player on site was still alive. I was like, damn, that was close. No, he kills the guy peeking ramp.
Oh, boy. All right, we take those.
Wow. All right. Nico at bat in middle, double kills made easy. And this was a purchase back out of FaZe Clan. They didn't have a lot to work with, and it's even less now so. Kixan.
Well, it was a minor opportunity. I mean, there were majority deaths there last round, but they know the buy was going to be pretty strong here from the Falcons.
Not as clean as the P250. Frozen finds nothing with the Desert Eagle, and Dexter hears a liege on the approach. Falcons send FaZe a swift reminder. That pistol is moot. If you can't convert it, that's a 2-1 lead early here for the defense.
A lot to do with Nico as well. Pervasive with his boosts. Very good activity on the map here for the CT side. And although a clutch goes the way of FaZe, it's technically 3 very strong positions created out of Falcons.
Giving Nico a chance to get some early impact in with that connector hold.
Looks like it's less so of an idea, more of a stress break here for FaZe. Think about what comes next.
Stress break into Hail Mary. Anybody able to get out? No, sir. Easy cleanup here for the Falcons. So that's still great hold. All 5 alive. TeSS up to a 6-1. Padding the stats on the anti-eco as he comes in as the 2nd highest rated player in the series. It's still Degster and TeSS. The 2 of them putting the work in. NiKo not far behind them. Be happy to bank on their performances if it means grand finals again for Falcons. Here we go. A little bit delayed. FaZe Clan have guns.
Kerrigan had a fantastic map back on Ancients. Second highest on his team in terms of kills. And especially those late map frags. And he goes out in the open. Oh, no.
See ya.
Was no real fallback opportunity right there. I mean, it's possible Rain misses that chance, but it was definitely at the advantage. Congregation of T's here on the ramp. And a smoke to make it feel like it could be a cat split, but they've got Degster in ladder with vision on middle.
So smoke on Palace, but not on ramp, and I think that's an invitation here for FaZe. Frozen and Elige to try to join forces. They tried to do all the heavy lifting back on Ancient just to push it over the line. TeSS makes contact, that's bomb confirmed, but body's ahead of it. Nice reaction out of Degster. Not gonna miss that chance. Man advantage taken back, if not only momentarily. We get evened out. Magisk and TeSS, they combine for damage on the Palace play, but Elige is gonna push through smoke. He goes off of the bench play. Bomb planted his direction, and that top ticket play out of Magisk now, he's looking to stamp his name on this round, and Elige distracted, but he knows Degster's gotta be over here somewhere, and the op won't miss its second shot either. Falcons keep on winning.
Yeah, very, very smart moves from Degster. I mean, extreme patience when it came to middle. They had a lot of teammates alive. It's his vision that gave Falcons the opportunity there on A to play it slow, keep 3 players around, smoke Palace, and wait. And they knew that hit was going to come in. Lurker got killed by Degster.
I like the decision making there from Magisk. Goes for the win on the climb up. Magisk will continue to play a key role in this series if anchoring A will become a routine. We saw the Mongols body him off of a great performance from MZino. It's not even like he made mistakes. He just couldn't get his game going with the time to kill offered up.
Yeah, that was a real skill diff, man. They were both looking like they were playing so well, and MZino still just outdid him every single peak. So it's going to be light and fast into... Oh, actually, no, it's not a B-site hit. It's just... Nades to make it feel that way. This is to pull the cat rotator off so you can sneak into connector. There's actually no one even here.
NiKo gets into position in time despite the Tech 9 dink. All good. And you've got TeSS to just cheat the edge of the smoke. Falcons take a small sigh of relief here. 5v3 looks good versus Pistols.
It'll be hard to assist a chance at a plant, even with this lead into window. Too many players all can watch their passive spots around the perimeter. Oh my goodness.
NiKo opping.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Wow.
Is a hell of a deagle shot from Frozen, who nearly lines up into the spray there for Magisk, but Degster supports. 1 death on NiKo. It's just every time he touches that op, something tragic happens.
A great shot gets hit on him.
He really should know better by now.
5 straight for Falcons.
You said it, though. You said it at the very beginning of this game. You said, even if this game starts 12-0, we still have to believe in FaZe. It's contractually obligated.
I mean, because of the proof in this series. You know, if it was just yesterday or something, that'd be something else, but we just saw what FaZe did. One of the best comebacks of the year.
Not allowed to write them off twice preemptively. You gotta wait for that result to hit the board, and right now it's results on this A site that FaZe really want. Remaining adamant about hitting this half of the map. Nico gonna slide in, catches a nade in Kerrigan's hand. Then the other two answer. Elige, beautiful headshots coming out from him, and Frozen finds Magisk, so the A site's open.
Oh, that nade.
On Kixan. That is what they're looking to tap into. Big entry attempt from Elige delivers.
Yeah, and Elige back on Ancient as well. Like, again, even when he was like 15 and 15 critical impact, his kills are starting the round out. It's going to be his entries. He gets really far out there sometimes where it's not in a tradable spot, but like you see the aim, man, and then that's how they want to weaponize him. That's the kind of player you want to give some freedom to. It's pretty interesting to think about the person that Elige is. So methodical. I remember him and Naf talking about each other, and like Naf is such an intuit when it comes to CS, and he has like a flow chart, but he couldn't even really verbalize it. He's all the rounds he's played, he's just got the idea. He knows how to, you know, sneak into different situations. And Elige, on the other side of it's writing down the flow charts, taking notes, thinking about exactly how he's going to approach everything. And yet he chooses and is an aggressive player, you know, the higher volatility play style, the one that has just more variance in every single round. And he really commands it.
Just really prefers to be the person who kicks off that flow chart.
One of the few pros that has an aim coach, and it's definitely less common in CS. And well, you see, there's like multiple situations where the practice routines that they use on refrag, you know, Elige will put it on display in a live match.
Vertigo spray down.
Yeah.
I think still remains like the best example. That was a walking commercial. Tessa, a walking corpse. We still got Dexter floating around bottom middle. He's not getting out of here anytime soon. He's gonna fight his way to connector. That's where Kerrigan's gonna stop him. Frozen also just returned the kill back onto Kixan. That means B site open. That means Nico scrambles. And if he wants to cut off Cat, that's one thing, but you've already got a player back on bench.
Yeah, and Nico knows that something's wrong. We'll see about this peak right here.
Okay.
Beautiful. Oh, and suddenly they can't simply go B. They got to come at this one a little bit more slowly. But how do they get Falcons to doubt this setup? Nico's fighting for info. Oh, and he gets caught jumping up.
On
the
jump up.
He makes that play because I think in the back of his mind he's assuming they're not going to try to take this, and that he can clear out B and guarantee that to Magisk and then work on a flank. And now FaZe, because of that information, they're respecting this. This is one of those spots that even if they did go back to B, if they go back to A, they really just need to wait, because you have to create both timings in the head of the CT. And here, Magisk will be very happy to see that smoke, but we'll see if he even ends up just saving and bench, or if he runs his way over towards the A site. But he is far from the action.
Dexter's ops down in connector. Magisk's gonna take a swing at this. He's got the kit. He's got 30 seconds still on that bomb. But FaZe don't give him a thread to pull on, and so Magisk has to concede it. That first wave of util had him hoping, but out-positioned FaZe Clan to take a third. Maybe he tries to swoop the op away at the end, but damn, it started well. Dexter, 2 critical op shots in a dangerous position as well. Really thrust himself forward as the playmaker.
Yeah, that was cool. I mean, love that he didn't just fall back and could have got spammed in the smoke if he did. Man, just not going to even try to go for it, actually.
All right, lets it slide. There's a nice amount of money here still. 8,000 for Degster, 7,300 on Magisk.
At least he guarantees keeping that gun.
But that is a Kerrigan 2K response in that round. Started slow again, Kerrigan, but when push comes to shove, starting to get a glimpse of what he was offering back over on Ancient. Took over multiple rounds, is arguably one of the bigger reasons as to why we're even here now. Beyond the calling. I like TeSS as a catwalk player, and seeing him off to a strong start could bode well for Falcons hanging on to mid as time goes on. Right now he's facing utility as we also get this pressure out from ramp.
I wonder what they think about this op. We've got Degster finding a way to get all the way back to CT when he just showed face really close to the A ramp. But if they're not going to hold on to ramp or palace and this goes towards connector, he doesn't really have open lines. It's a weird spot. I think in the back of Falcons' mind, they're, assuming this round is going to end A, an early smoke comes out to B. It's almost serving as a double fake because they're going to walk still towards this.
Well, TeSS is pushing mid, change their mind.
Yeah, I guess that information is undeniable at the end of the day, even though Falcons didn't see anything here.
He's going to the flank, and now the footsteps here. Kixan's gonna raise the alarm. He can't manage to hold off the first one. Bodies drop down to sight, all empty-handed.
Everyone dies.
3 chances for Falcons, no kills between them. And if only things had been slowed down, then maybe TeSS's flank is just the best of positions, but a little too late to the party. And that bomb is gonna dictate this one. FaZe closed the gap to the 5-4 score.
Crazy entries right there. The early smoke, they still use the tail end of that smoke on Cat to feel confident coming in on the exec. There wasn't anything bad about the way that Falcons approached this. They had full-on mid control. They used TeSS on that flank. They had 3 players to defend B. And for the first, map and a half, it was Falcons winning all the duels in those positions. It was simply FaZe just like not showing up mechanically. Well, it looks like that's changed. Closest start to a game so far.
They just dodged the right pieces that last one. Right, you got TeSS who's playing well, but TeSS who's chasing ghosts, and a bomb site that falls before he even gets a chance to swing at them. FaZe may look better mechanically, but TeSS sometimes still looks best.
Looks like Kixan's got a buy for him on this round anyway. Everyone's got their guns. Five straight for the Falcons, but 3 back, and now the chance to tie up this game for FaZe.
Frozen's going to wind up being the talking point of this match if he continues in this form. 25 and 18 back on Ancient. Best performing player here on Mirage yet again, and somebody we've said looked better thanks to Elijah's inclusion. Speak of Elijah, here he goes, looking yet again to crack open some portion of this map. Bottom mid now confirmed with the trajectory of Elijah's nades. So it makes sense to start dunking frags down on them, and that one is on the money.
Solid utility back and forth.
This shot, Brokey drops the ball. Nico just baits him out. Dexter's gonna find his. Everybody this time the way of Falcons. Just when we start to praise the individual shots, Frozen not yet given his chance until now. He'll get dropped by Dexter. Highlights go both ways. Opening kills with follow-throughs right behind them. Falcons keep that 2-round gap established.
Yeah, that's a tough round to figure out. There's a chance there, of course, that Brokey could have alleviated some pressure. Open window, and Nico decides to peek, but he doesn't full commit on the swing. Just a shoulder. Nice one here for the Falcons. And a chance to 8-4 this half. FaZe will be broke if they win this round.
Full-blown exec. The follow-through won't be far off behind it. We saw Dexter's impact from Ticket, 1 round to go. There you have it. Feel the wrath. Dexter snaps into that pack of players, all emerging out from ramp. Getting into sandwich now at least, but the bomb still lingers further back. And he's gonna test the waters, opening up Ticket. A little skin seen on the other side. Kerrigan toying with the thought of coming through. Will try to pounce. Dexter onto the sidearm. Teammates soon to be with him. Great wallbang comes out from Nico. And that's going to be a Lige out without anybody to fire back at. Brokey to the AK towards Connector. Gets a good amount of damage in, but the kills all still Falcons. Frozen. A one-man army not enough. 7-4. Retake taken. And that is all helped out by Dexter's consistency to shave off the front runners round after round.
Yeah, often you start Ticket and there's players coming up a ramp. You get one chance to have impact, and then on the retake, you're lucky if you get another kill. Dexter takes that opportunity with both hands. An excellent flick to kick this off, make it a 5v4.
We saw him out of the gate back on Ancient as well, just winning rounds for Falcons, a key part as to why they established that 8-1 lead so early. It tapered off. You used the word nervous. Ever closer to another grand finals. Here he goes again.
Dexter's always got that fire in his eyes. And his overall output is remarkable.
Magisk also a key component of that retake. We see him line up his 2. Basically coming through on cleanup duty. It's both Dexter and Nico, 12 kills apiece. Dexter finds Rain, top middle, down already. This op is in a paradise. Dexter, blink and you miss it, rotates over towards Ticket yet again. We saw what FaZe were able to do taking over this B site, but not like that, not by walking through smoke. Kixan on the perfect angle to punish that walkout.
Yep. I mean, now we look at the amount of kills that FaZe have, and it's Frozen with 10.
We saw previously FaZe when they were able to jump out, Kixan along the arch corner just gets stuffed. He swaps out and it pays off. Brokey can take a swing at this site if he chooses to. He's got the bomb, he's got the Galil, so will Elige. But that smoke on Connector gets Elige ever closer. TeSS has this angle held from Van. No reason for TeSS to move. But he goes for the jump, he gets a dink. Now both players tagged. Both these CTs this low.
Brokey.
Gets blindsided. Kixan will catch him off from the corner. Little recovery coming out of the low health bars, and he's going to play as the insurance policy, diving deep into the apartments. It's an Elige 1v5. Would you believe it? Dexter closes out. That op is omnipresent yet again. You just can't escape him. He is all over FaZe as they go up 8-4.
Fact is, 3 good starts on these maps here for Falcons. You would assume that this catches up to FaZe. We're going to have 2 miraculous comebacks in one series. I'm thinking about it right now, and I just don't want to say anything stupid.
I think you said what you had to at the very start of this map. Like, even if it was 12-0 we would have to give them a benefit of the doubt. They have shown us today they can tap into it.
Yeah.
And then the logic in all of us watching is, yeah, but look at the scoreboard. Barring Frozen, the rest of the team's just not online.
Yeah.
But Kerrigan wasn't there until the later portions of Ancient.
Just a bunch of slow starters on this team with the highest ceiling that you've ever seen.
Meanwhile, Falcons continue to swing.
Let's fucking go, boys. From Betclic. Ah, yeah.
Gotta be feeling confident now if you're the Falcons. You've got Degster doing what he does best. You've got Nico online with that mid presence.
A lot of handsome score lines here.
TSS anchoring enough. Magisk cleaned up on that A site when he was called on. And Kixan never got the camp caught off guard.
Kerrigan flying solo here on the B site.
This incendiary, though, we've seen Tease just disrespect this piece of util when it comes to these B floods. They're going to charge right through it. No problem. Now he's got to hit his shots. He'll find one. TSS drops first. Support by the form of back market door. Kerrigan still hanging on. 2 kills, not half bad, but Nico's able to answer. Now to plant. 3v3, fast flank out of Elige. And I don't know if they're going to expect this timing. He comes out through the smoke. It's an execution of Kixan. Nico down beneath him. He's firing up above. CT's trying to come at it. It's a 1v3, and he gets denied. Rain comes out with the final kill for the pistol. FaZe win another pistol. They better convert.
Yeah, it's time to look alive, and that's exactly it. It's all about the conversion now. Had to be the clutch in the first half out of Frozen, and then we just saw the sheer power of Falcons. So many consistent fraggers outperforming everyone on FaZe besides Frozen himself.
You can't not love Kerrigan.
Kerrigan got his.
AK on Nico. Do you believe?
The FAMAS on Nico is how they converted the second round after losing the pistol.
Trying to charge through. Frag grenade helps out. You got Nico's AK down now, so the best tool for the job hits the dirt. But there's Degster in with the Tech 9 at the very least. Still 2 kills for FaZe to stomach. 2 rounds between them and Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, majority of life, no bomb plant, no scary situation here. And you see Kerrigan wiggling in his seat, getting ready to make this happen. This game's about to get very tense.
Round by round, that's FaZe. Brokey had been showing us better stuff in Bucharest, but unfortunately for him, down to a 3-10 scoreline at the moment. Will he be called on? He'll collect one with the M4. And these Desert Eagles not finding their targets. It is a easy one for FaZe, finally. Easy and FaZe don't usually go in the same sentence.
That lead evaporates, and yeah, with minimal economic damage. More important to do that to the CT side when you're saving over on T. So there'll be a round buffer here. Falcons won't be able to win one and force a save. Let's see if they decide to play this one quickly or erode the defense, which might be a wiser idea on a round like this. Heavy towards connector. I'm a huge fan of this style of defense, like watching for the window lurk, holding for Palace, being able to refrag into middle. Since there's not a lot of great spots to stand here at the top of connector, you know, a player like Nico will be here by himself, but the weakness, of course, is Cat and B, where Kerrigan is an MP9 solo on this side of the map.
TSS ahead of the flashbang.
That's a scary spot.
Yeah, Kerrigan just gave him something to shoot at. Kerrigan very much alone, so to be playing such dangerous games. It's risky business, but he gets away with it and then looks to come and support Catwalk. We get the clearing of the bottom of middle. Elige loses a teammate in the process. TeSeS a little late to this party, but he will soon join up with Kixan as they send Degster back to grab bomb.
That's the value of the double connector play. That push was supported really well.
But then they kind of unravel it slightly. You get one player still on stairs in the form of Elige, and then Rain's a bit occupied as that smoke sitting up in the window. Elige better be prepared. There's more fights where the first one came from. His gun's dry, his pistol, it's too much of an ask, and you just got Rain clipped out from the window. Frozen just keeps his head tucked. Down to 15 seconds. Falcons playing with fire, and Frozen, oh, he gets cleared out by Magisk, who just gets the kill from the ramp, and Kerrigan dies empty-handed. Falcons slice up through connector, through that heavy defense after it succeeds in its first attempt, and so Falcons' gap remains at 2.
Yes, that was the hardest route right there with Cat wide open, no one playing ladder room. We had an MP9 alone in B. FaZe got the round they were looking for in A split. They had a lot of players there to defend, but when it came down to the 4v4 and then more great shots being hit, we see again the talent from Falcons shine through. The critical kill in that spot from Magisk as well, up on Tetris. On to Frozen, who has been one of the scariest players in these situations. Oh, that's how that went down. I love this sandbox.
This guy's playing prop hunt. What are you up to in Palace, Magisk? Think he's considering a swing?
Doesn't often go out by himself. You know, it's the kind of spot where you pick your 1 or 2 rounds and a half. You use those very carefully because you just want to be a threat the entire time. Much more effective trading. Usually, you know, if something goes wrong, then you have like a way to ruin the A site in a spot where there's no ticket player. If he gets that to default, you know, he's pretty safe, even if there's other players on the site. But this is information that he doesn't have right now. So past a minute smoke, here it comes out into window. Not an actual A split though, it's all T's, it looks like, coming back to the ramp.
Frozen's in the corner and gets deleted.
Perfect, clear.
You put your highest performing player in a critical spot like that. TeSeS uses 1 bullet, brains on the wall, and the follow through right here with it. Falcons gunning for the double digits. Kerrigan just peeks in. We talked about his late game performance. Magisk cleared out. Rain reveals himself. Kerrigan continues to stop Falcons in their tracks. The whip around here from Kixan. Layered defense towards connector. Ops got it.
What?
Kerrigan stands tall.
Who is this man right now between these two maps? Again, as you mentioned, even though he didn't get his kills in the first half, that's the same as Ancient. They keep this one close. It's a fight to the end here between these two teams. Grand finals on the line.
Both teams now out of timeouts. This is the last timeout in regulation in round 18.
No more breaks.
That just, it feels like that's the tipping point for Kerrigan. Does he continue with rounds like that? Can he?
Oh, the HSP is looking good. I mean, it's not just some body shot kills coming in as well.
Driving force of the win on Ancient. Unexpected to say the least, but he stuck the landing. I think simultaneous to the Kerrigan performance, you also had this kind of petering out of Degster.
This is not a sexy buy here from Falcons either. Magisk is the Galil They've got a small amount of utility, enough for a one-layer exact, not anything to bait out utility. There's got to be a commitment behind this smoke once it leaves his hands. Brokey with 5 kills. They aren't going to win this game with Brokey on 5 kills. Here he sits in CT spawn.
We saw the impact Dexter was able to have from similar positions. You've got to replicate your counterpart. Decides to play ahead of it, drops a smoke in the middle of sight. This bomb site is blanketed in smokes. And Brokey unable to connect off the first shot, but they'll pop the smoke open, deny Kicksan the fly over top, and Elige is gonna unleash. Into the pack he'll go. Nico responds. Desert Eagle, the only thing for the Falcons to have connected. And Dexter, oh boy, now you've given him an op.
Uh-oh.
He's gonna turn this back at them.
There you go.
Shot down, and you're now gonna feel the wrath of Dexter if he has it his way. All the while, Nico's Deagle still sat back over towards default. Dodges flashes, missed shot. Now it's back in FaZe's hands. Nico tries to keep his head down. He's surrounded, and he will find nothing else. So FaZe tie up.
Oh, stressful moment there for Brokey. Giving the op over to Dexter. He turns it into a sequence. But it looks like the op was cursed. He misses his shot too. Even after the flash dodge, you know he could have closed that round. That was the winning position for Dexter. But another chance is gifted over to Brokey. As much as we talked about Dexter towards the end of Ancient, maybe misses some opportunities, even when he had a great map, the overall performance from Brokey isn't there. Pressure's affecting everyone. This game is tied. With a full buy-in on both sides, no telling who gets 10 first.
Ton of flashes come over top. Nico is locked in at the moment. His teammates trying to support him with flashbangs of their own. It's a lot of posturing here, but not actual any points of contact. And Dexter doesn't have an op to duel with that of Brokey. He'll have to kill him for it if he wants it again.
Brokey's taking a risk because they have top mid control. They could be walking underpass here, and there's not actually anyone to stop it. But if they don't feel comfortable leaving mid wide open, this is actually the right risk to take. They might walk into this. It looks like they will.
Oh, they could collateral even. Brokey just don't miss.
Oh.
He does again.
That's the chance. That
loses for him. You've got Elige on window. It's not all for naught. Keeping that close proximity of Elige allows him to play off of Brokey, who then gets burned back. No second chances so far for Brokey. Elige sitting on a quarter health. We've got 40 seconds left on this clock, and it's going to be Falcons to at least put Nico in or outside the window.
Awkward moment. They don't want to get jumbled up. They're going to hear this run out, and this is actually Nico's time to go, but Rain is watching it.
It's held. Now, all of a sudden, Tessa stuck in on the stairs. He reveals himself. Rain doesn't have to swing. He's got Brokey behind him. He gets the dink off. Brokey's actually offered the op over to Elige while he sits on low health, and Elige over towards Ticket is now going to have pressure coming to him. Kerrigan tries to offer up more yet again, and Elige waits, stoically holding, hoping, nobody showing. Down to the 7 seconds, bomb planted, wallbang connects, and as they try to peel away, they know damn well where Elige is at, and they both get back into the ramp so quick, in fact, that it's going to be a reposition here from Magisk. Dexter has been playing so well. 21 kills, 8 deaths. Sits back and has to wait for Magisk to eventually wrap around. He goes to confirm if the defuse is there, and they will find them off it. Do they believe in this reposition? Magisk fails!
Oh.
Frozen slays him, and leave it to these two on FaZe to pull off a lead.
Oh, with that op on the retake and Elige on a quarter health, they're able to pull off this very unlikely retake. Magisk repositions after he jumps towards a ramp. I think Elige knows that they doubled up. And there was a moment there where they might not have been prepared for Palace. But he peeked out and saw both targets. Oh, it's a flick as well. Aiming for the head on the ramp. And another chance bought for Brokey to get into this game. The op doesn't do anything in his hands, but every time it goes to someone else, they get a kill. has to believe that round is coming in for Falcons. They have to take advantage of this opportunity while it exists.
Oh God, that's awkward. They actually kill Rain beside him instead. Rain just a victim of the Elige contact. He tries to swing out. That's insane, but it works. Frozen able to tether off of him. Again, it is those two players to try to hold it on.
Oh, what a position here for Magisk.
The fact he slips down into the first casualty, that's perfect. He's standing on Rain's dead body. Elige continues to try to be the savior. Main character energy paying off, but working with 40 health, certainly not ideal. And they won't know about this Magisk position. I mean, he could approach with caution, but no, he's more concerned about sight. Suddenly man advantage here for the Falcons camp. Dexter in the mix. Star power on the line. Magisk wallbang making up for lost time in that one round prior. And Brokey has been a non-factor throughout Mirage. And in this 1v3, will he even get a chance? That's about as impactful as the op has been for him all map long. He will run down this bomb, he will die with time, commits to the cause. We're tied again.
Oh yeah, we're tied again. I don't exactly know what happened there inside of middle. Two players jumping around in the smoke as Falcons were taking it. I mean, Frozen tried his best to save that situation. Elige as well, when Rain died behind him after he got spotted. This game is so close, of course, anything can happen. And we've also seen Falcons come up clutch in close games. Ancient versus MongolZ. That was a match that looked like it was finished. FaZe just happy that this isn't for map point. They've got a full save.
That goes as you'd expect. Desperate swing from Elige. We saw it last round with a much better weapon. Vacant A-bomb site, barring this ticket pack. They don't even have a nade to pop it open. So FaZe just have to play a waiting game. And it's one that will end in their demise. Running forward into the rifles. An easy close here for the Falcons. The fruits of their labor as round 21 goes down smooth.
Yeah, it's a bit of a formality. Honestly, a couple of kills on a round like this would reinforce the buy that's coming up. This one is to defend series point. This one will be max pressure. Again, we are out of timeouts here on Mirage. It will have to be all Kerrigan, all Kixan. Everyone getting into the perfect posture to prepare for round 22. No op in play. Maybe it's a blessing. Sometimes when you're having an off day.
Gonna try again. It's right there for the taking, but Kixan straight up beats him.
Oh.
Galil, from an underperforming in-game leader, Falcons find footing on A with ease. Brokey burning all the way to a Molotov.
He thought he had a place to stand, and with that, it looks like goes map point unless there's a way for a 2v5 retake to take place. But look at the CTs cowering in fear, knowing that they hold the only hope for a chance to bring this game back into the next round if they're allowed to live. It's an honest duel one at the top of mid from Kixan over Elige.
And the saves denied at the end. They're coming for Kerrigan's as well. Just hiding and hoping that they'll have anything to work with in the follow-up. Kerrigan hangs on, fights for it. One rifle kept. Incredibly low economy. We're talking less than $3,000 for every single member of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, this would have been one rifle if not for that saved gun, and Kerrigan will be generous enough to give it away.
And who better to wield them? It will be Frozen and Elige coming into this round with M4s. MP9s for the rest.
It's a two-round game just like Ancient, but Falcons, there's been so much parity in the second half. They looked so much better on average.
It's been a close game, but it's also been a 5v4 for Falcons every round, if you catch my drift.
FaZe do not want to give up mid instantly, but last round they fought for it, they lost. If this goes into a late round situation and they've got these MP9s, you can forget about a retake. With no pick play in place, CTs have limited options, maximum fog of war, and a T default that's coming into middle to really expose how weak these guns are.
Down to the double smokes. That forward press FaZe Clan setup in the A site, banks on a Liege, holding off Connector. If he dies, you think the rest of this gets unraveled. It's a patient Magisk waiting in Palace, holding his nerve and awaiting a chance to strike. They will position Nico, who sometimes goes through with this windowsill, other times waits it out. A Liege looking to take a glimpse at this, and he could find them. They're not ready. Nobody's watching. Oh,
he still hit it.
Hands on his head. Rain presses out. That's an upgrade offered over to the Norwegian. And now Brokey also over towards Tetris. He's got to do something because Nico's starting to recover. These defenders on the A site, they've got to somehow bring this back. And they do stop bomb. Brokey, better late than never. Dagster's P250 connects to the next one. Somebody's got to get the plant off. Off shot connect.
Oh!
Grand finals.
They might be the team that people like to meme on. People want to see their downfall, but today is not that day. Today they are going back to another PGL finals. Team Falcons does it. It was such a close series, such a close game, but all smiles for the Saudi team.
Yeah, the Saudis just love PGL, it seems like. I mean, what a game, a third map going down to the wire this last round. I mean, so tight. Some curious decisions in the end, like with the time being so low, everyone peaking. Okay, I don't know. I have to say the Brokey third map and series in general, what a disaster from the Latvian. Like they needed him. They needed him here. They could have definitely won this game, but wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, might be the single worst map I've seen Brokey play. I mean, with the amount of missed opportunities, but Falcons more like Team Phoenix. I mean, the way they've risen from the ashes, they were 0-2 down, you know, managing to battle back. And even in this series, a little bit differently, you know, being 1-0 up, big lead on the second map. FaZe manages to come back, win it in overtime. Then on Mirage, I think they showed some great patience. I think this absolutely is the best we've seen Falcons look, because so many times, you know, in previous games, previous tournaments, after that 5-1 start on the CT side, and then, you know, FaZe is slowly winning rounds and having entries, you would see them try to go for these rounds just because they have money in the bank, and the rounds aren't really winnable. And here they stayed patient, they saved guns, saved up, enabled them to keep buying, and in the end managed to win 8 rounds in the first half, which I think was absolutely crucial for them to be able to close it out on the T side.
Can we give this team some credit, though? The mental fortitude that they must have to have lost on Ancient the way they did with that Carrigan comeback is hard for any team. But it's not only that, it's how they started the group stages. Like, they had such a bad start, and yet they continually pull themselves up and then put in results like this.
I mean, the narrative that they're out and don't really care, that, you know, the players...
Is this a guy who doesn't care?
Yeah,
that's look a guy who's done, like, who doesn't care. I mean, look how much it means to them, to every single player on the team. I think also, considering the struggles they've had just in terms of results, you shouldn't underestimate them, you know, winning a semifinal and being, they're obviously going to be thrilled about going this deep in a tournament one more time.
Do you think it kind of blows my mind, though, that was the conversation, that, like, Dexter doesn't care? I was like, these are still full-time professional Counter-Strike players. He might have known he was on the out, but he also knows this is a really good advert for him for other teams, right?
Yeah.
If you suddenly just drop the ball and the whole team drops the ball and you're all done with it, it's not a very good advert for you as players.
I think it was a bit difficult for them to get into the right mental space, like to kind of get over that hump and actually get into the server and do their job, essentially, because of all the noise. But when it started going well, obviously, you know, Dexter doesn't. It's not in his favor to. He's getting benched and also playing like shit, right? He doesn't want that. He wants to go out with a bang and have a great advertisement for another team that's looking for an offer, which obviously there's a lot of them. Might even be the one that he beat today.
Yeah, I think it's just crazy. He had 10 multi-kill rounds and he didn't even go into overtime, right? Just the sheer output of frags from him was tremendous. And also people talk. I mean, if someone wants to pick him up and, players with other teams talk, hey, what's he like? It's like, oh yeah, the guy's checked out, I mean, that's not a good sign for anyone trying to pick him up. So yeah, we talked about how that narrative might be a bit lazy to begin with, and they've proven people wrong one more time.
We'll talk a little bit more about what we saw in Mirage, but right now, Banks is with Kixen to celebrate Falcons going through to the finals.
Thank you, Sam. You are correct. I've got Kixen with me here, and you've made it through to the grand finals. This was a seriously tough game, especially when we go into the Ancient, then moving into Mirage. Just talk to me how you feel after a crazy series like that, mate.
Yeah, it was crazy serious. I feel a bit relieved now, but during the game it was a bit stressful. It was just one of those games where you just forget about anti-strat, forget about everything. You're just full focused. I mean, mostly I'm talking about the third map where it's just you just play round by round and you forget about everything and just play on the feeling. And yeah, I'm just happy that we managed to win.
What was difficult specifically about that Mirage? Because it seems like that's the one you're focusing on here.
Well, I just think they played better on Mirage than the other maps, let's say, and it was obviously the third map, the decider, which is obviously the most stressful one. And at one moment we lost the lead, which I mean, it was just not nice to play the T side at one point because they were aggressive, doing some YOLO moves that worked for them. So yeah, I'm just happy that we managed to reset at one point and we closed the game.
Did it feel though like at one point when you said they managed to take the lead that you were kind of falling down to what happened on Ancient as well?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, felt like we are in control in the city side. Suddenly we lost the pistol, we lost the first gun round, and it was already like they had the lead. So that's what I mean when I say that it was not nice to play this Mirage in the second half. But I'm happy that we found a solution towards the end, and we won.
How were you able to find that solution? Who was helping you out with trying to understand what to do next? Because I know you've got some other good voices in your team.
Yeah, I think when like the rounds we lost, it's a stressful game, so everyone is talking a bit more, giving some more ideas, and I think that was the biggest problem because there was a lot of chaos on the TeamSpeak. But in one of the rounds, I just said that we need to relax and just listen to each other and just stick to the one plan that we have. I think that was the most important thing in the last rounds that we managed to win and come back.
Now, making it through to the grand final, though, how much does that mean to you when you guys have got a lot of noise around you, there's a lot of other discussions going around you, and it does seem like every member of the team is still giving their absolute all to make this possible, that you could go ahead and lift the trophy?
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of noise since the first day we came here, and obviously maybe it affected us in the first games, but then we just talked that we just came here to play CS, and I'm happy that in the last few days after we had bad start, we managed to bring back our game, our A game, let's say. And yeah, I'm just excited to play in the final again.
Now, you won't know yet, but I want to ask you who you might want to face out of G2 and Complexity tomorrow in that final.
I don't care too much, to be honest. I just think that we need to be focused on ourselves as we were in the last few games, and we should just try to do our best. And if we do what we did today, I'm pretty sure we will lift the trophy.
I like that confidence. I like that answer as well. Very diplomatic. Sam, we'll get back to you.
I mean, it was a diplomatic answer, but I didn't like it. I wanted him to say
yeah, agreed.
G2, because that's the timeline we all want to see, right? Sorry, Complexity fans. It could be interesting. Let's focus in on the Mirage, though. What was it that Falcons was doing right that allowed them to take this map in the end?
I think similar to the Cluj game, again, they win the force buy. I mean, in the first half, right, on the CT side, they were 1-0 down and then they were 5-1 up just based off of that one force, having FaZe play from the back foot. And again, I have to say patience. You've seen it on the CT side, but T side too. They didn't get desperate on the T side when Kixen pointed out, they actually FaZe took the lead at some point and you didn't see all of a sudden, just some set calls and just execute. Just trying to sort of, break the mold. No, it was still a default style, a little bit changed with more pressure towards A, but they didn't lose their patience and they managed to punish some of that aggression from FaZe Clan and close out the game.
Yeah, MR12, we talk about it over and over again, the the details are important. Every round is important, especially losing the second round. The economy gets out of hand very fast. But we also saw like how FaZe kind of started the comeback on CT and how similar that was to the Ancient comeback. Also 8-4 on the half. Everything was 8-4 on the half today in this series. So yeah, I mean, Mirage is always going to be a decent map for Falcons when they have Nico on the team. That's something you can't ignore at any time.
Yeah, I think you can also see why we said at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the individuals, right? And just Brokey, unfortunately, you know, also shout out to Shev observing. He was like on him every single time. It felt like when he was missing shots, because time after, at some point, it's like, how does he miss? Like, not just him, but this shot is harder to miss than to hit, because it's almost like 3 guys swinging and he's holding ramp and somehow he shoots in between the first and the second, right? And I think people would say, oh, it's just 1 kill maybe, but no, that's what enables the opponent to gain ground, to gain space, you know. Instead, you could have stopped them in their tracks. And it's just unfortunate because he's had a bit of a resurgence this tournament. He's had a good tournament in general, but just this final map is definitely one to forget.
It's also just concerning that kind of Falcons beat FaZe in a FaZe fashion, you know, in a chaotic game I mean, Kixan also said it. The prep and the game plan was out of the window, and we're just playing Counter-Strike 5v5, doing the defaults and seeing what happens in the late rounds. And yeah, I think that's the part of the worrying part about FaZe this year is like they're losing that identity and that fear factor that they have, because the individuals are not as good as some other teams, you know. Even Rain and Kerrigan, as some of the entry pack, is not as sharp as, you know, a Donk and a Magic's coming in. They don't have the same explosive power, and then it comes down to the game plan, the tactics, and, you know, your Opper is also becoming super missing. It was Frozen, Elige. I think 2 of them looked pretty good, and that's a positive, but the worrying signs are still the same that they were kind of entering this tournament.
It's unfortunate for Brokey that he doesn't appear in the last map, because that's the map everyone's going to remember, and it's the one that lost the series. But overall, if we take a look at the whole series, is it just a matter of FaZe individuals not stepping up when they need to, or are there bigger concerns that FaZe fans should have?
I mean, it's difficult, right? Because when you look at some of the rounds that have been happening, if you go all the way back to Nuke, it was just the aggression that caught him a little bit off guard. The aggression from Falcons on the CT side, and it's been poor starts, really. I mean, they either, you know, lose pistol or lose the second round. A lot of these games outside of the last half on Mirage, where things went their way, and they've always had to. I think if you look it up now, I think for sure FaZe won significantly more gun versus gun rounds in this series against compared to Falcons, but unfortunately with the timing of those round wins, you know, they didn't get as many freer rounds, you know, anti-ecos and whatnot, so it was constantly an uphill battle for FaZe Clan in this series.
Talking about the openings as well, like throughout the series, I think it was 41-29 or something, so like 12 opening duels more for Falcons, and this is something they've been really good on throughout the tournament, and it's been everyone. It's not like on FaZe, it's mostly Elige, right, that is doing this and finding success. For Falcons, it's been like 20% practically every player, so everyone is contributing. You know, Kixan and some of his like tricky rounds, sometimes it's Magic's on a bomb site entry, sometimes it's, you know, the classic Op or Nico or whatever, so they've been just putting FaZe on the back foot from the start of these rounds. So that's also I mean, it's basic Counter-Strike. You know, 45s are harder to win.
Obviously, it's not the end of us watching FaZe. They're going to be doing a third place playoff tomorrow. So Again, that's correct. This is a complete repeat of Cluj, which we spoke about. But now, my question to both of you is, who does FaZe face off against in that third place playoff?
I'm not going to go against MongolZ on the server, right? I know Complexity put up a great fight when they met in the group stages, right? But we saw playoffs being a different beast, especially when you go up against a team as seasoned as G2 is. Sure, not all the players anymore, but you still have Hunter in there with MongolZ, and you still have Snacks, who's a veteran of the scene, right? So I think this is where the sort of fairy tale, I don't want to say ends, because they'll play the third place decider, but takes a little detour for Complexity, and we do get that Falcons G2 Grand Final.
Yeah, and then FaZe against a very hungry team for in the third place decider. Again, another mirror from Cluj, right? Because that would mean so much more for complexity than it would for FaZe in any way.
I think that's the thing, because a lot of people will say, oh, well, it's a third place playoff, we don't care. But I'm like, that's cool. For complexity, they're probably one of the most underfunded teams. If they do make the third, fourth playoff, the money that's on the line if they come third is important.
Yeah, from 80 to 150K, I'm pretty sure it's a huge difference.
Yeah, and I think because people will be like, what do you mean they don't care? It's not that FaZe wouldn't care about the third place decider. It's just for a team that has championship aspirations, and also the caliber and the type of players that they have on the roster. You know, being in a third place decider is not really something that is going to motivate you super hard, even with the added prize money, even with what it means for the rankings, right? Like, you're obviously going to try to win, but it's going to be hard to find that intensity because you're not in the fight for the trophy anymore, and that's where you want to be.
Yeah, their main goal was to win. That's without a doubt, and that's out of the window now. They failed.
And I think for me, just this, I feel like FaZe Clan is definitely making changes. It's just a matter of time. Like, I just can't see this roster of 5 being like a real contender, you know, despite the magic when the major comes around, and then maybe having another run, you know, best of ones will actually help them there. It's not clicking. It doesn't feel like, you know, they've managed to build a proper team. They don't feel like a real team from the outside, and I'm not sure what necessarily the problems are and where the issues lie, but I think they're definitely on the horizon if they don't even pull the trigger earlier.
Do they make a change before the major? We're seeing a lot of teams quickly scrabbling to try and change up their rosters.
I mean, Janko knows better than anyone, but I don't think FaZe move that fast, so I don't think that's possible in any way.
True, probably not. You know, and it also depends on what change do you want to make. But yeah, I think in the situation in which they're in right now, they just ride out the major, and that's what Kerrigan's been saying all along. It's like we're trying to peak for the major, right? We know all these tournaments prior are going to be hard. We're obviously try to do our best, but this is a lot trickier maybe than we expected.
Well, if the vibes are a problem, Olaf is free, right?
Or JKS.
There we go.
On that note, of course, there is another semi-final coming up. G2 currently undefeated. They have made a clean run all the way through to the next game. Let's see if they can make the finals. They are going up against Complexity, the plucky underdogs who are punching way above their weight. We will find out who is going to join Team Falcons in the finals. However, there is a break before that begins. We've made it a little bit longer, so you can do a Carlos Science if that's your vibe. Otherwise, get some snacks and make sure you get right back here for Richard and the gang. They'll be taking you through all the action a little bit later.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Here at PGL Bucharest, I've been going around and asking the players about what resolution they're currently using. Now, 4x3 stretch, 1280 by 960, that was known as the God Res. But CS2 has changed some things. People don't like getting 4x3'd as much. The game's different, it looks different as well. So maybe we're seeing some more players move to 16 by 9 or even 16 by 10. Now, some players, I feel, are stuck in their ways. It's what they're comfortable with, it's what they know. But others are making changes. So take a look at the results I found. We're checking out the players' resolutions here. I've got Elise with me from FaZe Clan. I know he's known for having nice setups, everything all put in the right way, but we're going to look at the in-game resolution. How are you doing, man?
Doing good.
He's doing good, but show me this, because you're not playing 4x3. No. I thought it was 16 by 9. What are you rocking with? Why did you decide on this?
It's a 1680 by 1050, so it's a 16 by 10 stretched.
Okay.
And I pretty much went with this because it's like in between 16 by 9 and 4 by 3. Yeah. And 16 by 9 is just a little bit too thin. I felt like everything was really slow. But then 4 by 3 stretched, I didn't like not being able to see like on the sides of like my screen as much. And also it was just a little bit too fast. So for me, this is like a perfect in between.
So 16 by 10 is actually like a middle ground to what a lot of players, like, I remember Dong saying that he's like, oh, I tried to go 16 by 9, but it was too slow for him. Yeah. So you feel like with this being stretched, and do you still get the same vision as 16 by 9 as well?
It's a little bit less, but it's not, I've never died because of it pretty much.
Okay. So this is a safe way to play. How long have you been rocking with this?
I've been on this res since like 2016. Wow. So very, very long time.
Okay, well there you go. For Elise, it's 16 by 10. He's got it all set up here. And I like the idea of this, Maui, trying this out. We're having a bit of a speed go on the bigger resolutions. I got Senzu with me from MongolZ this time around, and we're going to be looking at his resolution and see what he uses in-game. So Senzu, you're using 1280 by 960, 4x3 stretched. Why do you choose that one?
Yeah, just using auto like pros.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just what a lot of people use. Do you ever try 16 by 9, 16 by 10?
No.
No?
No, didn't try.
Do you ever try change settings? Do you mix with things?
One time I tried. Just I didn't remember actually.
Okay.
Yeah, just.
But you didn't like?
Yeah, I don't like. Just I'm using normal. Yeah.
Normal standard. Do you change crosshair much?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
I just yeah. I
don't change.
Yeah. I think every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Every day you change crosshair? Yeah. But it's same for you. Yeah. You're just easy?
Yeah, it's not easy.
I like it. Well, thank you very much, Senzu. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
I got Gravity with me from 3D Max. What are you rocking with? Did you change anything from CSGO into CS2? Talk to me through it.
Actually, I never changed it.
Okay.
I'm playing since the beginning, I think, with this one. On CS2, I mean.
Yep.
And yeah, I just feel smooth with this one.
Feel smooth, feel comfortable. Did you ever try 16 by 9, 16 by 10?
I tried 16 by 10 on CSGO.
Oh, okay.
But on CS2, not really. I think it's not how you can play the game. Mm-hmm. This is a fast game, you know.
Yeah.
You need to move everywhere. You need to swing when you are picking. So you need to like have a fast screen also.
Yeah. You don't want it to be slow at all. Now, do you change any other settings sometimes? Like, is it something you're always mixing, or are you one of these players who just keep what you've got and you're consistent with it?
Maybe the crosshair. Sometimes I'm changing, like maybe every month or every 2 months. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Why the crosshair change every month? Just you want to see something different?
Yeah, sometimes I don't know. I'm bored of the crosshair, so I just need some changement. But it's like I have only 3 crosshair maybe.
Okay. So you just cycle through them.
Yeah.
That's all right. Well, there we go. We got his settings. Thank you very much. Here at PGL Bucharest, I've been going around and asking the players about what resolution they're currently using. Now, 4x3 stretch, 1280 by 960, that was known as the God Res. But CS2 has changed some things. People don't like getting 4x3'd as much. The game's different, it looks different as well. So maybe we're seeing some more players move to 16 by 9 or even 16 by 10. Now, some players, I feel, are stuck in their ways. It's what they're comfortable with, it's what they know. But others are making changes. So take a look at the results I found. Legacy have come in hot here when it comes to PGL Bucharest. I'm with Damao. He's been playing lights out, and I'm going to see what resolution he's using. So, what have you got for me here?
I'm using this 1280,
yep.
9600.
Yep, on 4x3.
Yes, normal one. I use it.
Stretched?
Yeah, it's stretched. I use this because it's the most comfortable for me.
Okay.
I tried another ones. I think everybody tried native.
Oh, you did try?
Yes, everybody tried native already.
Yep.
I think because of Rops too.
Yeah.
Yes, it does very well. And yeah, that's the best for me.
When you tried native, why did you not like it? What didn't you like about it?
I think it's too slow.
Yeah.
Of course, maybe it's easy for somebody like Nissin. He
Yeah.
uses native.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he plays very well like that. But I don't feel that fast in the game. I don't feel that I hit all the shots. So this one I felt better playing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Jamal. All right, guys, I'm checking out the resolutions of the players here at PGL Bucharest. I've come to MongolZ because this man, often rocking wild stuff, often changing a lot of things. Show me what you got right now, dude. We're 4x3, but what is this?
I mean, I think it's quite normal, or on the normal side. It's like the 1152 by 864. It's not like crazy, but it's on the more uncommon side. But it's not like insane crazy.
It does seem crazy. Like I've not seen anyone else use it. Do you know anyone else who uses it?
I think I might have seen Nico.
Okay.
Before, I could be just completely wrong. Yeah, I could be imagining it, but I've seen some players use it before.
But you change resolution and styles and everything all the time. Does it, like, do you notice a difference, or what's the reason behind it?
I just like to look at new stuff sometimes. Sometimes I get bored. I play the game 10, 12 hours a day. I want to, sometimes I get bored of it, get a new look of the game. I feel refreshed, feel new, and more time to grind. So, like, I don't feel any difference at all, because I played with everything at least like 10 times, so it doesn't matter anymore.
So you are just multi-resolution, multi-style, it doesn't matter. Do you change during a tournament, mid-tournament ever?
Oh yeah, multiple times. Yeah, that's no problem. I like probably every the last few months I've been good actually. I've stayed at the same at least I've stayed on stretch for a while now. Okay. But like I still switch rest. Like I did for a week ago, like 1 week ago I was 1280 by 960, so I did switch, but that's not like a big it's not a big difference. Just did a new look of the game.
And just to look at this, you're playing double mousepad right now just because you had it yesterday and it worked?
Yeah, it was like when I came yesterday, they had a mousepad on the table. I'm like, I'll try this, and it felt nice, so I'm gonna keep going.
Hopefully that luck works out for you. We're gonna just turn the attention quickly here. Like, you're rocking a cabled mouse still.
Yeah. G300S, that's what it's called.
How old is this?
I mean, I think it was released in like 2012, something like that.
Okay.
So.
And they don't make them anymore?
No, they just discontinued them.
Oh, no.
So I went and stocked up. I have like 10 just sitting in boxes in my room.
How long has this one lasted you?
This one's lasted me the longest. Like normally they only last about 6 months or so, and then something will go wrong, but this one lasted me almost 2 years, so.
Okay, with that, you've got at least 20 years in, so you should be fine. 20 years of mice is good.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully. They're getting pretty expensive now.
Yeah, you don't want to have to keep running. Look at this, pull it up so we can see. Look, it's even still got this. Wild times we're living in the complexity camp.
Yeah, welcome back. We're about to see who is going to join Falcons in the final when we get the other semi-final underway. I'm the host, Richard Lewis. I'll be in the studio for this one. And joining me, we've got Maui Snake and we've got Dust. And I do want to just say, you probably noticed it yesterday if you were paying attention to the broadcast. Maui asked to be on the complexity game because he didn't believe they would win and he didn't believe they would be here. And he had all this good stuff he wanted to talk about. So I'm going to start with you. We're going to start setting this one up. Why was that? Why did you have no faith?
Come on, they were playing against an Aurora team that should have by now won at least one playoff series. There's so much map overlap. Felt like Complexity was playing into all of Aurora's strengths, but they actually defeated the odds, and good on them, and continuing their style, not shying away from the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we were having dinner last night. I even sent Jason Lake a little video, congratulating him. It's been a big deal. So NACS is back, Dust. It's on the menu.
It is on the menu here in Bucharest. Certainly a nice surprise, I think, right? You know, you always are out on the look for more contenders, more teams that can have some strength to bring some competition to the table. And they have made this tournament far more interesting, I feel like, just by what they've been able to accomplish. And I feel like every time they get to the next stop, we're like, okay, surely this is where the ride ends. It doesn't. Like, they've beaten some of the best teams in the tournament to get here.
I mean, look, the crazy aspect of it is as well is just kind of how long this streak has kind of continued. If you include all the qualifiers and everything they were playing in, they're really in a good groove right now. They've played a lot of maps. They've won a lot of maps. They've got a map pool that I think is super interesting because they're one of the better teams on train. So I'm gonna just say before we even start breaking down into the minutia, like Complexity definitely deserve to be here. They've done it on merit.
Without a doubt, and I feel like the way they've done it by, like let's not forget that they're led by a guy who has no coach behind him that is just trying to do it all by themselves. Like Complexity, to start this season, when they picked up 60, when they picked up Nyx, everybody's like, oh shoot, is this kind of a write-off of a season? Are they just it's almost like a long-term trial for those players, but they've really popped off, and I feel like a lot of the credit has to come from the man upstairs. I mean, it's from JT, I mean, not Messioso, from JT, because JT was, you know, as an in-game leader, he always flexes into the awkward maps, the maps that are a little bit newer in the pool, the ones that the tier 1 teams want to stray away from, but that's what makes them an upset potential roster, and they always do it with a little bit of their own flair.
Yeah, and look, you saw there in the results, I mean, you know, a 2-0 over Falcons, finalists, 2-0 over FaZe, who just lost in the semifinals. I mean, they're incredibly legit results, Dust.
Indeed, they are. And even G2, the team that they are now facing, that they lost to, incredibly tight series. I mean, it went all 3 maps. The final map was overtime, which is Dust 2, which is G2's one of the better Dust 2 teams in the world. You know, tons of skill. Like, you feel like that's a map they should probably breeze Complexity on, but they didn't. You know, it was a struggle. So, yeah, every single match that Complexity have played has been impressive, even when they've lost. Like, it's been really cool to follow them.
Yeah, and obviously as well, we'll just drop this in the narrative strand, just in case you've been living under a rock or whatever, which don't recommend. It's bad for your back. But the MongolZ storyline, right? I mean, this is the last time you're probably going to see him in a G2 jersey. He had this incredible ascent. He was the most sought-after rookie in the world. I remember the old CEO of G2, you know, came out to an event specifically to arrange the transfer with the CEO of Navi. They did it over dinner and drinks, like a proper backroom deal is meant to be done. $600,000, and they got this player that's done so much for G2, and now it looks like it's coming to an end. You know, you want him to sign off with a trophy.
I feel like you could look at it in 2 ways for why G2 is gelling. I mean, it's one that just MongolZ is the best player, one of the best players in the world. He's always going to play at the highest level he can because he knows that every single tournament, you can't take it off. So he's performing at a level you want. And for the other side of things, G2, in a way, even though they're losing MongolZ, they're auditioning themselves to still try to be a destination. They're trying to still look like a roster that even, yes, they have a star player right now, but they themselves, with Snacks at the helm as an in-game leader, with MongolZ as a star rifler, with everybody else, these pieces, they're still competitive. And if they just kind of floundered while MongolZ popped off the page with a supernova performance, then they would just be like, who would want to join that team after? I don't think many people would be interested.
I think you kind of bring that up, and I think that's a good point. Just when you look at the top performers of G2 right now in this tournament, like we've already kind of talked about MongolZ, but let's just talk about the combination of players that has come together for this team. You know, MongolZ obviously is the #1 rated player in the tournament, you know, killing it in pretty much every single metric. But Heavy God, the newest member of the team, has been fantastic. You know, he's come in on some maps. He's, you know, kind of taken MongolZ's old roles to allow MongolZ to ascend to some of the Nico positions. In some situations, he has just been a 1-for-1 for Nico on a couple of maps. And you can see here, these two have been absolutely fantastic throughout the course of this tournament. Both of them essentially top 4 players in the event.
I'll bring you in then, Maui, because I know how much you advocated for Heavy God prior to the move to G2. You used to talk a lot about this guy and what he was capable of. I mean, this tournament, I think he's been a bit above where he is usually, but I mean, he's been a good acquisition. He definitely belongs in a roster like this.
I mean, one of my hot takes on my podcast was just that he's going to be a
podcast, bro.
A few actually. Is that Heavy God is going to be by the end of this year a guy that was fitting of a top 20 HLTV placement. As in my eyes, he is a top 5 anchor in the world. Like, he just is. He's just so talented in those spaces. But when he first joined the roster, admittedly, there were growing pains. Okay, he tried to flex his muscles a little bit too much against all levels of opposition, and he got punished for it. Now he's reeled it in just enough, but he still has that anchor mentality. When he's on a bomb site, they're executing on top of him. He's going to find a multi-kill.
I think the really cool thing about G2 as well is, like, we kind of talked about the two top performers, Heavy God and MongolZ, but look at some of the other performances they're getting out their other two players. First of all, MongolZ is still one of the better entry fraggers in the world right now, putting out an outstanding, entry performance, even if his overall numbers haven't been fantastic. I think he's still kind of learning some of those positions that he's taken up where he has to make some more critical decisions in the mid to late round, something that Nico was very fluent in as he's been doing it for years. It's going to take some time for MongolZ to kind of figure out and limit test what's possible, what's not with the rest of the team. But then also, let's give a huge shout out to Hunter. This is a guy who is having a fantastic year so far. If we take a look at it, he's really been kind of warming up throughout the year. Yeah, he had kind of a couple of off moments, I guess you could say, at EPL and Katowice, but when you look at the last couple of tournaments he's played, and then the first tournament of the year, he's been fantastic, and this is all while taking on additional responsibilities as now a guy who's calling it on the CT side to make up for the void that Nico left behind, calling their pistol rounds, and just doing whatever the team needs to be successful, and he's fragging while doing it.
I got one piece of context, though, where the numbers just lie. The numbers are a lie. I'm gonna be honest, Dust. I watched the Hunter demo before this segment. I watched what he was doing. He's just saving more. I looked at the stats on top of it. He's saving twice as much as he did last year in the last month, okay? That's the only his ADR hasn't changed. His KPR hasn't changed. The only thing is that he's saving more, and HLTV rating just loves boosting people because of KAST. So those numbers, in my eyes, fugazi.
Yeah, it was really mean of you to just lecture Prof about that while he was here working this event constantly in the green room. Probably a bit of overreach.
Just DPR farmers need to, the world needs to know, okay? Just because you die less doesn't mean you should be 0.1 rating higher.
No, I agree with you there. But we can talk about complexity a little bit as well. I know you got some stuff there. I mean, obviously, a little bit of NA bias because the scene has just been decimated. Even the big names in the space. We don't have a Cloud9 right now. Team Liquid's, international lineup. And so Complexity are the ones that said, look, we're going to stay true to what our identity has always been, which is, a kind of talent incubator for NA. And they've made some good pickups, I have to say. I always own my big opinions online. I said when they announced this new lineup, I said, this ain't it, and this isn't going to do anything. And honestly, they've proved me wrong. They've made me for a fool because the two guys they've brought in definitely show they can hang it tier 1.
Indeed, I think Sixy's had an incredible tournament as an entry. There were times this tournament where he was one of the better rated players in the event. And then Nick X, I think there's still a little bit of growing pains with him, and I know that Maui kind of echoes that sentiment, but all in all, he's still at least being willing to go out there and make plays and try to fulfill what the team needs. But I think it's two of the veterans on this team have stepped up tremendously in this process, and I kind of want to start with Grim because, Grim's a guy who has been around the NA scene for a long time, and you're going all the way back to 2020 when he played with Team Liquid. Obviously, that whole situation didn't work out. He goes to Complexity after that. He's been here ever since. And, while he has kind of remained in a lot of the same spots, like in defaults and things of that nature, he is on executes leading a lot of these, or at least being second guy in. And his success in opening duels, his entry numbers are absolutely insane. And he's just one of the best players in the tournament. In fact, this is right now currently his career best event in international LAN.
Do we talk about the post-Elige buff, Maui, or do we save that for tomorrow?
We were saving that one for tomorrow, Rich. Yeah, no, I'm already cooking that one.
All right,
okay.
Good, okay.
I feel like, regardless of the fact that, Elige is still cooking it on FaZe, it is without a doubt that, Grim just felt a little bit constrained when Elige was around. It obviously it wasn't like he was negatively affecting him necessarily, but it's just that Elige really strives for perfection. He was probably a critical leader, despite being one that educated Grim. And the Complexity guys have talked so favorably, so positively about Elige, but it's just that if you have a guy that's always telling you a better way to do things, you're going to question what you're doing a little bit. So now Grim just looks a little bit more freed up, that he's willing to take the next fight after the first one, and he's letting that aim just talk because he really is just so sharp with it.
And look, I'll talk about a player, Halzerk. I think this may be his best tournament for Complexity. I want to say, smash less tables, smash more heads. Turns out it works.
I'm glad you brought that up because I think you'll like the title of this graphic we got coming up because this was in reference to exactly what you're talking about because he has indeed been smashing on the server this tournament, man. I mean, particularly yesterday. Like, when you watched him yesterday against Aurora, some of the stuff he was doing, particularly on Nuke, was unbelievable. Like, he was killing people with the Scout, killing people with the killing people with the AK. Obviously, his op has been fantastic. Again, he's one of the best players in the tournament. And as we were talking about Grim having one of his best international events, this so far is probably Halzerk's best international LAN as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a career high point for him. And the worry I always think is right now at a time when AWPers are at a premium, we've got all these pieces moving around. You know, are Complexity capable of holding on to players? I could see MongolZ maybe having a few offers if he can maintain this level of performance, but we'll shelve that. I'll get your opinion, Maui. Oh, that's a scream. We'll get your opinion, Maui, about how MongolZ's been doing.
I feel like MongolZ's just been playing out of his mind. I mean, the last time I saw him play like this was the EPL of 11 months ago, where they made it to the semis because MongolZ was on contract negotiations were happening.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
It almost felt like fool's gold, but he's actually rolled it back to being even better then. And so, I mean, this right here just tells a huge story that there has just been so much firepower on the Complexity side when it comes to Grim and MongolZ, but in some ways almost overshadowed by m0NESY and Heavy God. K-Serato kind of oddly just sticking out there. I'm not too worried about that one. But either way, I mean, this Complexity team right now, beyond that, I think the composite picture right now is that everybody just knows how to play off of each other. Like macro style, the macro plays that they're going for is that NickX is like not the highest rated player, but he's always collecting info. Sixy is always collecting info. That's the main thing I have with Complexity. They're never at all in the dark when they're playing these rounds, and it's helping people like Grim. It's helping people like MongolZ because they're so frequently in the right positions.
Yeah, as we get into the pick ban here, no surprise, Complexity permabanning Mirage, a permaban of Train coming out from G2, which actually really hurts Complexity a lot. We know that they're such a Train specialist. To not be able to implement that in this series is going to hurt. I imagine we're probably going to wind up with a similar map pool to what we had last time.
Yeah, is anybody even going to change it? I just don't see a real reason because it was so close last time, you know? So Anubis from Complexity, G2 last time went for the Dust 2, yep. Decider was Ancient, and again, well, we'll see if they change anything, but I kind of doubt it does.
I doubt it as well.
Okay.
I mean, like you said, last time was incredibly close. All 3 maps got played. Every single map was at least 13-10. Dust 2 went into overtime as the 3rd map in that match.
It was the first.
Was it?
Yeah, it was the first. It was the first. It was the exact same veto right. Order. Yeah. I mean, for some reason around actually G2's, I don't know why. I don't know why this happens in this tournament, is the first map, because some reason last time the first map played was Dust 2. But I don't know why that even happens. I don't know why veto order actually occurs the way it does, honestly.
Well, whatever. I mean, the important part is obviously we're going to get the run back. We have a rough idea of where these two teams are, and look, there were a couple of key rounds where it could have easily swung, the other way.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. That was a really close game. If you're looking at if you think G2 went and just stomped that, Complexity were in that series for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, as we're getting into Anubis, I mean, this is going to be a fun map to watch because Complexity have looked sharp on it throughout this tournament. I mean, they beat G2, they beat FaZe. Obviously, G2 on the other hand, their Anubis hasn't looked that hot. Like one of their only wins this year was against BetBoom with stand-ins. Like they really haven't been able to get. Granted, a lot of their losses are to Aurora, who's like the best Anubis team in the world, but they just haven't looked as depth here. And what I really like about this is we're taking a look at how things are going to kick off. I like how proactive the CT side is for Complexity. This is something that Maui brought up earlier, where NickX, he'll push A for information, or JT, he's willing to take a fight outside of Long B to try to get information. And Sixy has impressed me so much, playing mid on both sides of the map against some of the most skilled players in the world. He had to play against Xantares on Anubis, and he actually played pretty well despite losing that game, obviously. So I really like just how dynamic they have been. And also, here's the other big thing about Complexity. They're just playing with such gusto. Like, you would think a team that's an underdog would maybe play a little bit timid. No, they're playing with tons of confidence and aggression.
And one of the reasons that this went Complexity's way is not only was there so much aggression from Complexity that allowed them to have info, it's that G2 were so one note in their attacks that sometimes they were just doing 5 people B main, and then Complexity, because they had that little shred of information, just stacked the bomb site because they knew that nothing else was going to be happening on the map.
I mean, look, we've got a couple of minutes here. We're just having a few people connecting to the server, so we can continue talking about Anubis. I love the way Complexity, obviously, as you rightly said, not getting trained definitely hurts them, but I like the way that they're an Anubis-trained team. I think that's so good right now in the current meta up against other teams, just being able to religiously kind of pull those out.
I'm going to say that one guy that Dust already brought up that I'm going to say to look out for is NickX, because Dust already talked about his A main aggression, and the thing is that that Nyx came from Timbermen. Like, the only thing Timbermen were known for as a roster is for saying slurs. Okay, that's all they were known for. And honestly, the way NickX plays, I think Heavy got it last time, wanted to type some slurs to him because he was just owning it.
Right. Well, anyway, we'll bring our commentators in and get their opinion. A bittersweet day for you, I imagine, Jason, obviously, as one of NA's biggest fans.
I want to dig into this. Mal, can you give any more details on this situation? Or
no.
I don't think Nyx was the guy that was typing slurs. But he was on the Timbermen, which were a problematic bunch. But JT handpicked him, actually, pretty much just because he watched his demos and liked his aim.
Hell yeah. Richard, I am on the American train.
Of course.
It feels good. It feels good to be back. It feels good to have something positive as a North American Counter-Strike fan.
Didn't look like we were going to have any positivity at the start of the year, but Complexity have somehow turned it around very quickly.
Well, here's what's weird. It feels like we're supposed to be giving the people what they want, and obviously with Falcons in the final, we kind of got to have G2 in the final.
Yeah, I know.
FaZe in that third, fourth place decider with Complexity, so I don't know.
All right, well, let's see. Complexity for the upset. Who knows?
Thanks, Richard. All right, Complexity G2, semi-final of epic proportions. Modesty, potentially last tournament in that G2 roster, looking to end it on a high note, give them one more trophy before he departs. For Complexity, can they still keep showing this level? Are they going to be back there like they were previously in some of the upsets they've had in this run through the group stage and through the quarterfinals? Grim and Halzerk, playing like superstars at this event, have powered them forward. They've got a chance at the grand finals.
Nick's going to be playing it over towards A solo. His teammates far away from any help on this defense of the A site. And G2, with the utility poised and ready, are about to put a lot of pressure on towards Nyx. I'll spot that Molotov coming out towards the fountain, steady himself for a flash over the top of the wall.
Wants to timing the utility, waiting for the sound cue so he knows when to check out the flashbang.
Well, camera smokes come down as well. Flash comes up a little bit early to be effective. Nyx, in fact, getting caught by flashes from G2. And MongolZ just going to run right through, grab that opening kill. And now Hunter is in position to cut off rotations. Snacks is going to play with him as he gets his feet wet in the water. Goes back to JT. Halzerk down there as well. And Snacks combines with the flank of Hunter to get a 1-for-1.
Oh, Hunter under pressure now, pushing him. Good shot. That's beautiful, and that's the pistol. G2 is always in such a strong position. 5 players surviving into the bomb site, kill the 1 defender. Always going to be really hard for Complexity to get back into it, and G2 seals their fate. So 1-0 for the pistol.
I think it's such an interesting tournament so far. You know, we had so many upsets throughout the group stages, so many teams that you would expect to play a lot better. You know, I think Falcons into the final. FaZe, one of the teams as well, that started 0-2.
Well, also Falcons started this event in horrific fashion as well.
Right.
So yeah, congratulations, you're in the finals.
There's a lot of being early upsets, but I think the most compelling storyline has been Complexity for me, because they start upsetting Falcons and they show that they're at a different level, and they continue to throughout the event. I mean, we probably got the 2 cleanest runs here. You know, G2 unbeaten. The only loss that Complexity have is against G2. It was a close series as well.
These probably are the 2 best teams in terms of how they've performed at this event. They're the #1 and #2 teams at round win percent, opening kill percent, 4v5 win percent,
players,
flash assists. Yeah, they've got 4 players in the server, or in the top 5 players at the event. Sixy is down there at the 10th best player of the event. So just in terms of performance in this one isolated week, these 2 teams have been the strongest that we've seen.
Complexity have decided to go for the investment into the second round, so they're going to force everything up. Scout for Halzerk.
And G2 have a 100% conversion rate after winning the T-sided pistol, so this is going to be a tough round for Complexity to win. Important trade for Modesty, and Sixy is going to be under pressure.
Yeah, under a lot of pressure. 5-7, not going to be able to stop MongolZ. Halzerk peeks out from storage, and it looks like that stat you just brought up will continue to stabilize. So G2 going to go 2-0 up here. Grim and JT, no reason to throw away the Kevlar and the better weapons that they've now got. And G2 giving themselves the best possible chance at getting off to a really hot lead here on Anubis.
Yeah, should be good. Next round is going to be mostly saves for Sixy, Halzerk, and Nyx, and you'll have these 2 weapons that are brought forward, but not a whole lot of stopping power in the round. So 2-0. And for Complexity coming into this event, you mentioned, I mean, just how impressive this run has been. Just the idea of expectations versus what's now reality. Expectations coming into this event, you look at this Complexity lineup, having lost Elige, brought in 2 inexperienced North American players, and you're like, man, they're going to get wiped off the map. Like, this little run they've had in Tier 2 and all these qualifiers is cool and all, but they're going to step into the server with the big dogs and just get destroyed. They've been shocking everyone.
Just shows you what a little bit of confidence can do.
I mean, they're the #1 team in the Americas, VRS, just a couple days too late to get that top spot.
Yeah, that's pretty depressing.
They still have to travel from here from the grand finals or the 3rd, 4th place decider tomorrow, travel home to the States and play in the Americas at our
Yeah, and that's very scary because, you know, you're going to be tired of from the travel going back. Online CS is such a different environment.
You're going to get that LAN drop-off where you've been playing the best players in the world and going toe-to-toe with them on LAN at a very tough Tier 1 event. And then you go online Counter-Strike.
In the Americas region.
Yeah, in the Americas region. And you're going to be wondering, what the hell are these guys doing while they wide swing you and rip your face off?
Most important ramifications of the season as well for Complexity. So a lot to be interested in going into the later stages of this week. G2 should keep this clean and get a 3-0 lead. Heavy God flashed. Pressure being put on. MongolZ's going to hold on and take away the head of Nyx. Oh, a little uncomfortable there from Alps as he quick switches to his knife and then drops down to his death. Snacks will make sure that the trade comes in, but they're still trying to keep the pressure on Snacks. He's going to see them coming out of camera in and around those smokes, but you don't want to give away another AK opportunity here.
No, but he's got relative safety with those smokes down. 2 of them creating that wall as a buffer. Grim, the only defender at the B bomb site. Molotov goes towards the platform, and a Deagle is spotted in Temple. And once again, JT has just rotated over, and he's stuck by the smoke, takes some nade damage as well. G2's working their way to the other side of the map. So this round, Complexity doesn't realize is kind of already lost.
Yeah, well, an AK save is the best case scenario here for MongolZ. G2 could move through in towards the A site. Now, we talked about the sort of environment change that's gone down inside of Complexity, and when you lose a big star player, a big vocal player in a Liege, you will look to your more experienced player that's left over, and that's Grim, who we know has traditionally thrived in environments without those big personalities in the squads, where he actually has some space for himself. And I think when you look at the vibes in Complexity, it feels like it's a much better team atmosphere at the moment. They've mentioned that in their post-game interviews. They feel like everybody's on the same page. They're not as worried about making mistakes.
Well, it's easy to feel that way too when you go on like a 13-match win streak at Tier 2 coming into this event, and then at this event you're causing all the upsets in the world. So that team environment is really easy to keep positive at the moment.
Probably have lower well, you definitely have lower expectations of the roster now, right? So
absolutely.
Yeah, I think that'll definitely add into that mix. But you know, you look at the other side of things in G2, you know, it probably is a little awkward over there right now, Jason.
Maybe, but you know, look, I think it's one thing that players have to get used to as this becomes more professional an environment, that these roster changes are going to be happening. But also, like, remember, they just went through this in Shanghai with Nico. They've played under these very same conditions when a superstar player is leaving your team. That's not to say it's not going to be distracting, but they've been through the emotions and they understand how the distractions can affect them from the outside.
Well, no excuses now for Complexity. They've got all the weapons they want, maybe minus that AWP for MongolZ.
Snacks is calling Supple Sipple in this first gun round, though. They just want to pop and explode behind this lurk smoke at the B bomb site. JT and Grim defending.
No, there's no quick explosion through it, but G2 just putting their pieces in the right place. Hunter. And MongolZ combining mollies. Grim's going to be burned out of his position, has to use a smoke to stay alive, stay comfortable. It's JT up first. He'll pass his test. Grim can't. Heavy God on the double. Complexity locked out of the site. Another kill from Snacks, and that kill has surely won this round.
Yeah, shots a little bit off the mark for Complexity, for Grim and Sixy in particular in their exchanges. Heavy God with some very important kills coming in. 2 of them to clean out the B defense behind the bomb site. He's been excellent for G2. MongolZ's the #1 rated player at the event with a 1.28 rating. Heavy God's 4th. He's not far behind at 1.22. And he's been having a very good event, which has got to make G2 happy in the world where they're losing another star player. Having this talent that you've brought in for the future deliver good performances for you has got to make them feel just a little bit comfortable.
Right, you bring it back to what Maui was saying before this game, and if you're G2, you don't want to just look like you get solo carried by MongolZ. You want to be an interesting prospect for other players to want to come into the squad in the future. You know, if you lose Nico, MongolZ, what allure does G2 have? And you want to see that you do have Heavy God, you have MongolZ, and these are going to be players you can actually build around and play with in the future.
And let's mention as well, Hunter as well with increased performance since he's taken more responsibility in terms of as the secondary caller, as a second voice within the team, taking a lot of control of the CT sides, and he's been playing individually much better than we saw towards the end of Nico's tenure in this team. Here's Heavy God, the first kill onto JT, snaps over to Grim, who couldn't get the kill fast enough, and the Galil spray connects onto a lack of helmeted 6-y.
Well, all out for MongolZ. So you can notice the save weapon earlier allowed him to have a little bit of extra cash built up so he can get that AWP out. Grim is just being the main talking point for Complexity. 0-3 start for him. He's going to try and turn that around as quickly as possible. And he might be under pressure again here because heavy numbers from G2 about to apply utility towards the entrance to this B-bomb site.
Well, here they are, not staying still, being proactive. MongolZ covering Nyx. MongolZ's going to take the peek towards stairs, nails it.
Great push out. We've seen Complexity playing this dynamic CT side all tournament long, and MongolZ getting away with a pick. m0NESY's going to try and respond. Ooh, a flash comes in. Grim getting one. Traded back by Hunter. And elsewhere, Nyx has got another in this round, and G2 fall to 2 players with under a minute on the clock.
Yeah, the AWP took the A main peak, and the M4 started pushing up. Nyx catches one completely off guard. Didn't expect the follow-up from an M4. Now as he hears the footsteps.
Look at his position as well.
Yeah, Snax is in for a nasty surprise.
Yeah. Nyx is in the corner. Easy headshot. Bump goes down, looks for the follow-up. And that's more like it from Nyx. 3 kills. Able to take the space outside of the A site and cause real problems for G2.
Yeah, just sent that whole round into hell. G2 trying to figure out at the B bomb site with that flash peek from Grim. They needed to find a second option and never had the time with which to do it. You can see Hunter being vocal there, looking down at the notes. Trying to get his team set up for round 6. There's Nyx taking away some legs. And just as the desk mentioned, constantly pushing, constantly having information, constantly telling his teammates on the other side of the map what's clear. Well done from Nyx for a triple in the round. Complexity on the board.
m0NESY's got the AWP out. He's going to be at T-stars at the moment, going for a peek, combined with the flash to get MongolZ off of the angle. But they send one back. m0NESY gets blinded, but still hits the kill.
Dude, he was so casual. He like even double scopes. He's like, oh, I'm blind. I'll just use the second zoom function. We're all good.
That's so sick. m0NESY, he might just get another one here too.
I can't even really comprehend that with how blind he was.
Just so comfortable with the angles. Knows exactly what he's dealing with, what he's up against. And he goes again. m0NESY with a second, and immediately Complexity feeling the impact of the sniper.
Yeah, this is the problem with playing against m0NESY, is he's so good at so many different styles of AWPing, going for entries, going for picks, being a combative presence, and single-handedly found 2 openers and taken control of Dark away from Complexity.
And because of the amount of presence that he can provide alone, it allows them to commit 2 players through middle, take more space against this defense. 6y coming back, can't get the kill. Nyx moves out, and it's got to be heroic from Nyx to be able to make anything of this round. Unable to take the kill towards A main, 35 seconds, getting split on, wrapped on, and double peaked. No chance, and Grim has to save. There's no way he gets into even a thinkable situation here, and we're looking at 5-1 thanks to m0NESY sniper.
Man, Complexity's getting really outclassed in these first 6 rounds of play. I mean, m0NESY just batters you down, but I mean, just the way they kind of choke off this defense in the round. So much attention and so much action and so much pressure on the B bomb site, sliding into middle. Prepared for every single fight, handling Nyx's aggression in A main. Knowing he had no options, no good fights to take, no need to pressure him because he's got to make a decision at some point. Perfect play from G2, and they're going to be up by 4. This map was played back in the group stage, as I'm sure you heard from the desk. A series in the group stage at the 2-0 mark in the Swiss system. It was 2-1 in the favor of G2, and Anubis was the only map Complexity won, 13-10. Looking like a very different game so far in these first 6 rounds, but there's plenty of time to recover still.
Flash is not proving to be a problem for m0NESY. Up next, Dust 2, picked by G2. All right, still a good buy here for Complexity. You've got the AK saved over for Grim, AWP back for MongolZ. Wanted to peek towards mid, but that smoke comes up, so he changes his position to the double doors, but needs to be careful because Snax is coming closer. MongolZ gets the gun out, drops back to the camera. And G2 will just have to lick their wounds. They're down to 4 players.
And they were bringing pretty much everyone in middle, it looks like. They've got 3 players there still. Hunter just backs off to check and watch the flank. But G2's plan was really to bring bodies towards middle. So the pick from MongolZ is huge to slow them down, stops them at the gate, and they're starting to back off.
We'll use MongolZ's op to carve out information in middle, and then a smoke into camera. Freeing up MongolZ's rifle to start to move forward. MongolZ spotting with a smoke break. It's a perfect combo to allow that further kill here for Complexity.
Yeah, look at the panic from MongolZ as well. Here's the nade hit off the wall and tries to get out of view.
Boost up on top. MongolZ didn't see it. Hunter over the top of the window opens up a chance. MongolZ gets caught, pushed through Temple into the kill, and just down to Hunter and HeavyGod to try and win this 2v4. Complexity can't let this one slide, but HeavyGod gets a second kill, this time from the grave. So it's on Hunter to win this 1v2.
He's got 28 seconds. He's got one HE grenade, and now he's picked up the bomb as well. I think he knows Nyx is over in A main. They were gearing towards pushing that earlier in the round, but stopped when the retake began through camera, so he's got to have the idea.
That's going to be a tough. They're coming in from two sides. Molly heating up his position, forced into the open. He knows what he's up against. It's just about a little bit of luck in the timing, and they just don't peek him the way he would have liked.
No, a hard fight for Hunter to figure out. Hard to find any kind of safety in that position, especially with the Molotov at his feet, clearing out half of Cake. Second round for Complexity. 2 players survive. Nyx and JT can pass some guns over. Op is on JT. He's recovered it for MongolZ. This is the first big opportunity for Complexity to do tons of damage over to G2. I mean, HeavyGod's got 6,200 at the bank, so he's doing all right. Snax has 1,500 left over after his buy. But money is low on quite a few players on this G2 side, so they're going to start laboring to put strong weapons out in the field of play. If Complexity can win this one, get a little bit of control back in the big picture of the match.
Oh, it's quick from MongolZ again. MongolZ this time getting picked away. He took damage though, MongolZ. Look at this play from Hunter. Through the beast smoke. Into the site. Grim not ready for it. Important that JT was able to respond. Gets behind the obelisk just in time because MongolZ had pushed out towards jail. And JT goes back into that fight. This time MongolZ will maul him. Complexity fall straight away.
Yeah, and there's a little change of pace in this round from G2. MongolZ's not going to miss that shot. 60 swings right out into him.
Just the ferociousness of how quick that round victory was.
Well, it's a great call from Hunter because, I mean, they just get the pick in middle, right? So, you know, you might not rotate immediately, but there's a chance in Hunter's brain where he's saying maybe that rotator from the B bomb site went back to get to Temple really quickly. But still the aggression through the smoke that Grim can't possibly predict. A beautiful opening kill from Hunter that puts so much pressure on JT. So 6-2, and Complexity held off of winning rounds in a row.
Yeah, frustrating for the CT economy, as you said. If they'd been able to pick this round up, G2 would have been the ones starting to go on the back foot money-wise. But with that kind of recovery and as many players staying alive as G2 were able to sustain, their T-side woes go away.
And the biggest issue for Complexity right now is so much conversation has been about, oh, nice quick shot from MongolZ.
They both landed them. It looked like MongolZ hit his through the
edge
wall.
Of the wall, perhaps, yeah. I mean, the biggest issue is with the success MongolZ's had with the op early on and some opening picks, negating some of the aggression. He's 3-0 in opening duels. Like, some of the aggressive stuff that Complexity likes to do on this map is getting taken away from them. Those moves that have been so impactful.
Yeah, you start to feel suppressed.
And a lot of it, too, comes down to, like, mid-round aggressive ideas from Complexity, but if you've already had a player picked off and playing 4v5 with 1 minute and 15 seconds, it's harder to be aggressive.
More pressure on Nyx in this round with the only rifle. Goes to the A main play aggressively. Gets information they're close by. They're going to keep the pressure up, though, G2. They're coming through the smoke, and 2 kills instantly. No one else home for Complexity. All 3 players outside of the B bomb site. G2 are going to go through the motions with the utility, but they will soon realize they have 7 rounds.
And now it's going to be about establishing your escape route, because Complexity might want to line up to get some exit kills. Try and snag a couple free AK-47s as they exit the bomb site. And that positioning will be over towards Rugs for Grim. MongolZ down the stairs to punish anyone exiting through A main.
Making sure they just get rid of Any spoils of war that might blow the way of Complexity. And G2 will retreat to the beach. Grim looking for a steal away. The AK caged in.
I bet you could stick your arms through those grates.
Let's see.
Oh,
yeah. Just like that, Jason?
Yeah, just like that.
Well, they made it difficult. They had to go and find it. And well done.
They did their best.
They got the AK.
Yeah, it's a valiant effort. They might be a little bit bummed when they hear that AK-47 shooting this round. They're like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
They added a few extra steps, but, you know, we're looking at Complexity needing to get a few more CT rounds here. We're getting to the later stages of the first half, and obviously 2 rounds is not going to be enough. So
I think what's more worrying than the scoreboard is hold the phone. We got some aggression. Okay, Halzerk has an angle. Yeah, Grim really swinging for it, but backing off when he sees nothing. So nothing gained. Like, you have the information at this point, but, I mean, G2 can still be there, and you can't do anything about it. So nothing from Complexity off that push.
A lot of risk, not a whole lot of reward.
I was going to say, what's more worrying, I think, than the scoreboard to me is I've seen like Sixy in some heads-up duel that we've been seeing win throughout this tournament that he's really struggled with, just 1v1, like mid-range fights. Aim hasn't felt as sharp. Same for Grim, but I think his is more at the B bomb site with the different number and styles of hits that G2 has shown them.
Yeah.
And the confusing nature of kind of lurking through some of these smokes, I think Grim just hasn't been able to find a clean fight.
Well, they do decide to go towards B again. It's not exactly the strongest setup here. You got JT committed to connector. He's used his final piece of utility, and it's useless.
Yeah, it's gone into the smoke.
And he's only got an MP9, but he's up against Snacks, and Snacks just about comes out on top of that duel.
It's a pinch towards the A bomb site, at least for the moment. 3 players in middle, including MongolZ with the bomb, who's playing support with the op, so he can actually back off if they feel too much resistance. There's 3 defenders here, Halzerk, Nyx, and Sixy.
25 seconds to try and delay this. Sixy throwing the grenade in, taking away the first, cracking the legs from beneath him, but Hunter comes back in, and with a hit heavy from A main, it is Complexity's defense that has disappeared on that A bomb site.
Yeah, it got melted, didn't it? 1 kill from Sixy, but Hunter swings left. Pathing is just so strong and destroys 2 defenders. Never expected that kind of a punch to come from camera.
Already MongolZ is searching for that saving player of Grim. Might catch MongolZ looking the wrong way. There's the headshot. He'll get to that AWP. But whether or not he can hold on to it is a whole different story because Heavy God's sprinting through spawn to try and get back to him.
Yeah, and Snacks is lurking up through dark right now into the B bomb site as well. I don't know if Snacks will have time unless he starts running. Grim, just a few seconds left to survive. Snacks is here, knife out. Bomb explosion might have hit the footsteps. 8-2.
Yeah, Hunter did have a pretty crappy game on Anubis the last time, didn't he, against Complexity?
True.
He's feeling better now.
He should be 8-4, leading the way for G2. Obviously getting out of a round where you get all the impact with the opening frags. Here's Snacks finding the first kill, but these 2 right here are what sealed it. Spray down, instant headshot onto Sixy, and Nyx trying to find some kind of safety, runs right into Heavy God, and Complexity knocked off their game on Anubis. This map that has become their second option after Train when that's taken away from them.
Halzerk's aggressive A plate stopped by Heavy God. Doesn't get easier because MongolZ's holding for the second peak. So 5v3, couple of seconds into the round. 9-2 being teed up.
I don't think there's anything crazy that we've seen in this of G2 reading anything, but I think one of the issues that Complexity is going to have to start figuring out and learning is, you know, at an event like this where you've made this kind of a run and you've taken the scalps that you have, teams are going to look into you a lot more than they did previously. Like, they're always going to look into you and they're all going to try and notice some tendencies and some habits of individual players. But when you start upsetting teams on this run and playing close games against G2 and you're upsetting FaZe, you're upsetting Aurora, previously Eternal Fire, you're beating Falcons and FURIA, people are going to take note and put that little bit of extra effort and time into the research.
Well, you definitely hoped for that in the semifinals. And right now, a different story on Anubis. It was a tied game at half just a few days ago, but we're looking at a very different story at the moment.
Yeah, anything but tied, really.
Yeah,
this is maybe the complete opposite.
Well, Complexity might be tied up.
Yeah.
Restrained. And G2 not going to let them out.
But really just no fragging.
There's no one hitting back.
Look at the kills across Complexity. MongolZ, JT, and Nyx have 4. Sixy and Grim have 3. There's just not any frags coming out for the Complexity side. And I mean, as we all know, that kind of makes it impossible to one, win rounds, and 2, stop anything coming in your direction.
Yeah, especially, you know, it's depressing when Grim's been the 2nd highest rated player of the event. MongolZ's been the 3rd highest rated player of the event.
And Sixy's number 10.
Well, right now they're getting their ass handed to them by the number 1 rated player of the event in MongolZ, Heavy God, just in behind MongolZ. So, you know, it's been a very tough first half here for Complexity, but it would make it all the more impressive, Jason, if they pull it back.
True.
There's that.
They better get started now. Better get it started out of this pause in the action. Round 12, last of the first half, and then we're going to switch sides.
Juggling the AK-47 to Snacks.
Yeah, Snacks going to take a dark peek.
Shocking, really. No one from Complexity feels comfortable enough to fight that with what they've got at the moment, so they get an easy opener.
Big risk for Complexity in this round, too. They're playing a solo B defense. JT, the only one here. So they've doubled up in middle. They've obviously doubled up at A, which they've been through a lot of this half. Nyx and Sixy. Oh, Sixy's going to push.
Oh, he is. Trying to get away with one here at the window, but he goes into the open. MongolZ got the early warning system from his teammate spotting that push forward. Grim getting burned, has to drop back behind the double doors.
He's pulling MongolZ closer to him right now.
Now the pressure, the spam coming in as well. Grim taking bullets, not reacting, not panicking. Stays put in the corner. MongolZ has to help him, but MongolZ's gone. Dink landed, not enough damage though. Mobs to react immediately as Grim goes down after 1. JT and Nyx separated by the entire distance of the map. And no matter where G2 decide to finish this, they are heavily favored to just get in with no resistance.
MongolZ's having one hell of a game right now. You can tell he wants to play his future teammates in the grand final. That feels like such a weird sentence to say.
Yes, it is.
All right, JT back at the bomb site. 2 coming from Dark, 2 coming from main. Your rotation is here. Nyx has arrived, but can you guys actually do anything? Yep, there's 2.
Well, they're right back into it all of a sudden with those 2 kills, but Hunter still alive, Mob's right beside him, but 15 seconds is the problem. Will that grenade get JT? It won't. Nyx, here's the tap. It's not the commit. He goes into the peak, but the bomb is down, and so not enough time. Hunter not able to get to it, needs the kills, and they run away. Nyx even stands and fights to close the 3rd round for Complexity.
I mean, that's 2 of Complexity's 3 rounds are Nyx having a triple kill. Those are 2 of the 3 rounds they've won, is Nyx stepping up massively and performing individually very, very strong. He's done it again to close out the half. So 3 is all Complexity will leave with on the CT side of Anubis. I know it's a T-sided map, but that doesn't feel like nearly enough.
No, especially when you had a 6-6 half just a few days ago, right?
And when you're playing MongolZ, who's in this shape, I feel like, you know, whenever he stepped into a shot, whenever he stepped into a fight, stepped up to take an angle, he was successful at it.
I think the CT half for Hunter was particularly tough for him at the B bomb site in the previous game they played. He finished with 4 kills total on Anubis.
Sure.
So, you know, he's not going to have that same bad game today. We're already seeing he's playing better. So you're not going to have that same gaping hole weakness that Complexity could possibly abuse here in the second half either. And to be honest, they might not even get much of a second half if G2 get a pistol win and convert it. You know, we're right down the end of the path. But yeah, I think it is, you know, touching on it again, it is kind of a weird scenario where G2... Now, with this kind of performance, it feels easy to say that the favorites get into the final. But that's going to be... I don't know how I'm going to feel about that. It's going to be a very strange one, Jason. But I'm all aboard it. Just for the entertainment value of the whole thing.
It's going to get weird. And, you know, we like weird.
Well,
Heavy play towards the A bomb site. They've got a smoke on MongolZ, a flash on JT. That's it to get them in. But they got to get past MongolZ's duels. And he's got a Heavy God baiting.
Let's see. MongolZ Jolberetta is primed and ready, but not able to get a single kill, nor will Heavy God. So Complexity get through the initial defense, and they're right into the site.
And it's pretty much the exact thing in the first half as well, where it's like, good luck. You know, they're in the bomb site, 5 players. Smoke is up in camera. Like, you're not winning this round if you're G2. You're not retaking this.
Just too clean on the initial thrust forward.
Yep, you needed some kills, obviously, out of MongolZ and Heavy God to make this doable in the post plant, and you can see JT's already come out to take everything away from G2.
Yeah, you're not going to get that Kevlar. at least in JT's mind, but not able to land too much here on Snacks. Receives a lot of bullets. Now JT goes back to be finished off, but Grim's flanking around the backside. Snacks, his attention was elsewhere. So Grim gets an easy pick on Snacks. Oop, timing to look away as that MongolZ peek comes in, but he gets the instant goosh, and so MongolZ no longer confident to fight. He'll fall back, and Hunter right at the end secures another kill, but Complexity, extra one to two, not bad at all. But 4 rounds for Complexity picked up. That's the first step. Super long road back into this game, but in terms of grabbing the pistol, they do it easily.
Let's see if they can handle the conversion. Things can always get a little bit, a little strange in the round like this. We'll see G2. They're going to invest into the round, try and stop Complexity from building up any momentum, prevent the comeback from even starting. So smokes are out in round 14. Complexity, a lot of bodies towards the B bomb site. Looks like Halzerg's going to set them up behind the MAC-10 to lead their way into the bomb site.
Well, MongolZ has got the first. Hunter got caught switching back to his weapon from the utility he once had, and so 60 Grim collapse upon the B defense. And so G2 setting up. The smoke comes in towards Connector. It's not looking too likely for them to get into a competitive spot from here.
There we go. It's a nice shot from Grim. Get a little of those mechanics back in action on this T side. Going to be at 5 when all is said and done in this round. It's Snacks, MongolZ, Heavy God just looking to grab some weapons in the save.
You know, in terms of having the checklist of things you need to accomplish if you are going to pull off a huge comeback, Complexity ticking the first few boxes.
Well, obviously pistol round, second round is nice. I think even, you know, you'll say in this kind of a situation where 3 weapons are brought forward, the third round is going to be very nice as well, because they'll still have some elements on the map that are dangerous from G2. I think the biggest element, if you want to make a comeback happen, is in the fragging department. You know, like, you just need people to be killing things.
Yes.
At this point, you need some individuals to step up, and I know that sounds pretty reductive, but Grim at 7 kills, Halzerg at 4 kills, 60 at 4 kills. The last time, when they played in the group stage, this was really like a story, like MongolZ and Grim were going head-to-head. MongolZ is 67 and 44 in that series. Grim was 67 and 54 in that series. So Grim was at least getting enough done to kind of negate the impact of MongolZ, and it's nowhere close this time.
A lot of the games that I remember from Grim, he got off to a really hot start, right? We've seen him rack up like 9-2. He was just fragging out, and he continued that, whereas now he has to try and... He started slow, and he's got to build up into the game, and we'll see if he's capable of doing so in such a high-stakes game here in the semifinals. Timeout taken. First timeout here for G2.
So they've given some extra pistols out. No armor on Hunter. Hovering right around that 2,000 mark, except for MongolZ, who wants to be able to afford the AWP. Not the most difficult round in the world for Complexity, but not without its chances to go south. A stack up in middle for G2 on defense. Snacks, MongolZ, and Hunter. Heavy God at the A bomb site. MongolZ over at the B bomb site. And Heavy God will get the first thrust of action. It's really nice to have control of A main if you're Complexity in a round like this. This early and this fast, this quick into the round. Don't have to worry about clearing it in the mid round. Don't have to worry about 5-7s being close up to you. MP9s hiding behind an angle at the box. And applies a decent amount of pressure over to G2. Hunter gets pulled away from the mid stack, just as 60 and Grim start to make their play in middle.
Well, Heavy God get the info in time for this molly to be effective. Okay, does flick the Molotov down in front of him. Now gets in an awkward fight that Nyx is going to win. And that's all the space they need for this A bomb site to work out in Complexity's favor. Then Grim gets a double in mid. Ooh. Banged out by MongolZ, though.
Yeah, that's a beauty of a shot with a dig. Smoke and AK picked up. That's a nice thing to have for the next round. So MongolZ's going to try and hang on to it. 60 hunting with low HP has got no chance, surely.
Ooh, give him a shot.
Okay.
Yeah, MongolZ made it difficult for himself, really, getting close to that angle before he peaked. He had to make a huge adjustment.
That was a heavy pre-fire, wasn't it?
Yeah, and 6 rounds now for Complexity. Gap is now 3.
Okay. Well, now we're cooking. Now we're underway. First gun round between the two teams in the second half. MongolZ's going to buy his AWP. He's got armor as well. Utility and M4 is being picked up for the rest of the G2 defense. They're going to be all set. They got plenty of cash. We'll see what Complexity's first gun round is going to look like into this stronger defense. And MongolZ, with that AWP, had so much impact in the first half, tearing Complexity apart. Can he do it from the CT side as well? AWP going to start towards Temple, towards the B bomb site. In support of Hunter and Malb, Snacks in middle, Heavy got it A.
Flash into Khan, and Malb's doing the initial damage, goes into the peak, and JT's gonna lose his life. And Nyx didn't get through the smoke in time, so he has to take an awkward fight that he still wins. But MongolZ, alive at the back of the platform. Going into the right side peak, that's the bomb, but he misses it. Goes back. Oh, no scope attempt, not gonna land. Hunter's turn to step up and pull this back for G2. And just before that grenade sells in, he gets his 2 kills. holzerk tagged. Moving forward into the CT smoke. Snacks is retreating. holzerk's got time.
He's got the bomb, most importantly, so that time is a huge ally. He knows the position of Snacks from the trajectory of the Molotov that was thrown. Gonna try and wrap around him, but he could just choose.
He could just choose
to slide the camera
as well. Like, he could go with the aggressive call.
Honestly, I think it's a little bit of a bummer. Snacks keeps moving out of his gaze. Like, he's actually...
And now he's gone to CT.
Yeah, he's been in a position to just kill one player and have the whole map available to him, but Snacks just by sheer luck or unluck has moved away.
Well, we'll wait and see if it's lucky or unlucky. holzerk going into connector. There's Heavy got up first. Headshot in. And now checks towards Temple. Realizes Snacks could have got there. And so now puts that bomb down in the site. Snacks steps up again. holzerk to flip a number disadvantage round in Complexity's favor on this comeback into the half. He's looking towards the A flank through water, but Snacks did just seen the back of holzerk. He's going to track him into the corner, but holzerk's looking there now. He's got the position. Snacks needs to kill him quickly, and he will. He gets that headshot. holzerk looks on in despair, and Snacks will get to that defuse.
Classic holzerk desk pounding after that loss. Frustrating as well. I mean, like I said, I think it's so unfortunate. I actually think he played that clutch really, really well. When he looks back at that and sees the X-ray of Snacks just turning every single corner just before he's got vision, it's going to be such a bummer because it felt like he had Snacks in prime position to pick him off, run back to the A bomb site, and just have all the advantages in the world.
This is sick from Hunter, though. I mean, both of his teammates in the bomb site don't do enough initially, right? Malbs gets traded by Nyx through that connector smoke. MongolZ misses every opportunity.
Oh, he didn't actually death slam. I thought I saw one before he rubbed his eyes. Yeah, okay.
No smash and death.
New holzerk.
Straight through middle. Getting through that smoke. Nyx applying pressure towards Heavy God. Decent position here for Complexity early on. They've pushed all the way up to the doors at mid. They've got beyond A main. How do they want to use this?
Got MongolZ to contend with. Hunter's going to join up with him. Malb's solo B bomb site. He's just saying, I hear and see nothing. No presence. So Hunter gets double doors. MongolZ watches for the swing through window. 3 players here now.
Yeah, this is about to get messy inside of middle. 60 goes down. holzerk to trade it. Oh, holzerk, second kill on MongolZ sniper. They needed 3 to deal with him. Now Heavy God's in the fountain, drowned out by Nyx. Realizes Hunter's coming in through camera. Stylish double kill from Nyx. And Malbs is nowhere near the majority of the action. The bomb going into A. Grim's going to try and keep him pinned here, and Malbs realizes he's in that fight.
Grim's lurks at this B bomb site as well throughout this tournament have been really, really solid. So just waiting behind the smoke as it fades. Malbs slips away. Yet to see if he wants to go for this. Might just pick up the AWP on the ground and call it a day. Money for G2 is a problem. MongolZ's got 1,000 in the banks, but everyone else is dead broke. This AWP might be the only thing they have if he can hold on to it.
Now it's 2 rounds now where MongolZ's had the AWP, 0 impact. Come into the second half, 11-5, looking at 12-8 at the moment. So you've had 2 gun rounds where he's had 0 impact. This is exactly what Complexity need. Previous round, he missed shots. This time, he just gets his head blasted off by MongolZ.
Yeah, some beautiful, I mean, look, you got to say that's some spicy shooting from MongolZ's double and Nyx's double as well later on in the A bomb site. Beautiful shot onto Hunter as he tries to transition in.
It's got to feel so paranoid here. MongolZ is going to be pushed on so many different sides. Will he be able to hold on to it? Yes. Don't overextend. And you've got it for the next round. So throws that one on over to MongolZ. MongolZ, a well-earned Messioso fist bump.
Might be a second timeout for G2 to talk about what they want to do around this op. Do they really want to force buy around it at this stage of the game? Do they just want to kind of stay on pistols, go for a low buy, see if MongolZ can do a miracle for you? No timeout comes in, but we have their answer. Just pistols. A little bit of utility on MongolZ, who had already had armor and a kit from the previous round.
Well, we mentioned no impact last 2 rounds from MongolZ. This round, it has to be all of his impact.
Ended the first half with 11 kills, MongolZ. He's got 12 now, so only 1 in the second half still so far. Early going. 5 rounds of play completed since they switched sides.
Grim. Smoke blast, a little awkward. Does jump up. He gets info as well. But now he's stuck in the corner, so that resmoke from the CTs will allow him to slightly reposition. He wants to blow it himself and have a look down into the site, but MongolZ's op. Oh, nice Molotov. Could that help him out? Oh, Grim charging through the smoke. An ambitious effort, but it's all about the A play. It's all about this A play, and Heavy God trying to drop back and stay alive, play his life. Trying to delay and allow his teammates to rotate over. If he can get anything, that's massive, but just dropping into storage. Complexity have the site.
Well, JT's going to have a little bit of pressure on him. They're all coming around. He can hear the footsteps. There's MongolZ. Takes an AK away. Looked like G2 might have been considering going for this, considering the scavenge weapon and the flank they had with bodies. JT should go down to the T-spawn player. Now going to step forward with his teammate who peeks from A main. MongolZ in an engagement.
Oh, JT just couldn't get the angle. Eventually does. Snacks can trade it though. Oh, we should have traded it. A lot of missed shots there.
Yeah, you don't love to see that. Op is recovered. Smile on JT's face. Complexity just 2 rounds back. So this looked like a beatdown in the first half, but Complexity's within striking distance. They're clawing it back. Nyx up to 13 kills now. 5-1 run since we switched sides.
And he's one of the players that we've heard needs a little bit more work. You know, we've been really impressed with the elevation and performance from MongolZ, from Grim, from Sixy in this tournament. Nyx has definitely had moments, but this is a great time to step up and really start to perform. He's getting put under a lot of pressure this time from Snacks' window drop. Comes out on top of that dual MongolZ to follow up here for G2. And Sixy's fumbling this inside of the smoke.
I think he wanted to drop way earlier and just got stuck.
Missed the timing now.
I wanted to punish Snacks trying to fall back and just couldn't hit the window. Huge advantage for G2 with the 2-man lead in the round, 5-on-3. Op train towards middle. Complexity still spread. So really it's just going to be individuals trying to create something from their respective positions. Sixy flirting with this mid double doors.
Yeah, as soon as he does so, yeah. MongolZ is going to peek up, nail the shot, and MongolZ JT separated for one another. The only play they really have available is MongolZ to go through connector, JT to try and come through B main. They do have space inside of the side because of the way G2 are set up. But Snacks' angle is good. JT just had too much to clear. MongolZ, nice quick shot. No follow-up though. Hunter makes sure of that. 11 rounds for G2. Back to winning ways in the CT side. We'll see if they can keep this up.
There's your MongolZ impact, double kill in the round. He does fantastic work to help shut down that attack from Complexity. 3 rounds separate these 2 teams. Here's the opener from Snacks with his aggression. I haven't seen a whole lot of the CT aggression today. G2 did a good job of holding Complexity back and preventing their aggression from having any success, so eventually they just went away from it. G2 busting it out in targeted fashion. And a little bit of frustration now. Complexity losing their grip on this map.
They got to wrestle for it back, and they've got to do that with weaker weapons than they would like. They don't have the all for MongolZ. They've got 2 Galils in play, and one of them going to a fight straight away, losing his life. Nyx gets away with at least that drop headshot, but as soon as he extends into the open, MongolZ is waiting to punish the repeat. Sixy's aggressive play that he's been getting away with all tournament long, getting stopped by Snacks.
Yeah, he was so excited hearing that AWP ring out in A main. He's like, oh, finally, I don't have to worry about the AWP in middle, and he still just steps into the crosshair of Snacks. Right into a headshot.
It's got to be a 2v4 for Complexity to flip this back. They got a minute 10. JT up on the bridge. Once again, it's the duo of Holzerk and JT to try and do it. Impossible task into the B bomb site in the previous. This time, at least wherever they go, it's even numbers. It's a 2-2 setup.
Might be even numbers, but MongolZ's here. 16 kills, and he's been excellent throughout the map. They have one smoke to utilize, but in a situation like this, they might try and keep it quiet for his... Well, maybe not anymore.
MongolZ primed. No flash. No util towards heaven. It's gotta be just this smoke out to disrupt his crossover, but he even has a little gap, and that's enough. That's all he needed. A little vision of Holzerk. MongolZ closes the kill. And now JT retreating as he realizes he cannot get into this round, but he's being pushed. MongolZ and Hunter are closer than he would have liked, so on his jump up to the rugs, it is his death sentence as he is toppled, and G2 go to map point.
Yeah, 4 chances to close this one out. It did get close for a stretch, but as soon as it did, G2 just had enough. Extended the lead right back out. 4 rounds in a row, Complexity have to win. 4 chances for G2 to take away their map pick of Anubis. A map they didn't have in the last series, and then move on to Dust 2 of their own. It was an overtime victory for G2 back in the group stages on Dust 2.
Perhaps something quick, simple here for Complexity with Tech9s.
Yeah, desperate, and there's 3 defenders here as well.
Hunter needs to be careful. Back was turned to an open B main, but here they come into the site. MongolZ to hit the first MongolZ with him. And they destroy them this time. Anubis may have been close. It may have been the map that Complexity won the last time they played just a few days ago. But today, G2 have decided that they're going to level up in semi-final form. And it's MongolZ that slashes his way through the first map victory in the semi.
And indeed he does. G2 Esports just getting it done. They are just in such good form right now. It's all business for Complexity. They're going to be thinking about one that maybe got away as they look into the abyss as this series gets incredibly hard for them. But let's just talk about a fantastic G2 performance, Maui.
Yeah. They're in getting it done form, Rich. That's what G2 look like. They have brought here to PGL Bucharest from a flawless group stage to taking Complexity's map pick away from them. Just a much more well-rounded offense from the G2 side versus the last time these teams faced off against each other. I saw simplistic calls. I saw 5-man B executes. This was more well-rounded. The defaults were more spread out. They covered their bases so much more, so the little antics from Complexity couldn't really occur.
Yeah, I agree with Maui 100%. I think one of the things they did very well was split pressure, like Mal's being able to pressure middle. They varied how many numbers they were actually having at middle, so sometimes Mal could kind of just puff his chest and solo do it, but sometimes they'd stack like 3 or 4 and attack camera really quickly. I thought they also did a great job just how they positioned MongolZ's AWP throughout the course of the round. And he was taking picks in Canal, he was taking picks in E-Box, he was taking picks, you know, in middle. They were really kind of just setting him up for trades and countering any type of aggression that Complexity were trying to throw out there. So it was just, as Maui indicated, a much more well-rounded G2, which I think what makes them so frustrating for us sometimes is that we know they're capable of playing well-rounded CS. It's just some games they don't, and you kind of wonder why. But this game, that wasn't the case. They played very well.
Yeah, and look, I think G2 have been in a weird spot, but, you know, coming to this tournament, all the speculation about MongolZ, we saw that, you know, MongolZ won't be doing interviews at this event or whatever, but just they have been locked in. They've you know, barely put a foot wrong in the tournament so far, and have this adjustment on a map that they gave up last time. Really, really good sign for me.
Just goes to show that there's actually something going on in that camp in terms of the adjustments, in terms of what I'm imagining Taz and Stacks are conjuring up, that, you know, even though they, like, you know, we know they come up with the ridiculously simplistic game plan sometimes, but this was a pretty night and day difference in terms of how they wanted to run their T side. Even just the fact that MongolZ moved around. Like, there was a stretch of time I watched MongolZ where it was like, I think it was like something like 5 Anubis games straight where he would just go for like the same 3 picks on T side. This one, I think he probably had 5 different ones just on this map. So they moved him around and just changed it up a lot more. So it's good to see that there can just be improvement on a series that they already won last time. Like, they didn't just rest on their laurels.
Exactly. I think the other big thing was that this time around they understood what type of aggression that Complexity were going to throw at them. They didn't fall prey to, you know, pushes on the extremities or pushes in the canal. They also did a really good job. I remember last time they played, Complexity was doing like this really weird, like 2 players on mid door, like kind of bait and switch setup, and And it's like, when they try to do that this game, G2 were not going to allow that to really cause them any problems. Like, maybe they lose one guy in that scenario, but they would instantly trade it. So it was just like way more efficient in handling the defense that they were up against, as well as just being very well versed. And look, I will give credit where credit's due. Complexity did, you know, put together a little bit of something on their own T side. We definitely praised them throughout this tournament for being a team that can play good T sides that are aggressive and dynamic, but they were just in such a hole after the first half, and it just really couldn't get it going.
Anubis defenses are like, you want to be the most off meta possible. I feel like when I watched Complexity play the first time versus G2 at this event, I almost was like, am I watching a Chinese team? You know, like that's how off meta it felt. It felt like I was seeing something from another planet. But then this time around, yeah, if you run the same tricks, they're just going to be used to it. And everything that you do on CT side of Anubis is almost inherently a gimmick. Like everything is just kind of like you're taking a risk, like the double door setup that Dust is talking about. Anything that you try to throw at your opponent, you're trying to just kind of like create curveballs and sliders the whole time, when in reality, like none of these are substantial. And if you ran it 100 times, it's still probably fail under 50.
We can talk a little bit about Hunter as well. I think, you know, he had a good showing. Saved a lot, Maui, which I know you're a big fan of. You can see here the numbers.
Okay, bringing up the joke from the pregame segment where Hunter has just been saving a lot more. He did obviously play really well in this one. The trading was very good. Like, that's something that Hunter has always been good at. Positioning off of an opponent after, or off of a teammate after they make initial contact. Like, he is probably, that's really been his bread and butter. That's why he's been such a good co-star to Nico in the past, who can take point.
I think for me, it's like, when I'm thinking about Hunter, I'm thinking like realistically, he's supposed to be the 4th best player on the team, right? When you have MongolZ, when you have MongolZ, when you have Heavy God, that's probably just where he slots. We also have to take into account that with Nico gone, that mid-round voice they used to have is now mostly Hunters. Like, it's been very well publicized that he's been calling their pistol rounds for ages. He now calls their CT side for the most part, like Nico used to do. And so he's taking on all these added responsibilities. He also is probably very aware of the environment that he's in. You know, pieces are kind of going in and out. Like, I'm sure he's aware of the situation, and yet he's still finding ways to be valuable. And I really do truly think it's only a matter of time before he's the IGL of this team.
Yeah, you read my mind there. I was going to say, I mean, first of all, I never bought the idea that Hunter, I mean, look, we obviously remember him when he was kind of almost like a secondary star in previous lineups on G2. We remember his output and how tremendous he could be individually. But, you know, time makes fools of us all. You get older, you know, and you have to adjust your game. I was never one for thinking Hunter was ever meant to be anything better than 4th on this roster. And I think in the future, I agree. I think he just moves to IGL. I think Snax will transition out of this team eventually in time. And we'll end up seeing a Hunter IGL-led project with a new lineup. Maybe that'll happen after the major, depending on how they do.
See, this is why we need someone like Yanko on the desk, honestly, just because we're all kind of this opinion, which seems to be right now a hot take, that Hunter should just become the IGL. And it's like, in a position where many people would want to be celebrating G2's win, we're already kind of thinking about like the next step, which almost feels a little bit rude. But in reality, like, I mean, if he's already doing the pistol round on T sides, all of CT side, he's already a respected figure on the team. He already,
I'm right there with you,
can play some of these active roles that a lot of IGLs like, you know, Shuhei in the past and Apex plays now in terms of CT positions. It's like, it seems all right there for the taking. It's just like, when are G2 going to make that next step in terms of GMing?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the next thing to address is figuring out the permanent op situation for this team, but you would imagine that that's the next step. Because look, here's the reason why we're talking about this, is because G2 is a team that's right now, like, in my opinion, just outside of the top 5 right now. They're probably like 6th, 7th, probably in the world. It's probably a reasonable take to have right now, although with what happened to Aurora in this tournament and what G2's doing now, maybe there's a little bit of a chance to slide past them or something like that in a power ranking, but this team, with the talent they have, should be contenders for titles, not just outside the top 5 team, you know what I mean? So I think that's
maybe
why
not anymore.
That's why we're critical.
Maybe without MongolZ, they're not. I don't think that's real.
That's why we're being critical, though, is we know what is possible.
Well, yeah, I agree. I think you're right. They've got hurdles to clear. I mean, we are talking about them almost as if they lost that map, but you know,
they played well.
They're now favorites to take the series and make the final of this event. And with that, we'll turn our attentions to Dust 2. Obviously, we've explained before, this is an exact rematch. We're playing all the maps we played when G2 played Complexity last time. So how do you see this one going now?
Well, the last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was a battle of just 2 halves, 2 T sides practically. Both teams getting 10 rounds on their own attacks was it? And they, both of them just, in a way, like, it kind of said more to me about G2 and how they wanted to finish the game, where it felt like, and I've seen this before with other G2 games, they just kind of end up sitting on their hands for a little too long, and they just kind of think something's going to come to them that's favorable, and it just lets the opposing team dictate too much. If G2 want to take this game, they will. And what they're going to do is just be a little bit more aggressive. People like MongolZ are just going to be a little bit more forward-facing. People like MongolZ are going to fight off of Catwalk a little bit stronger than he did in the past, and they're not going to just let themselves get hit by a Complexity team who is actually, once they get in position, pretty efficient with their nade execute. So if Complexity is just disrupted in the slightest, I feel like that's going to be the thread that's pulled, and then G2 will probably wrap this one up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of boils down to a couple different things. For Complexity to win this game, you know, obviously what they've been strong at on when they have played Dust 2 well, and they've beaten some pretty good teams on Dust 2 at this tournament, and had an overtime against G2, and again, big T side, so they're capable of it. It's just they have really good fundamentals, and they just bring good pace, and they're very diverse. Like, that's the big thing about Dust 2. No one's reinventing the wheel, but it's about making sure that you're not pitching holing yourself, you know, that you're exploring the entire map, and just making sure that you're kind of keeping your opponent guessing with whether you're mid-being or cat splitting or whatever the case may be. I think it is going to be about individuals, though. Like, some of these guys did struggle last game, like they ran out of gas compared to the rest of the tournament. They're going to need to step up individually. I mean, I know it's kind of, you know, simple, but it is just the truth. Like, on a DM map, kind of like Dust 2, this is just the case. And then, look, if G2 want to close, just do what you've been doing well, right? They're a very explosive deathbally team. They like to put Heavy God more in the pocket on this map as opposed to just being an extremity player, let him trade with MongolZ. And then they have really good fakes. And so, again, we talk about G2 having two faces. It is sometimes they play a simplified game plan where they're very, you know, one track, and then sometimes they play a very diverse game. They are capable of playing a very diverse Dust 2. Just do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough. I'll quickly ask about Complexity as well and their chances. Like, what would their key to victory look like, Maui?
Well, they have to have a much better CT side than last time, and well, they're starting on the T side as far as I know right now in this one. And I think if they switch to the CT side, they have 5 rounds. I would just say keep playing as aggressively as you have been, because they too also kind of got caught here and there by G2 last time around. I just want to see them swing for the fences, okay? Like, don't go out with a whimper here. If you've been playing a style that has gotten you to the semifinals of a huge tournament, there's more prize money here in front of JT than he's ever won. Like, he already is at a point where even if he loses that 3rd place decider tomorrow, it's still with the club reward, with the prize money for individuals. Like, he's never even gotten this much. Just keep that style of calling that's made us so excited for Complexity, and give the people something to be proud of, even if you do lose this one.
I just think the anchors have to perform on this map defensively. I think we're going to get a decent T side, at least out of Complexity, but the anchor's going to have to perform. That's going to be Grim, and that's going to be Nikix, because, again, this is a map where G2 are very oppressive. You know, their mid-Bs are very strong, and it's all about reading the round and understanding, like, where the attack is coming from. And unfortunately, if you get the wrong read, then even more faith has to be put on your anchor. And right now, we did see, again, these individuals not shine the same that we've seen throughout the rest of this tournament. So I agree with Bowie. Keep playing the way you've been playing, like, still keep that same energy because it's been working for you so well, but we're just gonna have to see some really good reads and some individuals step up and perform well in this game to keep it going.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. We're gonna go to a quick break before we get into the action. Complexity are up against it. Would be an incredible story if they could come back and make it to the final, but G2 might have something to say about that. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
3 years ago, when MongolZ first slid on that G2 jersey, he went up against Complexity as his first ever Tier 1 team. And in his last tournament, wearing that G2 jersey, he plays against him in the semifinals, Jason. He's right now, he's doing enough hard work to make sure that it's not the final game, though.
I was going to say, you know, there's a chance if you know, the Complexity comes back and win this game, he's just eliminated, and it's Complexity who kind of deal him that. And that'd be an interesting little piece of symmetry across his career. It doesn't look like it, though, does it? Doesn't feel like it, especially the way MongolZ played, and now an Opera on Dust 2.
Well, Snacks waiting at the back of the platform. Hunter at car. It's a strong setup. Hunter makes it better, though, with a double, and MongolZ comes in alongside Snacks. It is a quick close to that pistol round. G2 come in with attitude.
Man, if you wreck a B-rush on a pistol round like that, like no issues. Now, Hunter gets a little bit lucky with his double kill over towards car, getting blinded while doing it, but man, that's a bad sign. It's a bad vibe when a B-rush gets stopped like that. Blinded for the second kill, but you could see the rotation in from MongolZ just, man, that round was going to go nowhere. Now, the first time they played this map in the group stage, CT sides had a really bad time. Both halves were 10-2 in favor of the offenses, but the only reason Complexity was able to make a comeback in the second half is because Grim was a monster single-handedly. 26 kills in the map for him, I believe, to match MongolZ's 27, but he was the only one. Halzerk won a 1v3, 60 got an ace in a 2v5, but outside of those rounds, really, there wasn't a whole lot of production from the Complexity members outside of Grim. And from what we saw in Anubis, even that one-man army isn't going to be showing up today. And you could no longer have the luxury of a potential pistol round. So mid to B split is going to be the attempt here. You have JT on Catwalk, Lurk Smoke up towards B. And still players on the T side starting to mess with these mid double doors. Cross smokes coming in. This is all the utility Complexity has, so they have to use them. And that block well, it gives you a path.
It does. It gives you a nice little path you can work with, but they're going to move through the smokes. Hunter at the window, overcommitted, and that is not exactly the result he was hoping for. And then MongolZ runs out of bullets. Snacks has to step up and fight on two fronts, and oh my god, he's fumbling it, but 60's come around with a Tech 9. So sure, Complexity may have not won the pistol round, but they have fought their way through into a position to win this second round for us.
Yeah, weirdly enough, but I mean, there's still a chance for G2. Now, Heavy God and MongolZ are going to come in, wrapping around through the B halls. They do not have a kit, so this has got to be fast if they want to go for it. They do have low HP players, but they need Halzerk. Oh, they got the Gush, and he's got another tag, and I think they're going to call the save. I think that's too much damage for you to go for this retake, so Complexity might have just done it. And indeed they have a second round break. That's been an issue for G2 throughout this tournament. They've only converted 50% of their CT second rounds after winning the pistol. It comes back to haunt them here in the semifinals as Complexity return the favor. Oh my god. even shot Grim a little bit. What is that?
I was like, what the hell has just happened? I was looking around the room, Jason.
Who's the Banshee?
Tied scoreline now, though. In terms of avoiding the disaster of going down and allowing G2 to win the pistol so convincingly, letting them build up another strong start after already winning the first map in a pretty one-sided fashion. You know, Complexity, this is the opportunity. They can't let it go. And there's still a risk to losing this kind of round. You know, Heavy God has a rifle to play with. MongolZ on the scout is always deadly.
Well, I think one thing that's going to be a challenge for Complexity throughout this half, is going to be keeping the op out of MongolZ's hands. There's going to be some of those critical moments throughout this half where, like, every round, no matter how far out of reach it seems for Complexity to win it, kills are going to matter the whole time because you want that cash being spent on anything but MongolZ's op. Grim out long in a lurk position, applying pressure. Very common for teams on these kinds of anti-low buy rounds on the T side with AK-47s to attack out towards long. So they've got G2 sucked onto that side of the map while they hit B. Hunter's only able to get the one. Good reaction from MongolZ.
Into the side, Snacks coming through window. Here's a pretty awkward fight as Grim's going to go down in the middle. That's an AK-47 now available to the hands of MongolZ.
They should go for this.
60 tunnels fight.
And he's committed. He can't fall back.
He has to win this, and he goes into a fight against 2 players. Eventually overwhelmed with 0 output. Complexity are down to 2. MongolZ fights out the window. Now all the remaining players in GT are coming through the tunnels, and JT is going to line them up, knock him down, and MongolZ will close.
Big boy round from JT and MongolZ. Especially MongolZ with that triple, but clearing Snacks outside the bomb site. Teammate over at Car, JT, didn't have position to make the push outside the site, so MongolZ had to do it all on his own. Alleviates that pressure so the two of them can focus up on Halls and Complexity get away with it. Now just USPs for G2. Money a problem. MongolZ has saved enough for the AWP in the next round, so no big deal there. And G2 want to get it over with. Mid push.
2 in from JT. Grim's up next, and in terms of having quick rounds, that's certainly up there. So 3-1. Complexity get rid of that round quickly, and we move into the bye again for G2.
Okay, but now we have the first glimpse of MongolZ's op on CT side, Dust 2, where he's going to take that, how mobile and how damaging he can be, because on Anubis, he destroyed them.
Yeah.
Picked Complexity apart with every step they wanted to take, every move they tried to open up around with. MongolZ was there to greet them.
And remember that stylish finish from MongolZ on Dust 2 against Complexity just a few days ago. We know on the CT side, he was a devastating force for Complexity to have to deal with. So we'll keep eyes on that straight away. MongolZ's getting into middle. Grim to fight long. Smoke at the corners up so he can move out to the blue bin. He's gonna be burned out, forced into the open. Important that JT's flash was effective. Allows that kill on MongolZ, and Grim not slowing down. Spamming through the smoke, was close to it, but Heavy got protected by MongolZ. But look at 60 in the meantime. All this fight's been going on. He's moved through the middle doors.
Yeah, they might want to try and take advantage of this. Quick, good shot from MongolZ, moving in. MongolZ kicks taken down at 60 and JT. They're out middle, but they don't really feel like they have room to work with. And 60's brought low, so they're going to reconvene.
Yeah, got to retreat, reposition up towards short. They've got 2 mollies to play with that can heat up MongolZ's position.
They're actually choosing to concede this A bomb site, give up the plant if need be. They're pretty convinced middle was going to be the final play. And now utility coming into the bomb site from Catwalk. That's JT. Molly in, and Molly down on the CT ramp, preventing rotation. So G2 have to get together and work together to take middle. You know the position of one player, so you realize no matter where you choose to go, there can only be one Complexity player watching for it. But now you have a retake at this A bomb site. Smoke is up in the choke point. And 60's probably going to need to stay close by. Gap in that smoke leads to his death, and now JT, his position's known.
Well, gotta go big. And JT, flashes are coming up, applying pressure, forcing him into the open, into awkward fights. He does everything he possibly could there. Nearly gets a triple kill, but eventually they're able to down JT.
Bro, Hunter's at 2 HP.
Dude, that was so
He
close.
almost lined up a triple spray down that would have put MongolZ in a real crappy situation. G2 get a second round on the board. MongolZ still has his op. Weapons can be dropped over to teammates. And as soon as you get that op out, 2 kills. This one to secure long. This one to make sure Catwalk and MongolZ's aggressive lurk not going to be an issue during the mid to B split.
bit long for him. And for the fight, MongolZ taking a bit of damage off the corner.
Oh, look at 60. He's already out middle.
He's loving this move at the moment. He's loving taking this space so early into the round. No one from G2 has their gaze on it, apart from Snax, who's now just peeking intermittently towards him.
Complexity's actually got this real estate on the map a couple of times. I think that's why 60's being so aggressive in this round. He's like, every time we've kind of walked out middle, we've been able to get this sort of standing. So why not go for it again, this time early? MongolZ's going to take a peek with the AWP. Once a chance.
Cool, Monacy's going to go and fight it. Because of the early position that 60 was able to grab, he could post the AWP up and punish Monacy's peak, which leaves that B-bomb site extremely weak. It's only Snax in this position, and they're drifting towards A, though.
Yeah, they think there's going to be a rotation down to CT spawn, maybe someone who wants to help Snax out. That's not the case at the moment. MongolZ, with the timing on that smoke, is going to back off, so he's no longer committed. Complexity running into a full-blown A defense. They think they've called them out of position, but it's not the case.
Well, the G2's decision to stand their ground on this A site might just prove to be their equalizing third round. Good execute for Complexity. Utility put in place. The kill from MongolZ added to the tally. Hunter not able to step up. And this round is all MongolZ in terms of the kill output. 3 picks, 1 towards MongolZ and the final 2 of the A site.
Yeah, MongolZ actually sacrificed his position to get that smoke on towards Snax and Goose, and he was not ready for the follow-up fight. After saving his teammate's life and strayed too far out into the open, 3 kills for MongolZ with the AWP. The pick into the B-bomb site early and then a double kill to clear out the A site. So Snax and Heavy God have to save the weapons. And Complexity's at 4. CT side still having issues, much like the group stage game.
Snax doing his best to hold on to the AWP. Gets that peek into the tunnels now. Oh my god, that must have been ridiculous. Damn. He just appeared on his screen and the one tap comes in.
Damn.
That's a massive find at the end too. You prevent that AWP going into Monacy's hands again.
It's a good confidence kill as well. You feel good about that one if you're 60, so watch for those aggressive plays. Might be trying to make more of them, get himself stuck into a fight. He's the one who gained the space to allow MongolZ to follow up and get that pick.
Yeah, and he's going to be taking space at mid on both halves, right? We've seen it on Dust 2 so many times already. He loves to get up to those top mid flanks.
A good mid push on the CT side.
Wasn't always able to make the most of it in the earlier series, but was getting those opportunities.
But what's crazy is we saw it against FURIA. He pushed mid like 5 or 6 times in a half, which is like just insane. It's like surely eventually like you're just going to get caught. Eventually they're going to say this psychopath is pushing middle.
He's got the bomb on his back. Don't go through the mid. But don't. No, he's doing it with the bomb.
Live by the psycho, die by the psycho. This round you're going to live.
Well, he's comfortable. He's confident. And he's now moving up towards the B-bomb site with his C4 still intact.
Yeah, and now it's got to be Monacy and MongolZ just playing bodyguard for this M4. Keep that resource alive. You don't need to go for a weapon. You're buying in the next round regardless. Going to try and find some space over in middle.
Oh, all 3 players spotted it short. They'll be happy to try and collect that extra weapon. Monacy gets his hands on it. And now the mission for G2 is to bodyguard these 2 rifles and see if he can get them into the next. There should be no problems with that. No hunt from Complexity being started yet. A strong start into Dust 2 from Complexity. Really positive to see. You know, there's a world in which Complexity just get blanked after that opening map, but they've come in with some fight, some attitude, and staying in it. And there's always been a question around Complexity's mental fortitude, their mental strength when it comes to important games, when it comes to comebacks, chokes. You know, it's always been there for Complexity, some of the inexperiences, but so far so good at this tournament.
I mean, yeah, it was a conversation piece for this team for sure, considering the inexperienced pieces they brought in, and obviously the playing at the tier 2 level, not the tier 1 level, but they've shown us enough comebacks, yeah, throughout this event. It's great. G2 especially, remember, Dust 2 was a 10-2 start for G2. They brought that all the way back. Ended up losing 13-10, but showed some resilience there for sure. Let's see if they've got it in the semifinals. 3-round lead. They've won 4 of the last 5.
Actually lost at 16-12. He went into
oh, that's right,
overtime.
16-12. My bad. Apologies. The other maps were 13-10.
Yep, both other maps 13-10. Well, it's G2's time to do a little bit of hard work and get back into the map. Monacy with the sniper. And everybody else on the rifle, they saved that AK over, so MongolZ going to be able to play with that. Long pick available here for holzerk. He's got the good spawn. He's going to charge.
And they're playing long this round.
Flashed. holzerk can't make the most of it. But Grim certainly will offer himself up. He goes around on that peak. Heavy God gone. And Complexity with space out long. And the opening kill in their favor.
m0NESY's going to stick around at car. MongolZ was thinking of falling back. I think m0NESY called him over to reaggress.
Oh, MongolZ goes for the... What? That's daylight robbery. He just peeks in and out. So efficient from MongolZ to get away with one headshot. And come back alive.
Yeah, but look at the attack. This defense is so... Oh,
MongolZ had it closed.
He needed that because look at m0NESY. m0NESY was never going to react to a catwalk play.
And now he can trust in MongolZ to hold down short, but he's gone. And so m0NESY can no longer commit to that long fight as comfortably as he once was. Grim is still going forward, trying to take this space for Complexity. A minute left. Hunter swings. Bomb! Still up. Still alive. As holzerk moves forward to the 50-second mark in the round. m0NESY going for a last-ditch effort, no scope through that smoke, but it's a reset point and allowing Snacks to come out long.
That's a nice timing. It's a really nice timing. He knows holzerk is alive, though.
No one's looking until holzerk now starts to realize that that long play could come through. He engages the info. He goes for the swing, taking the fight against Snacks. m0NESY taking shots, but his teammate's down, so it requires a clutch that 60 will not allow to start.
Okay. Now we got the fragging back for Complexity. We didn't have it for most of Anubis, but now those kills are flowing. 60 at 8, holzerk at 9. His AWP is doing work. And Complexity running up this scoreboard 6-2. A very nice take, especially after MongolZ just steals a kill for no reason. But that defense, as much as the shots from MongolZ are nice, that's a big risk having m0NESY that committed to long, exposed to catwalk, and not actually having catwalk control. You could see MongolZ and Hunter desperately trying to prevent any aggression with utility, with presence on the peaks. They had to overextend to save m0NESY, and now all of a sudden Complexity have control of this map.
Can't afford to have one of these rounds where you lose the pistols, though. You want to try and keep this clean in these scenarios. holzerk getting out of the dangerous way. And now Snacks' turn at car. Oh, it takes a tick of the molly. That's going to be a sound cue that allows an easy peek on towards him. holzerk, excruciating pressure, eventually taken down. m0NESY's Deagle chiming in.
Dude, G2's doing such a good job on their low-buy rounds of actually picking up weapons and salvaging them.
He comes into the fight. 60 pushes in towards him, so there's another kill. 60 going aggressive right into m0NESY, and that's going to allow them to stay on this.
Yeah, he's going to pass the up over to Hunter because Hunter's just going to back off if there's any issues on this retake.
There's no kits. They got to go so quick. m0NESY's up first, spots them all. Grim not able to get a kill. It's Nyx to step up. Second kill's good. Hunter low on HP. Time is the problem, and Nyx will handle 4.
It's first 4 kills of the map for Nyx. A very good hold. A desperate retake, but G2 was kind of forced into it by the success they had at taking some weapons away, finding 2 kills in middle, and all of a sudden that retake felt very doable. Up again in the hands of m0NESY, but G2 have had plenty of chances to slow down this Complexity offense and haven't been able to do it. He's had the op a number of times. They've had strong buys a number of times. Just cannot get a grip on Complexity at the moment.
The second timeout used in the first half.
They've kind of struggled, G2, to stop the long play. Complexity have gotten 2 big pieces of real estate relatively easily throughout this half. Long, Grim has been able to get out a number of times. And then obviously mid, outside those double doors, that's standing to execute the mid to B split. We found them in those positions plenty of times as well.
Messioso with nothing to say. It's going so well for Complexity.
Double up setup. I'm assuming one is going to drop and one has the spawn for long. So we'll see if Grim can get a pick on the mid cross. Smoke plumes. Blind shot misses the mark. holzerk out towards long. A little bit late, and it's m0NESY, the third op in the map that finds the opening kill.
Yeah, this one towards 60. m0NESY's got to get back up to short, or at least his vision to short. holzerk, oh, flash. Blinds him, he drops off, and as he does so, m0NESY connects a shot. Not to lethality, though. He has a chance on Nyx. Second kill of the round, and it's m0NESY again. Complexity fall to 3. MongolZ trying to stick around and punish MongolZ, but it's on JT to create some space, to make an opening here for Complexity to move through. Hunter at Goose, now to the site. JT's got the important kill, but it's the first of many required. MongolZ just here in the steps.
And we've already seen Complexity win a round like this, where they have the A bomb site and they have G2 trapped in CT spawn, unable to really get any kind of a retake. So Grim will get that bomb planted. Nate is going to come in and maybe do a little bit of chip.
It's the high HP player, at least, planting the bomb. So it's just going to take a little bit off the top of Grim.
So Complexity know they haven't taken out the long defender.
One kit on the back of Snacks. If he dies it short, it's going to be difficult to get this kit back.
Gonna be impossible to get the kit back.
So he has to win this if they want to move swiftly. Again, MongolZ surviving damage, and G2 starting to move in. HeavyGod's got that headshot. Grim coming back forward. Grim now down, but remember, MongolZ still here to try and win it all, and that's the kit gone. If he can delay this, if he can run it down, but MongolZ's on the plan, or rather the defuse, he's sticking it, and MongolZ has him covered. MongolZ holds it. And finally, a retake, and it's real close on time, but it goes the way of G2.
Yeah, MongolZ making himself a small target, making sure that MongolZ has to swing as wide as humanly possible to get that shot clean on the diffuser. Easy mop up from MongolZ, but really it's HeavyGod coming from long that provides the kill that gets the whole retake going. They needed him to get this frag. Massive one onto JT. And a pretty simple finish on a low HP MongolZ. 7-3. G2 right at the end of this half. Could bring this back and make it a strong CT side at 5-7.
Quick tunnel fight going down here. Hunter ready. He's pushed all the way in. 60 running right into the open. Hunter's got one. MongolZ to chime in the second. Hunter then starts to look towards top mid, but Nyx is up next. And Hunter committed to the corner. Nyx will use the distraction of the top mid players to allow himself that pick on Hunter, but Snacks has moved through into tunnels, realizing how much presence was in mid. There's very likely an empty tunnels.
Yeah, 2 kills in lower tunnels usually means that upper push is going to be available to you, especially when a third player makes his presence known.
Fall back now and play from the site instead.
Extended 3 versus 3 after the early action. Mid control for MongolZ and Nyx. Grim backing off from long just now. He's been waiting for a push. Nyx has full utility. Smoke, Molotov, Flash. They could set up a walkout of middle and a walk up to the B bomb site. Only Snacks defending for the moment with an MT9.
This B bomb site is so weak. It is so weak, and there's no one close.
Reinforcements are very far away.
No kits on, well, the HeavyGod has one at least, so, but this is not looking like Snacks is going to be able to do a whole lot, but maybe he can surprise us.
He can't change position either at this stage.
Yeah, fighting against the odds. Snacks with the MP9, waits behind the site. Grim running him down. Snacks has got the first. He's playing his life, but extends a little bit too far back. Kill him middle, though. HeavyGod's caught it, so it is Nyx in the 1v2.
He's got a molly, he's got a flashbang as well.
He'll use that straight away. Over to the tunnels, goes aggressive, takes the aggressive move. Nyx into the fight first against MongolZ, but HeavyGod just had that lower elevation. Protected by the cover of the smoke, closes the round for G2.
Yeah, not the worst idea from Nyx. Molotov to delay any kind of a flank into the B bomb site, push out through the smoke. It's the least expected thing. MongolZ had no clue it was coming, but a good trade from HeavyGod, and he picks up the ult for MongolZ in the last round of the half. 7-5, and Complexity with that loss are out of money. Losing bonus wasn't really all that strong, so it's going to be a pretty labored investment. Scout on MongolZ. AKs on Nyx and Grim. Utility on pistol players, 60 and JT.
MongolZ at the corner. Dodges the initial barrage of bullets.
They broke that smoke like they wanted to fight, and they've backed off quick. Up catwalk we go. Limited utility and limited weapons. Want to try and land a really strong hit into this bomb site. MongolZ has spotted one. Molotov to give himself some time. MongolZ with the op has not budged from middle. Smoke can give him the time to do so, but I think Complexity disrespects it.
Yeah, they just run right through it. Speed is the call. And MongolZ gets carved out by 60's Tech-9, so that plant is now set up for Complexity to try and close out with weaker weapons and an 8-4 half from the T side. G2 starting to put the pieces in place to get this retake rolling. So much to clear. They're worried about lowered tunnels. MongolZ now just ascending over the top of the Xbox. Nyx's position's good. MongolZ able to spot it without losing his life, but can't connect a shot. Hunter doubles up though. Time ticking. Heavy got moving. JT and Grim 2v3. JT stuck alone in the world and just too many players to handle. So right at the end of the half, it will be a 5th round collective for G2, some essential form right at the end.
Yeah, that's a really nice retake. Really good job. That felt like a very strong position for Complexity to be in. 3 players on catwalk. The fight of chaos that Hunter comes out on top of. Triple kill in the round for him. Double for Heavy God. With an MP9 coming back from long and taking duels into the bomb site, he finds a couple of kills on the retake. 7-5. G2 got battered for a lot of that half, but right at the end, they put their foot down and run 3 straight. Put Complexity on notice that it's not going to be as easy as they thought. So we switched sides, where Complexity had the same CT issues in the group stage, only 2 rounds to the 10 of G2. We'll have to have a much better defensive performance. Pistol round is going to come live. Not any kind of crazy implications considering the scoreboard. It's close enough that it's not just a straight win if you get this pistol. Grand Finals tomorrow, 3rd, 4th place decider tomorrow. The Grand Final is going to be Falcons taking on the winner of this game, and obviously Falcons versus G2 with MongolZ in the team is a tantalizing prospect.
Oh yeah.
FaZe lost earlier today, so they're awaiting in the 3rd, 4th place decider for the loser of this series. Which
I mean,
means,
both games are cinema, Jason.
I know, with Grim coming back against Elish, and after the win in the group stage as well over FaZe, that would be a fun rematch.
Here's Nyx. Joe Berettas into the tunnels. MongolZ around the corner. Great shot, and they know it now. The second player's that. Heavy God is the man to take Grim out.
Early warning, can they get back in time? It's JT and 60 coming back, but already smoked off, and they've got to play behind the wall.
Yeah, Molly to the window too, so utility being put in place is allowing a comfortable bomb plan for G2. Complexity going to try and reposition through the mid doors, but Snax is even here watching that. And timing allows him to get back to it. It looked like he was going to be looking the wrong way as that push came in, but still getting one.
Yeah, maybe trying to think about too much, as if the long flank was going to be the biggest concern in the world there, but still in a 2v3 coming back into this bomb site. Very hard retake, and Hunter just peeks out and ends things. Hulzerk, nothing to do. 6th round for G2 and extends this win streak to 4 rounds going back to the first half.
Both pistols as well for G2 on this map. Complexity were able to get a force buy back in the previous half. Got to do it again here.
Yeah, I remember I mentioned this in the first map, though. G2 100% on converting these T-side second rounds after winning the pistol. So we'll see if Complexity can do what nobody's been able to do before them.
Back-to-back strong pistol rounds from G2. Scout for Hulzerk. Grim and 60 on the double MP9 combo. Getting spotted as they run the corner at long. Snack seeing 2, but sees only 1 off.
Great find for Snax early, alleviate a lot of pressure. Makes you feel much more comfortable in this round if you're G2 at this point. Hunter's clearing out lower, sees nobody. So Xbox smoke comes in, blocking Hulzerk's vision.
Boom. He'll clear it, but doesn't gather much. Nyx taking a couple of risky steps forward into the tunnels.
Hunter's looking for this.
He's aware of it. It's got to be with the lack of presence holding the upper tunnels, but Nyx is not coming down lower. In fact, he's going the long way around.
No real good
Hunter
options.
walks in B now as well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they're doing a mid to B split anyway, so Nyx might have spotted it, but nothing matters. They're already in the site, and if you're Complexity, you save these weapons because the next round's going to be a full save regardless. You're not buying anything. So give yourself a second chance at it with the 2 MP9s, with the Scout and the Deagle. 7-7, we're all tied up.
Yeah, it's going to be frustrating for Complexity, having not been able to really build off of the lead they were getting in that first half. Number of rounds between them and G2, but that gap has been closed.
Yeah, the nice streak at the end of that first half is really painful for Complexity, considering how dominant they were through most of it. They let it slip right at the end. So 7-7. But Complexity at least get to play this round. Normally with unarmored USPs, you've got the weaponry that's saved. So yeah, second round a little bit boring at the end. It's Snax's kill in the first 15 seconds that decides things. But Complexity have another chance at it here. Halzerk's in double digits, the only one for Complexity. He's at 11 kills. Over on the G2 side, it's MongolZ at 12. Heavy God at 11, so is Hunter at 11.
Quick long take for Heavy God. Grenade's gonna eat half his health.
It's a risky step forward to get out of the nade blast. I don't know what's more dangerous, eating, tanking the nade damage, or stepping forward like that out long.
Well, he combined both. Still able to stand though, and he's gonna be waiting long while the rest of his teammates currently apply pressure up through the catwalk.
Yeah, nice and simple though. Sixy can't really do anything, no utility. Mac-10 drops into spawn, so mid players are gonna be harassed. Gonna be hard for them to rotate over. Grim and Sixy have everything to do.
Yeah, well that plant's coming in. Snax just jumps on Sixy. Peeks long, and yeah, that's a nice headshot on Grim as well. So Hunter has no real reason to have to leave here. He's just locking them away. They can't get through CT spawn. MongolZ's having a look around mid. Nyx not getting spotted.
All kills matter if you're Complexity. Bring one AK-47 forward into the next round, and it's worth its weight.
Well, unfortunately for Nyx, he's gone, but Halzerk's got a double kill.
Yeah, that's that collateral. I mean, to JT, if he wants to jump into CT spawn, see if he can find a weapon, you can go for it.
Honestly, trying to keep him preoccupied, but he could also go down here. Halzerk, another shot on the scout, cleaving weapons out of their hands. And an AK picked up for JT on the way out. Can Halzerk get a better gun?
I don't think he realizes. Oh yeah, he did. He got one right at the end, right as we switched away. Halzerk's picked up an AK-47. So 2 AKs recovered, and what turns out to be a very nice round for Complexity. Oh, this is
double op setup.
Not even that. A third timeout used by G2. Very, very early in this second half to burn your last timeout.
Because Heavy God needs a nap.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Heavy God was just like,
he's had enough.
Give me like...
I need a little break, guys.
30 seconds of shut-eye.
What do you see this recharge? He's going to come out just swinging long. This is Halzerk.
Oh, okay.
That's one way to do it. And
Yeah,
a wall
it really
bang
is.
as well on MongolZ.
Yeah, sweet round from Halsey. All right, double up setup on Halzerk and Nyx. Just the single up for G2 in the hands of MongolZ on the other side of things. Full buy for both teams, and actually some residual cash in the bank for Complexity due to the benefit of the 2 saved AKs. MongolZ only spots 1 cross.
It's Hunter instead, who charges out long this time. He's got himself down into the pit. Strong position to maintain early. JT just spotting his head.
They still have 3 players up on catwalk as well. Grim, Halzerk, and Sixy, all 3 of them hanging out there, so you've got plenty of forces nearby. You don't know what's happening elsewhere on the map, but at least you're in the right position for the moment. All 5 players of G2 out long. This is always going to finish at long.
Patient as we hit 1 minute, but G2 making sure car is clear with the molly.
I think G2's wishing they could get a little bit more of the counter utility away from the CT side with that initial smoke. I don't think they got nearly as many flashes or nade breaks as they would have liked. There's actually no HE grenades on Complexity to get the information. Unfortunately for them too. I think if Nyx had an M4, he'd be pushing up here and getting information. But because it's the AWP, and I mean, to be fair, they already have 4 players here, so who needs it?
Let's see if 4 is enough. G2 charge up the ramp into the site. Grim forced into the open. 60 catches 2 players blinded. No problem for 60. to unravel 2 as Snacks is up next. He gets a kill right back. It's 2 for him. Into the site now. Commitment to the plant. 3v3 retake. 2 ops in play. And it is now just those 2 AWPs as m0NESY pulls away JT from context. And we've got Nyx fighting back. m0NESY going down. AK switched out to. We'll see if the rifle can make the difference because it has to. It is the only remaining weapon. Nyx with no kid on his back and no head on his shoulders.
Probably felt really good winning that long engagement, that duel with m0NESY on top of the car with the op. Both oppers just saying, screw cover. We're just going to fight until one of us goes down. Nyx wins it out, but great shooting from Snacks in this round. The kill on towards Grim. Up by the Gandalf box. I mean, just keeping the opper at bay over on Catwalk. They do great work. Even with this, double kill from Sixy could have been just so deadly for this attack. But a brilliant recovery.
Oh. Not wanting to lose the opening pick to m0NESY. They remember the sting of that the previous time they played. Sixy's aggressive short play canceled, so he'll run back. And he gets away before the utility follows up upon his position.
Complexity was up 7-2 at one point. This has been 7 rounds in a row for G2 to regain the lead. It's got to be feeling really painful for Complexity, starting to get frustrated, and now you're starting to get picked off.
Scoreline looks close, but the momentum safely with one team at the moment. And with that m0NESY kill, G2 once again have the advantage. Hunter should extend upon it here. The MP9 and those kind of fights can come out on top, and that's exactly what happens. Hunter falls off the top of the box. Grim now moves out long.
Oh, but they're out mid. If they pick up the pace here, JT with the Deagle, SMG. Nyx does great work again. Okay, G2 a little bit stalled out.
m0NESY preoccupied in middle. JT losing health, but Nyx not stopping. Grim on the MP9.
What?
And Nyx just has a hero round. That little gun provides 4 kills.
All right, Nyx, that's huge. Clearing upper tunnels of Hunter and then just hanging onto the B bomb site by the skin of your teeth. MP9 does work and G2 gets stalled out. Finally, Complexity put a stop to the run. Right back in this and just 1 round behind. Oh, and look at the money from G2. They won 4 in a row to start this half. They lost 1 and don't have the cash to reinvest in rifles.
Nyx.
Oh, he's got an op.
Oh, you can go from hero to 0.
Oh, he's in so much trouble.
You can go from hero to 0 in a second. Heavy God blasts his head off. B bomb site wide open. JT racing back, but he's flashed. He's held back. Utility now deployed. He'll do damage on the Heavy God, but not a kill yet. And he even sustains damage through that smoke. And you've given an op to m0NESY. Bomb not planted yet, but it's being confirmed. And that op, it does not stop. No mercy. As you give it away, m0NESY repels the retake.
Just a quick peekaboo with an extra kill. Blind fire into the smoke, and you're exactly right, giving it up over to m0NESY. I'll tell you what, though. I think Complexity completely misread the economic situation they were in. I think they expected a buy this round. I think Nyx certainly expected a buy this round. There's no way.
Otherwise, he wouldn't do that.
It all pushes up for that angle against pistols. They just had the wrong call at the wrong time for the wrong buy from G2. And what a devastating round loss in the semifinals. At a terrible moment. Could be worse. At least Complexity's got money. And their first timeout taken.
Yeah, but you're down 1 map already in the semifinal. You let in rounds like that go against you, not getting the right read. So first timeout for Complexity. G2 calls so many early on that they were able to make use of those, but...
Well, they've got none left. They're in the opposite boat. Their only timeouts are the one Complexity calls, so it might be limiting to Taz later on if this game is as close as it was in the group stage.
Yeah, so here's the Heavy God pick. Is Nyx just offers it up. And you give the op to m0NESY, and this... Dude, so stupid. Even in slow-mo, it's fast.
He did see, I mean, he saw the shadow of Sixy entering that smoke as he got the first kill. So, I mean, there's some logic behind that spam, but obviously just a beautiful sequence. Double up setup, Snacks. Tagging 1 on the cross. That's Nyx brought down to 27 HP.
Complexity have done a decent job at blocking long early. And G2's utility now floods in. So he take the space at long.
They used five flashbangs there to get out of long.
Well, they made it.
Yeah, 3 on the initial salvo, 2 on the follow-up.
MongolZ, aggressive pick at short coming up. Sees the barrel, knows exactly where his target is. MongolZ waits.
Please take another step forward. That's what he's saying.
He's like, just walk a little more. Show me a little more. And he goes in. Surely the swing from short will come up next. MongolZ realizes that. Not really putting himself in the position to get that second kill, though.
No, but this is what MongolZ was doing to him on Anubis as well, is just picking off any aggressive play, and he pins 60 on the wall.
Well, he's not ready for another player to be at short, but he's bringing 3 friends over to deal with it, and he'll watch it. Halzerk instead. MongolZ's just destroying them.
AWP difference.
One guy, and Complexity can't stop him. Heavy God up next. And Nick's low in HP. All of his teammates gone. MongolZ smells him as well. He knows his prey's around the corner. He's gonna hunt him down straight to the chest. And MongolZ dominates Complexity inside of mid.
Gives like a questioning shrug as well. As why do they just keep walking out? Why do they just keep pushing into my crosshair? I'll take all those kills. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just sitting here waiting. And everything's easy.
This is really the last stand then for Complexity. Yeah. Lose this, job done. Out of the semis, out of the tournament, into the third place decider. And we've got Halzerk committing into the lower tunnels. Aggression into a round like this.
I don't think he made that secret in any way. They know the position. Kill is still his. Halzerk's got space to fall back, and MongolZ a rare miss. So Halzerk gets away and confirms the 5-on-4, the man advantage he's given Complexity's defense.
High risk, high reward for Halzerk at least to kick off round 20. So G2 take a pause and reassess their options. They're gonna shift 2 players back through T-spawn. If they go out long, you've got to deal with Grim. Bit of an off angle here with the AUG.
Well, they've shown they're not shy about using flashbangs to get out long in the mid-round.
Yep.
So those off angles should get neutralized.
In fact, he's just gonna peel away. He'll play further back on the A-bomb site instead. Trusting in the smoke.
3 smokes, 3 flashes, and 2 Molotovs for G2 to end this round. Smoke is going to clear it long just about now, and they're going to make their move. Going to be going quiet for this first step. And 60's getting proactive on the map. He's cleared lower and upper, and he's confirmed the long play from G2's 4 remaining players, so everyone's shifting from Complexity.
Smoke goes up in JT's face. He'll start to spam down through it. Some further damage connected onto Heavy God. Grim will finish him off with the AUG. He's pinned, but that Molotov's going to force him into the open. Kill from MongolZ. He was pinned, ready to go in 9 seconds. Plant needs to come in right now, and it will. Mob's headshot. Not able to handle Halzerk, so a 2v2 to close. MongolZ backing off. Hunter steps up forward. Oh, yeah, what a shot on the flick back from Hunter. And it's a step towards grand finals for G2. And they're missing one Kovac, but he's still looking for that reunion in the final.
As good as Complexity have been in this tournament, G2 showing today, they are still levels above them. A 4v5 conversion to get to 12. Halzerk gave you the advantage, but you cannot hold off that long hit. Perfect reaction. The smoke is up. They cross over. Molotov to Grim's position. MongolZ in position with the AWP. And Complexity on their last leg.
Quick charge out long, and it's worked out pretty well here for Complexity. The first 2 picks are good, and it's a shutdown.
Yeah, well, just as G2 didn't really expect the 3rd player to be here, Complexity's just like, oh, all 5? Okay, well, that's cool. we'll take them.
We'll take that, absolutely.
So they won't go down yet. They won't go down without a fight. One last attempt to breathe some life into a comeback. It's got to be 4 in a row for Complexity, and they've got the first, but there's so much money on G2. You have no easy rounds at the end of this for Complexity. It's going to have to be the hard way.
That's why they were willing to make such a committed play out of long, throw everything you've got into it, because they know that they have the fallback of all the cash they've got left over. So another really strong buy immediately coming out. So you mentioned the amount of rounds Complexity need to win in a row. They've got to do it the hard way. He's still got to go against this AWP in mid and MongolZ. Taking their time to get across with the grenade. MongolZ's going to be boosted to look into lower tunnels. I'm not going to take the peek yet. Grim, look at this risk. He's got into the long smoke.
Playing a cheeky fade. Halfway through the smoke and Grim backs off. Drops another smoke down, so Long shouldn't see too much action. Heavy God still very much aware of the potential. Good pick from MongolZ. Yet again, another 5-on-4 found by your Opper.
Ooh. Half the health gone for Hunter. Grim will be happy backing off as that second smoke is set to fade away.
I think he's mostly using that smoke to try and get information towards the back of Catwalk. Listen for any footsteps so we can call out numbers.
MongolZ still prowling in middle as we go under a minute on the clock. MongolZ not wanting to overextend. It's a stalemate battle. They don't know it, but the two Oppers holding this angle.
He got picked off in the last round by sliding into this angle.
So he will have learned his lesson. JT going forward. MongolZ dealing with some short aggression, but this time he's going to miss. Second shot, he'll land it. 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb still top mid. Aggression in mid will not work out for JT. Grim gone. Shot for MongolZ and 1 kill away from grand finals.
Look how it all collapses so quickly.
Nyx will run to long. Heavy God is low, but we get the grand final everybody was secretly hoping for. In more than one way, Complexity have shed their star, and they show they can still perform. But it's only semifinals that they will see, as MongolZ is going into the grand finals with G2 to face against the team he is set to sign for.
And that's just how it goes at PGL, guys. We just pray to all the right gods, and we get the finals we want. We get the narratives we want. It's been a great road for Complexity, but what this sets up, of course, is they're going to be playing tomorrow as well. They're going to be playing FaZe. So a little bit of revenge for that, but now we must turn our attention to G2 Falcons, the MongolZ Grand Final.
Well, we're just going to skip what just happened there, Rich? Is that what we're going with? We're immediately just disregarding what the Complexity run and all that? I'm disappointed. I know a lot of people wanted the Falcons G2 Grand Final, and I get that that's the bigger picture narrative surrounding this, but my heart goes out to Complexity. They did play the style that they wanted to into the final game here. It was moments from 0 to hero to 0 and back again. It was just all over the place. A lot of turmoil here, tumultuous, and a good run for them. And I'm hoping that they can just build off of it.
Let's be real, Dust. It would have been crazy that if we were talking about a Complexity that had come to Bucharest and beat FaZe and beat Falcons and then beat G2 and then we're in the grand final. I mean, they've already achieved so much here.
This team is 2 months removed from going dead last at Katowice and only getting a single series win at Cluj over the Imperial Valkyries and then losing every other offline map that they played. Also, initially, their online play wasn't that great either. It was only really the qualifier for this tournament and then the qualifier that they played for Yala Compass in Europe before this event and then what we have now seen in Bucharest. So the turnaround for Complexity was fantastic this event. We saw a lot of positives from them, and as you noted, they're still going to get a chance tomorrow. Bare minimum, they get a top 4 finish here, a chance for third. Definitely going to help them when it comes to the points when it goes forward. Obviously, it won't matter for the Austin Major, but it does matter going forward, getting invites to tournaments and things of that nature. I just think that this game was a tough one for them. One, the first half, even though they started out very strong, it was laborious. Like, so many rounds were so close. They had to defend so many retakes, and eventually they did crack, and we saw G2 fire off 3 retakes in a row to make the first half very close. And then in the second half, even when Complexity were in winning positions, they just couldn't capitalize. G2 just kind of brute force through them a lot of the time.
I mean, it's certainly hard to capitalize when you've got MongolZ popping off. And he's been the best player here in Bucharest, probably.
And of course, we've just got to sing the praises of G2 beyond MongolZ as well. I mean, yeah, MongolZ was just making that TT side impossible for Complexity. Anytime they wanted to push for aggression, it wasn't even just the typical MongolZ flicks. It was that he was also just, his crosshair was in the perfect spot for multiple consecutive fights in the same round. Like, he knew what was going to happen before it was happening. The prescience on him was undeniable, and the star player showed up exactly how G2 want him to.
I just want to quickly add as well, because we didn't get time to talk about it in the pre-show. Considering, you know, how we didn't have that great Shanghai, and we were worried about kind of where it was, and he missed out on the #1 player of the year and everything else. All of this attention about the potential roster move, obviously, it breaks a lot of players when you're in the spotlight to this degree, and he has just come to this event and just been lights out, Dust. I mean, it's just he's got such a great head on his shoulders. People forget he's still young. You know, it's unbelievable what he's achieved.
Yeah, indeed it has. He is the #1 player at this tournament, has been through most of it, and I still believe him to be the best opera in the world. You know, I think that it's just one of those things. Like, yes, I think ZywOo's fantastic, and he's a great hybrid player, but there's just something about knowing that he's just going to hit the shot every single time. It just feels like he's just incredibly mobile, and even in his own right, a pretty good rifler when he needs to use it.
Well, we'll come back in a moment. Now we're going over to Banks, who's with MongolZ and Heavy God.
That's right, Richard. I had to get 2 players for this one because G2 make it to a final, but Heavy God makes it to his first ever final. And you guys do this pretty convincingly here. Just for you, what's the feeling, you know, making your first final here on a big event?
Oh, I mean, obviously, I'm excited. You know, I'm happy we won, and I'm happy we're here, and we just need to show ourselves tomorrow in the final.
You'll show yourselves tomorrow for the final. Do you feel like the G2 that played today is a team that could win in the final?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we fix a little bit and some small stuff, we can be way better tomorrow. But overall, I think calling were good, and we committed, and yeah, we listened overall. And yeah, I'm happy.
I would be happy too with that as well. MongolZ, for you, you play against Complexity twice in this tournament, this time a much better scoreline. The Anubis win, obviously that must have felt good for you guys, but what did you change between the 2 series?
I think we were more ready to what they were doing in Anubis. We stopped missing some shots because on the first game we were missing like our anti-ecos and everything, so it was kind of hard to like win pistol and then lose the next round, so it's kind of difficult to start a game like that. And overall, I think we were playing much better. Calling was really good. And yeah, on Dust2, the freeze time got a little bit, you know? But overall, it was really good. And even though I didn't have like a good match on Dust2, I was just dying to uppers. It was fun. But yeah, I'm just happy that we just won.
In terms of just winning on this Dust2, your T side is what's been impressive here. Once you get onto the T side, were you confident, it's like, okay, we can do this, we can fight back into this? Were you ever concerned that it might drop?
No, I think I'm starting to get better on my mental thing that I was leaking a little bit.
We spoke about that a couple of events ago.
I just got off social media a little bit. And
smart.
Yeah, I think I'm just recovering a lot. I'm talking a lot on T sides as well. Yeah, I think I'm just feeling way better overall because it's been a really tough time, honestly. I was not enjoying the game at all, and I was so now it's way better, and I feel happy and relieved that everything's going away finally.
And if this all works out, you're just going to keep it going, right? You win tomorrow, you're doing something that works perfectly for you, so this is now the MongolZ way?
I hope so. Maybe this is my backup tournament, you know, like backing up.
Yeah. Coming back to the MongolZ we know and love, well, G2 have found themselves into the final. Richard, close out the show.
I will, James, I will. Let's talk a little bit about what MongolZ was saying there. I mean, look, one thing I'll say about G2 is they're a really likable team. I mean, they got really good, they got good guys that you just want to root for. You know what I mean?
They do. I actually think this.
Some teams aren't likable, Maui. You're laughing.
I actually think this. I know the joke is obviously we say a lot of negative things about G2.
No,
here.
you say a lot of negative things about Snacks. That's not quite the same.
Dust also just said that Snack should no longer be here too. So we'll just say that. Let me just talk about MongolZ for 1 second.
Yeah. Okay. Go on.
Okay. When MongolZ joined G2, he was a North American heartthrob. Like people loved him. Even South America loved him. Okay. The Americas as a whole united behind
to love MongolZ.
Yeah. We all pushed for MongolZ. We were excited for him. He's been a player that everybody's just genuinely like no bad rep whatsoever. Always a hard worker, great player. Mechanics are unbelievable. And so when he goes to G2 and doesn't actually immediately become a top 5 rifler in the world instead of Nico, people are saying that MongolZ is a fraud. Like, that's a pretty crazy transition from reading everybody loves you to everybody hates you. So I'm just glad that MongolZ is getting off social media a bit, because one day they love you, the next day they're writing threads about without you. You know, it's crazy.
I don't think people understand like the leap that MongolZ has had to make as an individual. I mean, he goes from playing in the Americas with M80 to now being on one of the best teams in the world, competing against the best on an in-and-out basis. And last year, heads up, he was one of the best entry fraggers in the world next to Xantares and Donk. Then this year, you have to understand that like everyone just thought, oh yeah, he's just going to take all Nico star roles. It needs more than just mechanics. Like, I think people have to understand that sometimes MongolZ is now playing positions where he has to make a lot of decisions on his own. And Nico is a tenured player and a very special one. And it's going to take MongolZ to get up to speed in some of those positions. Just give him some time. His mechanics are incredible. His work ethic and temperament are incredible. He's only going to develop more and more as a player.
I'll do you one better as well. People obviously forget that when he first joined G2, famously, he didn't get the positions he had previously in M80. So he had to learn completely new roles. He really overperformed in those roles, did incredibly well. And now he's having to replace one of the greatest riflers to ever touch the game and adopt those positions. So I don't know. I can't even believe people.
So opening Twitter is a nightmare.
Media.
Yeah. So opening Twitter is a nightmare for you. Yeah, that's just the reality of it.
That's crazy. Look, we'll turn our attention to Complexity just a little bit. Obviously, we get to talk about them still tomorrow because, reminder, there is a third, fourth place playoff. A bridge too far for them, but I mean, again, still so many positives. Losing always sucks, but I think this is one where, you know, they'll get the game done tomorrow. They're going to be obviously pulling to beat FaZe, lots of rivalry there, and then they're going to look back at this tournament and be like, wow, we actually had such a good run.
I mean, I'm pretty sure when Grim got interviewed, he was just like, our goal is to make playoffs. And he even said that with not much confidence in his voice. Yeah. So the fact that they have been able to go on and beat Aurora, beat some of these other teams to get into a top 4 position, a chance at third, a chance to get all of these points. Like, yeah, this has been incredible. Every single time we thought the ride would stop, it didn't. They broke through and beat another team. Now, unfortunately, it did come a little bit to a halt. But again, they still have an opportunity tomorrow to make some things happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the biggest narrative of this tournament is MongolZ gets to play Falcons. The second biggest narrative is that Complexity exceeded everybody's expectations. So this is already a great story for them, already showing that they're turning a huge page from what was a dreadful beginning of the season. So let's see what they're able to accomplish tomorrow against a FaZe Clan that they have already beaten, by the way.
Yeah, so, I mean, do you want to still look at the clip, or do you want to, you want to still look at that?
We can if you want.
Yeah, okay. It doesn't bother me. I'm just having a good time talking about the macro stuff, but we can get into the minutiae, get into the weights. This is something that happened in the match that we were talking about. It's kind of when we knew it was over, right, Dust?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I mean, Complexity had a lot of rounds like this in the second half that really kind of harmed them, where they have everything going for them. They have a stack. G2 is committed to long A and pushing into A site. They even pressed out B tunnels and cleared that, so they even had an early rotation. And so G2 are boxed in, and they are just still trying to brute force their way onto the A site. Tons of utility coming their way. The first couple of kills even go Complexity's way in this exchange. And so you're thinking like, okay, this is the big moment for Complexity to finish the job, tie up the game, and put themselves in a good position. But unfortunately, they just could not finish in the 3 versus 3. We see Snacks of all people popping off with a crazy individual effort there with a couple of kills. And it was this round and then 2 others that caused them to lose the game, particularly the last round. It was a similar situation where they were in the driver's seat and just couldn't quite dot the I's and cross the T's. It's unfortunate, but rounds like that and MongolZ just popping off with the op the entire second half is what allowed them to win today.
Key moment in this game for me is the unfortunately 0 to 0 moment for Nyx, okay? I mean, I think that he's done a serviceable job for sure as an anchor, especially in his first tier 1 LAN, but he had a 4K MP9 round where he defended the mid to B just flawlessly. Picks up the op from, I think, a dead body, or I don't know how he gets it. Very next round, G2 are on a half buy, then he just pushes tunnels solo, and then he loses the B bomb side by himself. And I think that's one of those moments where when they go back to the footage, as we see his highlight here, that you know, this is where he feels like a god, like he feels amazing. But then the very next round after this, he just immediately dies pushing tunnels with a dropped op, and it just sells the whole round. So I love, you know, the frisky Nyx that got that opening kill in that clip we just saw, but you also kind of have to say, man, like, do you need to push with the op when he was actually even tagged on the cross, I'm pretty sure, too, pushing into tunnels. So it's like, I don't want him to ever lose that fire of being the aggressive version of himself that made Complexity the force that they were, getting info, getting kills they shouldn't, but then it's also like knowing when to reel it in as well. Like, that's going to be the battle for him as he thinks back.
The difference between confidence and overconfidence.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a growing pain, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from him in general.
Well, look, guys, we'll start taking a look at the bracket and closing out the show, so let's do it. You can see this is how it's all panned out. I'll talk about a few things here. I mean, listen, I'll say this. Falcons being in the final, they must love PGL events, right? Like, they always seem to do,
big prize pool.
So well here. Big prize pool. They're loving it. Obviously, they're going to be taking on G2, as you can see. And then we've got the third, fourth place playoff. If people are wondering why they've come back, just to explain at home, obviously with VRS points now being up for grabs, PGL has made the decision to have more of those third and fourth place playoffs because winning those games will affect your ranking and by extension, invites and even potentially making a major. Third and fourth place playoffs, they never really used to matter. We didn't really pay a lot of attention to them because it was only bragging rights. There's the prize money that Maui was referencing. But now, obviously, with the jump up in the prize money, the jump up in the VRS points, third and fourth place playoff deciders are super important. And I'll just say, that one, a lot of spice to it because it's not just a return of a liege, obviously going up against his old team. For those that follow the business side of esports, there's an insane story there because they were actually co-owned by the same parent company for a while. They had to go, Jason Lake had to self-fund to get himself out from that because it wasn't even clear they were going to be able to send two teams to events. There's a lot of history between FaZe and Complexity.
Also remember who disappointingly lost in the third place decider game in Cluj.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm sure that would sting. I mean, of all the management figures in esports in general, I mean, Jason Lake is a guy that I watched with a white shirt, red tie in 2006 or 2007 at CGS, just standing behind his players, being one of the first, like the forefront founding father figures of what management is supposed to be and represent in this space. So in a way, even though I like everything about FaZe Clan, I'm kind of hoping that Complexity gets something more out of this one.
I can say as well, and Jason always hates when I do say this, he's the guy that legitimized esports for me. I know it makes him sound really old.
No, legit. No,
I'm a boom.
There's a book about it that's great if people want to read Game Boys.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you have a hot take on that.
No. Listen, but yeah, Jason was like the guy where I was like, hey, look, he's a grown man in a shirt and tie, and he takes this stuff seriously. So I'll be pulling for him in the third, fourth place playoff. Sorry to all the FaZe fans out there. I'm just declaring my bias. But anyway, Complexity, a hell of a run. And then, of course, Dust, the other story, just as a final thought before we close out the show. We did it. We got the final that I think everyone was pulling for. They want to see this, Munacy winning a trophy for G2 and then joining Falcons and reuniting with Nico. It's going to be a crazy day.
Yeah, I mean, the Munacy Bowl is going to be a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah.
No doubt. I mean, it's just like, does the winner get to keep him?
I think they would trade that for the prize pool. I think they would.
Yeah, man. But anyway, it's been great hanging out, boys. Always love it. Always love hearing your thoughts. And that's it from us. Now, remember, tomorrow, because of the third and fourth place playoff, we're back a little bit earlier. That's 3 p.m. Romanian time. Make sure you tune in.
Bye.